Xia Fei was located at the residence of the Dark Life Forms Princess, Wienia. The Dark Life Forms supposedly used a power similar to the Law of Darkness, but there were faint spatial ripples here, as if someone had used Law of Space Force not too long ago. Xia Fei's primary law was space, so he was very familiar with the pulses created when the Law of Space was used on a large scale. In normal circumstances, depending on the cultivator, Law Force pulses could last for 1 minute to half an hour. The pulses here were faint. Xia Fei estimated that someone had used the Law of Space here about 15 minutes ago. Frowning, Xia Fei whispered, "Is there another warrior from the Law Realm on this planet?" Radix commented, "It's possible. Don't forget that the demon race's law god was hiding himself on a path you must go through to reach the Dark Life Form territory. I suspect that the Law Realm also has other clans nearby who are searching for immemorial mystical armaments." Xia Fei nodded. Radix's explanation made a lot of sense. Everyone knew that the Cosmic Gate was unstable, and while the Guardian faction protecting it consisted of fierce men, there was no telling what was outside the Cosmic Gate. Without the support of other factions, the Guardians may not have the ability to seal the gate. Many major clans knew of the lethality the immemorial mystical armaments possessed against the inverse and dark life forms. It was very normal for other clans to have sent people here so that they could try obtaining the immemorial mystical armaments. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei sternly said, "Whoever they are, anyone who dares to fight with me over immemorial mystical armaments is my enemy." Right after he said this, Xia Fei jumped over the wall like a ghost and entered the White Castle. He flicked his wrist and thrust his palm into the air so gently that not even Radix noticed. But why had he done such a thing? Whoosh! In a flash, Xia Fei spotted a gray figure charging straight at him. With no time to think, he sent out Nirvana, which cut a vicious arc through the air and cleaved that gray figure in two. Xia Fei squatted next to the corpse and saw that it was a python of over 10 meters long. Its eyes were black and it had 4 poisonous fangs, 2 on each jaw. This unfortunate fellow had been killed and devoured by the fiendish blade before it could even make a noise. Turns out that the smaller a monster in the dark life form territory, the higher its rank, Xia Fei whispered as he waved his hand, instantly turning the shriveled-up corpse into dust. "Why do you say that?" Radix curiously asked. "That snake was only a dozen or so meters. So how could it compare to those massive planet-sized creatures? They simply aren't on the same level." Xia Fei shook his head and pointed at his head with his finger. "Energy can't lie. That unremarkable snake had much more energy than those larger monsters." Radix was startled. Nirvana absorbed the energy of its foes, so Xia Fei could accurately determine an enemy's rank based on the energy it absorbed. After a brief pause, Xia Fei continued, "We got lucky. The snake was asleep, so its reaction was rather slow, and Nirvana struck so quickly that the snake didn't have a chance to strike back. Otherwise, something of its rank would be able to cause quite a lot of trouble." Radix nodded. No wonder when Sar mentioned that Princess Wienia is also called the Snake Queen. Turns out that this dark life form princess has a hobby of raising venomous snakes. "We'll have to be careful." Xia Fei said nothing, continuing along on the route he had planned through Wienia's castle. As the daughter of Dark King Wendar, Wienia had a very high status. Wensar only ever had the opportunity to visit this place on Wienia's birthday, so he had not been familiar with the layout of the castle. In fact, he had only been able to conjecture as to where the treasury for the important items were stored, for the passage leading to the castle's dungeon was guarded the most heavily and was the most suspicious. If Xia Fei had search specialist Xia Geng at his side, it would be much easier to search for immemorial mystical armaments. But Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing said that Xia Geng had another mission and had not let him follow Xia Fei. Xia Fei had no choice but to rely on his intuition. Breath control, crafty approach, and his speed served as Xia Fei's greatest defensive measures. He soon reached the entrance to the castle's underground dungeon. Several dozen guards stood inside and outside of the entrance. This place was clearly much more heavily guarded than the outside. Whoosh! Xia Fei shot up to the ceiling, becoming like a spider as he used the spikes on his armor to advance steadily. Everything went smoothly, and Xia Fei managed to avoid the guards and get into the castle's dungeon, where he lightly dropped to the ground. The path ended here. He was confronted by 3 identical doors leading in 3 different directions. The 3 doors are identical. Which one should we open? Radix wondered. Xia Fei remained extremely calm, his eyes radiating an irresistible chill. Radix suddenly realized that Xia Fei was silently gathering the power of the law of primal chaos in his left hand. Don't act recklessly. It would be terrible if we set off the alarms, Radix hastily said. However, Radix was too late. He could only watch as Xia Fei crazily punched, his fist infused with the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei did not attack any of the doors. Instead, he attacked the mirror-like wall. Rumble. The quiet dungeon underwent a heaven-shaking transformation. Their surroundings disappeared, and it felt as if they had entered a dazzling and dizzying maze. An illusion. Someone laid down the law of illusion here. We must get out. Radix urgently called. Yes, this castle, and perhaps even the entire planet, was the work of an illusion. There had never been a castle. All there had been was a sealed cage. This illusory world had been extremely realistic, but Xia Fei had punched at a node of the illusion, causing this intricately constructed world to collapse. The snow and forest disappeared, and the castle became a ruin. All he could see were dark hills and loud hissing. Xia Fei knew that these were venomous snakes communicating with one another, and these ruins concealed countless snakes. Plush, a figure stood in the ruins. It was a woman, and her figure tottered as she spat out blood. She had clearly been injured by Xia Fei's law of primal chaos. At the same time, another dark figure stood in front of the woman. His face was ashen. While he did not vomit blood, he clearly was not lightly wounded. What a sinister guy. You knew the whole time that this was an illusion, but you still snuck your way in so that you could reach the illusion's node and shatter it. The woman pointed at Xia Fei and said. She used the common language of the law realm, which was of little surprise to Xia Fei. This was because Wensar had already proven that the dark life forms were in touch with the law realm, and all of its influential figures could speak the common language. This woman had a beautiful face, but her lower half was that of a snake, like a legendary snake woman. Moreover, her eyes were closed as if she was blind. Xia Fei tilted his head and said, Woman, I didn't venture into this trap for you, but for that guy next to you. The snake woman scowled and cried, Call me Princess Weenia. Xia Fei smiled and turned to the person next to Weenia, completely ignoring her. This had Weenia almost crazy with rage. No one among the dark life forms had ever treated her like this. You're part of the law realm, so why did you try to ambush me here? You must be with that guy from the other day, right? Why not call him out? I still have a debt to settle with him, Xia Fei coldly said. The man was startled, and then his face turned savage. You annoying troublemaker. Gabin was clearly imprisoned by you, yet you still wanted to quibble. Truly despicable. Utterly disgusting. Xia Fei shook his head. He did not know that Gabin had been imprisoned by the 3 superior law gods of his clan, but this was not important, for Xia Fei had never believed the words of his enemies. No one is allowed to ambush me repeatedly. Whether it's you or that Gabin fellow, you had all better be prepared to leave your lives behind. Whoosh. Xia Fei charged out at 4 million meters per second. He was inwardly rather frustrated, for he realized that the situation was more complicated than he originally thought. Part of the law realm seemed to be in cahoots with the dark life forms, and for some reason, these people were always able to find and ambush him. Xia Fei had never imagined a situation like this before, but he needed to find a solution for it. If he could not solve this strange phenomenon of his enemies always being able to find him, he would never be able to find any immemorial mystical armaments. Xia Fei charged straight ahead, Nirvana in his hand. Weenia, who was skilled in darkness illusions, had been injured by the law of primal chaos, so her fighting power had been more than halved. As long as Xia Fei dealt with this law realm expert first, victory would be a sure thing. Xia Fei had already calculated everything. Warriors that used illusions must put all their power into the illusion, and once it was broken, they would be injured. Moon Song was a law of illusion warrior, so Xia Fei understood its weaknesses. This was why he had dared to venture into it, and heavily injure Princess Weenia. Rumble. The cross-shaped Nirvana became like a fire wheel as it rushed forward. Furball and Peacock Blue also joined the fray. Another law god? Exclaimed Radix in surprise. Just who did you anger? Why are there so many law gods after your life? You're asking me, but who am I going to ask? Xia Fei roared as he continued his offensive. He had only one objective right now: capture this law god and interrogate him. No matter what, he could not let this extremely disadvantageous situation continue. This warrior from the law realm was another law god, who was just as strong as that Gabin from yesterday. Even stranger was that, while Gabin was from the demon race, this guy was from the god race. This was absurd. It was as if the two peak races had come to a tacit understanding to work together into taking Xia Fei's life. Even though Xia Fei had been getting somewhat famous in the circle, was it really so bad that he must be hunted down by both the peak races? Moreover, these guys were always able to be one step ahead, laying traps after traps for him, which made the situation even more bizarre. Rumble. Xia Fei and that law god were fighting evenly when the situation suddenly changed. Countless snakes had seemingly received an order. Raising their heads, they flicked out their pink tongues and turned their insidious eyes on Xia Fei. In the depths of this part of the universe, a black nebula sought to destroy all. Oro, who had put on a golden suit of armor, looked impressive while standing among a large number of guardians. In the battle at the night banquet, Oro had displayed the boldness and ferocity of the emperor of the Lionheart royal clan. The Guardian faction had taken a liking to him and recruited him. There had been no problem with the background investigation. Xia Fei's good friend in the exiled grounds, Hyacinth, had assisted in creating a fake identity for Oro. No one had ever cared about the exiled grounds, so forging an identity was rather easy. Given Hyacinth's methods and Oro's unique ability to cultivate the demon race laws despite him being a human, nobody doubted his background. The golden-armored war gods grimly stood atop a tall sentry tower. In the distance, giant crashes came from that black nebula, like waves beating against the shore or a tiger roaring in the mountains. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden-armored warriors began to fly toward the nebula, their faces dark. Oro and another group of warriors also seemed rather nervous. Young man, don't be nervous. The cosmic gate is always like this. At certain intervals, it will let out soul-shaking booms. Those guys outside the gate are presumably trying to destroy the seal, said a senior guardian, patting Oro on the shoulder. As Oro had recently been reborn, he appeared very young, so everyone treated him like a little brother, which made him feel rather sullen. It must be understood that he was the supreme emperor of the Lionheart clan, one of the wielders of the Three Lions' imperial jade ring. In terms of status and age, everyone here put together could not match him. Alas, this sort of illustrious character was now being treated as some unknown youth. How could Oro not feel terrible? Another elder worriedly said. Yes, at certain intervals, the cosmic gate acts strangely, but this strange activity is getting more and more frequent. No one said anything, sighing as if they quietly agreed with these words. Oro was stunned. Whether in this life or the last, this was the first time he had ever been so close to the cosmic gate, and it was the first time he was realizing that the cosmic gate was weaker than he imagined. The sounds of giant explosions coming from there sounded as if an army of millions were at the gate. How long do you think the cosmic gate can last? Oro nervously asked. The elder shrugged and whispered. No one can say for sure. Anyway, it's our duty to guard the cosmic gate. If this gate opens, those that can't be named will attack, and we can only hold our ground. The guardians were both mysterious and stubborn. They called the inverse those that cannot named, as if it was some taboo. Oro naturally knew about the rules of the guardians, but he found himself deeply moved by their resolve to guard the cosmic gate to the death. When can I go to stand guard at the cosmic gate? Oro asked. Although he was closer to the cosmic gate than ever before, he still had no chance of seeing that gate physically. He was stuck in the main base of the Guardians. You? Everyone looked at their restless little brother and chuckled. Do you have the ability to get near the cosmic gate? You must have a special ability and be a great law sage or above to stand guard at the cosmic gate. You're still far from that level. Oro frowned. The law of primal chaos had enabled him to recover his cultivation quickly, but great law sage was still rather far away. It seemed like it would be very difficult for him to get closer to the cosmic gate in a short time. The fearsome tempo started up again, and everyone nervously looked at the black nebula. They would be lying if they said that they were not anxious. All of the Guardians understood that the cosmic gate was getting weaker day by day and might fall to the attacks of the inverse at any moment. When the sealed gate was opened, calamity would wash over the universe. Whoosh! Oro's face turned ashen as he turned and walked away. Oro, where are you going? An elder curiously asked. Oro's name was very ordinary, with countless members of the Lionheart clan alone bearing the name. Thus, he had not changed his name. To cultivate, Oro sternly replied without turning his head. Xia Fei, what are you doing? Hurry up and gather the immemorial mystical armaments. The cosmic gate is in an even worse condition than we thought. Oro muttered to himself. Oro did not know that Xia Fei had never slacked off, that he was putting in 200% effort to gather the remaining immemorial mystical armaments. Not even a dark race princess and a law god could hinder his resolve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless black snakes suddenly raised their heads and sinisterly stared at Xia Fei. Xia Fei knew that these were all dark life-form monsters. While they were small, they possessed terrifying combat power. As for Snake Queen Weenia, her eyes were still closed, but her lips kept moving while not making a sound. Oh no! Not only is Weenia a creator of dark illusions, she's also proficient at controlling beasts. Radix called. Whoosh! Xia Fei lightly swept his finger across his spatial ring, taking out from it a glass jar that he threw more than 1,000 meters into the air. Shatter it, Xia Fei ordered. Furball instantly understood and spat out a small energy ball, which shattered the glass jar. Rumble, a blue explosion, following which white dust drifted across the landscape. The intense odor made it hard to breathe. Fortunately, Xia Fei's armor had a filtering function, or else he would have a hard time as well. What is this? Exclaimed Radix in shock. A product of the toxic belladonna and the 5-flower green maple. It's known as the Omnifall. Xia Fei replied. Don't forget, I studied pharmacology. Sure enough, Xia Fei's poison had an astonishing effect. The black snakes were suddenly deprived of strength and no longer listened to Weenia, refusing to move. That couldn't be. How could the Omnifall have such a powerful effect? Are these monsters not pure dark life forms? Xia Fei cried out in his mind. No matter how strong the poison was, it was designed to deal with exotic beasts. The black snakes were beasts of the dark life form and were not the same as exotic beasts. If Xia Fei's poison was this effective on them, it could only mean that the Beast Spirit Codex could also work on them. Ocular cognition, mind-burrowing art. Whoosh! Xia Fei's eyes lit up as he used the power of the complete Beast Spirit Codex. This was actually the first time he would be using the Beast Spirit Codex after gaining the complete edition. Something incredible happened. Ocular cognition carried Xia Fei's mind-burrowing will and easily took control over a large number of snakes. It must be understood that the Beast Spirit Codex only worked on exotic beasts, incapable of controlling demon chrysalises and dark monsters. Even when Xia Fei had used the Beast Spirit Codex to tame Holy Beast Shatterstar, it had barely done the job. Fortunately, Furball had grown up with Xia Fei and trusted him, and also he had been very young then, so Xia Fei was able to make it work. Now, the Beast Spirit Codex was so powerful. After one attempt, Xia Fei discovered that he had long ago gained the ability to control creatures besides exotic beasts. It was just that mental inertia had prevented Xia Fei from even trying. Nor had he ever tried to comprehend the miraculous attributes of the complete Beast Spirit Codex. Of course, using the Beast Spirit Codex to control these dark monsters was still difficult compared to exotic beasts, but at least Xia Fei could do something to them and was not completely helpless. This was major progress. Whoosh! Snake Queen Weenia scowled, for she was fighting with Xia Fei for control over the thousands of black snakes. Weenia's ability to control the monster snakes was a secret technique passed only through the dark life form, Life Share. It was an extremely vicious dark art. It was easy to see that Weenia's lower half had become that of a snake. This was because she had used part of her life to sign a contract with the monster snakes. The two of them shared their life force and would never forsake each other. However, Xia Fei's Beast Spirit Codex was like a knife, a sharp knife. It had severed the connection between Weenia and the snakes, causing a mess and taking control over part of the snakes. Rumble. The world fell into chaos. The snakes that Xia Fei had taken control of began to fight with the snakes that Weenia controlled. It was a chaotic melee. Friend and foe were impossible to distinguish. While Xia Fei was focused on dealing with Weenia, the law god chose the moment to attack. Although he did not have an immemorial mystical armament or stealth-type divine beast like Gaben, this law god was fighting together with Wienia. Xia Fei had to deal with both the law god and Wienia, whose power level was still a mystery, at the same time. Seeking death, Xia Fei furiously roared. He waved Peacock Blue and Nirvana and once more battled with the law god, neither side able to overcome the other. While Xia Fei had the lower cultivation, he had the power of mystical armaments. It was very normal for him to fight evenly with this law god, but he was still a little lacking to succeed in killing the opponent. After all, the law god could rely on his prodigious reaction times to make up for his lack of speed. Whenever Xia Fei made a killing move, the law god was always able to rely on his experience and reaction time to dodge. Whoa! On the other end of the battlefield, Snake Queen Wienia let out a miserable shriek, and she went from a rather good-looking girl into a crazed old lady. She opened her arms wide as if she were trying to embrace the earth, and a powerful energy surged into the snakes, pushing aside Xia Fei's mental energy. 2 streams of blood flowed down from Wienia's closed eyes. It seemed like she was wagering her life in order to take back control over the snakes. Rumble! The snakes flailed around and began to converge swiftly, the flesh merging and their bones linking. The pack of snakes had joined together into a single snake. As this giant snake took form, Wienia also began to grow stronger. This was the advantage of having connected lives. Just like how Xia Fei could use the delusion art to share energy with Furball, Wienia could share energy with the snake den. Xia Fei gnashed his teeth, the interference of the snakes throwing him off his balance. He was in the middle of losing control of the snakes. Even worse was that this law god was still fighting to the death with him. He did not have the time to deal with it. At this moment, Radix shouted in shock, "Look there! Wienia is finally opening her eyes." Wienia's eyes had been closed this entire time, such that Xia Fei had believed that she was blind. However, as the battle reached its climax, Wienia suddenly opened her eyes. Like snake eyes. How did Wienia's eyes end up like that? Asked Radix in shock. Wienia's pupils were long, thin, and colored. They truly did seem like snake eyes. Whoosh! The gaze was suffused with cold, killing intent, and a powerful mental energy began to assail Xia Fei. It was like a gaze from the depths of hell that wanted to see into Xia Fei's bone marrow. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei was unwilling to back down and used the Beast Spirit Codex's ocular cognition to fight back. Normally, the Beast Spirit Codex's ocular cognition had 2 powerful functions. The first was to enhance Xia Fei's vision and enable him to see very far, and the second was to use ocular cognition for transferring mental energy, allowing him to control or even destroy beasts. Xia Fei had never tried to use ocular cognition on a sapient life form before. This time, Xia Fei did not have a choice, for Wienia was also using ocular cognition, a very callous and wicked kind. No one could have imagined that a clash of eyes would also produce such powerful pulses of energy. Ocular cognition versus ocular cognition. Xia Fei and Wienia tussled, desperately transmitting energy through their eyes and blasting it at their opponent. Oh no! Wienia inherited her mother's golden eyes. This is a very formidable kind of ocular cognition. Not only can it control life forms, it can destroy physical bodies. In the distance, Skywing Law God Xia Jing sternly said. Xia Helen and Xia Hong were also astonished, their gazes gradually turning grave. Xia Fei had already been having a hard time dealing with the 2 experts, and now that Wienia was using the golden eyes she had inherited, it was adding insult to injury. The Skywings were a very adventurous clan, and through many years of constant explorations, they had gained first-hand information about the dark life forms. They knew the structure of these sapient life forms that lived on the Law Realm's perimeter and knew their strengths and weaknesses. The 3 Skywing Law Gods had recognized Wienia's ocular cognition as the legendary golden eyes the moment she used them on Xia Fei. In the legends, the most terrifying existence among the dark life forms was their king, Wendar, who possessed an unfathomable cultivation. However, few people knew that standing behind Wendar was his wife, Wenpixa of the Golden Eyes. Wenpixa was Wendar's elder sister by birth, and Wienia was the product of their incest. The dark race was a strange race. Wenpixa had inherited the greatest power of her clan, but her little brother had not. Even more astonishing was that while Wenpixa was clearly far, far stronger than Wendar, she was willing to hide behind the curtain and assist her brother-husband in ascending the throne of the Dark King. Let's go? Xia Fei is tasked with the heavy duty of drawing out the creator. He's a banner of the clan, and he can't be allowed to fall, or else all of our many years of effort will have gone to waste. Xiaohong called. The Skywings had never considered their colleagues in the circle as opponents. They had only one goal: find that enemy who had killed those with God-wing potential in their clan, the schemer hiding among the 13 creators, and then kill him. The Skywings had secretly been building up strength for so many years precisely for this day. The Skywings had always been very firm when it came to their enemies. Even though the Godwings had been killed many, many years ago, so long that even that creator himself had forgotten, the Skywings still remembered. They still relentlessly sought revenge. This was the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Even if it was 1,000,000 years, 100 million years, and even if there were only one Skywing left, they would still gnaw the foe who had provoked them to death. Xia Jing and Xia Hong had become rather antsy, wanting to charge up and help Xia Fei out of this predicament. But the leader of this team of 3, Xia Helen, stopped them. Don't rush. Let's keep watching, Xia Helen said, grabbing hold of Xia Hong and Xia Jing. The impatient Xia Jing had had enough. Let's not wait. Can't you see that Xia Fei's situation is awful? He's on the knife's edge every second. Don't forget that he's a fiendish wing. The only fiendish wing besides the Grand Ancestor. We can't let him fall into danger. Xiaohong nodded. That's right. It's not like you don't know about the power of a fiendish wing. Even though we have Godwing potential like Xia Fei and are able to reach peak Law God, the potentials of our wings is much worse than Xia Fei's. He's the only one able to reach the level of the Grand Ancestor, or perhaps even higher. Xia Helen's eyes flashed as he pointed at the distant Xia Fei. Look for yourselves. That perilous-seeming battle is already starting to even out. Xia Fei is already adapting to his opponent's pressure and is beginning to build up power for a counterattack. True warriors don't just have cultivation, but tenacity as well. An attitude that holds on and never gives up until the very last moment. Xia Fei hasn't conceded, so why are we in such a rush? Xia Helen's words made Xia Jing and Xia Hong calm down. As they once more looked at the battlefield, they saw that the situation was exactly as Xia Helen described. After getting through that most difficult moment, Xia Fei was gradually gaining his footing in this battle against 2 experts. This was a display of supreme tenacity. Not just Xia Fei, even Furball and Peacock Blue seemed abnormally brave and heroic. A difficult battle was the best way for a warrior to mature, and Xia Fei was rapidly maturing in the middle of this battle. Rumble. That Law God unleashed a vicious spatial slash. 1, 2, 3. 128 spatial blades came one after another, all of them aimed at Xia Fei. They moved with extreme speed and ruthlessness. Furball could tell that the situation was turning bad and quickly fired off a giant energy beam to stop these 128 spatial blades. Alas, these sharp blades were not coming from just one direction, but surrounding Xia Fei from all sides. The attacks of a Law God were extremely sharp and vicious. The spatial blades reached Xia Fei in the blink of an eye, and he used his speed to dodge just barely. The vicious blades brushed past him. These were lightspeed attacks, so Xia Fei's speed was not enough to avoid them entirely. Moreover, he was not just dealing with the Law God, but also had to resist Weenia's ocular cognition, which was attacking his mind. Rumble. As the blades arrived, Peacock Blue suddenly bravely placed itself between them and Xia Fei, using its 6 giant blades of grass to form a shield. The Law God's attacks were not just for show. Each spatial blade was lethal. For a moment, bits of blue grass flew in the air. Peacock Blue had become very weak after repeated attacks and seemed on the verge of collapse. More than half of the 6 giant blades of grass had been instantly shorn away. However, Peacock Blue was very tenacious and tough, tougher and more tenacious than metal. In the face of this powerful offensive, it managed to hold out. Though it was severely damaged, it still managed to hold out against the full-throated offensive of a Law God. This was in itself a miracle. What a tenacious, immemorial, mystical armament, grimly said the Law God. but I've already destroyed it. So let's see what you can use to stop me now. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and said nothing. He must deal with Weenia's ocular cognition and mental pressure on one end and the Law God's full force attacks on the other. This sort of high-pressure fight was a huge test of Xia Fei's ability. Just now, Xia Fei had messed up his footwork a little, and so he had lost control of his ocular cognition and almost been crushed by Weenia's mental energy. Weenia's strange golden eyes slowly began to bleed, while that Law God also began to pant for breath. It was clear that they were fighting Xia Fei with everything they had. Phoenix danced stellar soul. The Law God roared as he used the same attack once more. When fighting a Skywing warrior, the greater the distance, the better. This was the strongest attack he could use from a distance. Each attack consumed immense amounts of power. Break! Xia Fei roared. It was a dire situation, so Xia Fei had no choice but to use his ultimate trump card. As he spoke, the mysterious energy ball in his seventh brain region broke open. Endless energy flooded through Xia Fei's body, and his muscles began to swell as fiendish energy exploded. Energy was a warrior's foundation, and there was no doubt that the energy Xia Fei possessed could not be compared to a piece of equipment. Once Xia Fei released it, it would instantly sweep over everything. It would give Xia Fei a temporary boost and push him to an unprecedented peak. Rainbow energy waves pulsed out from Xia Fei, the enormous shock waves leaving everyone stunned. Xia Fei did not have a Law God's cultivation, but the energy he unleashed at this moment could have a great Law God blushing in shame. No one knew how Xia Fei had managed to hide this energy, and no one had ever seen this sort of energy explosion having such an astonishing effect. Using the energy that he had accumulated, Xia Fei pushed his combat strength all the way to the Law God level. Law Sage to Law God was an absurd gap to cross. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 128 soul blades made from the Law of Space could not be retrieved once fired. As Xia Fei's rainbow energy ball burst apart, that frightening attack arrived. At this moment, the barely alive Peacock Blue suddenly began to grow crazily at an absurd speed. Peacock Blue was the most tenacious weed in the universe, and the greater the pressure from the enemy it felt, the faster it grew. Not only had the attack from before failed to cow Peacock Blue, it had also stimulated its will to fight. Peacock Blue seemed possessed, rocketing into the sky. Not only did it get larger, it even grew another blade of grass. It evolved. Peacock Blue evolved in the middle of battle. This really is the most tenacious, immemorial mystical armament. Peacock Blue evolved at the perfect time. Radix's eyes flashed as he excitedly spoke. Peacock Blue now had 7 blades of grass, each one 5 kilometers in length. Rumble. The Law God's attack arrived, but Xia Fei did not dodge. The giant blades of grass of Peacock Blue were like the hands of a god, rising up to block these attacks. Peacock Blue and Xia Fei suddenly unleashed an astounding level of energy. The rainbow energy ball in Xia Fei's 7th brain region had shattered, causing his power to soar crazily, and Peacock Blue had also suddenly evolved. It now had its 7th blade of grass, 5 kilometers long. Break! Xia Fei roared as he transferred some of the unbelievable energy in his brain region to Peacock Blue. The bluegrass's recently enhanced body went to fend off the Law God's attack. Rumble! There was a tremendous boom. The 128 spatial blades, the strongest long-distance attack the Law God expert could muster, were stopped by Peacock Blue. The fusion of energy and plant had produced a dazzling effect. Peacock Blue's 7 blades of grass were covered in a thin energy membrane, the result of Xia Fei releasing the power of his rainbow energy ball. The 7th brain region was extremely mysterious, and the strange energy ball in the brain region was powerful beyond comparison. With this vast energy assisting it, the already powerful Peacock Blue became simply unbreakable, unstoppable. Even the long-distance attack of a Law God could not shake it. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Fei madly charged over. He swung Peacock Blue, and Nirvana followed right behind it. His speed was an astonishing 4 million meters per second. Xia Fei was a beam of light, traveling in a curved arc as he instantly reached maximum speed. That Law God had never imagined that Xia Fei would be able to resist his spatial blades. On the side, Snake Queen Weenia also was unable to believe what her eyes were seeing. In battle, any sort of emotional disturbance was fatal. The moment then felt shocking. Xia Fei subtly changed up his tactics. The 7 giant blades of peacock blue became like a divine hand, reaching back and grabbing Nirvana. After which, it threw that cross-shaped fiendish blade as if it were the strongest javelin thrower. Whoosh! The law god turned ghastly pale. Peacock blue was much stronger after its evolution, and it also had Xia Fei's energy. This single toss carried the strength to topple mountains and reverse seas. With the immemorial mystical armament throwing out a weapon that was already traveling at 4 million meters per second, Nirvana instantly neared light speed. Not good, grunted the law god, and he hastily retreated to the side. Nirvana made an elegant arc in the air and brushed past his body. Phew, exhaled the law god, thankful to have survived. After all, Nirvana was so powerful and Xia Fei had thrown it out at such high speeds that no one could underestimate it. In actuality, it was not too difficult for the law god to dodge Xia Fei's attacks using his reaction time. What puzzled him was that Xia Fei had not thrown out Nirvana with the intention of hitting the target. The shortest distance between the two was a straight line, meaning that if Xia Fei had wanted Nirvana to hit as soon as possible, he should have thrown it in a straight line. In this way, he could use his maximum speed to kill the god in a single blow. However, Nirvana had clearly flown in an arc, and it was a weird arc that was still accelerating. Nirvana had not paused at all as it brushed past the law god, only getting faster and faster. It was as if Xia Fei had saved his strength only erupt at the later stage of this arc. Rumble! Nirvana charged at Wienia, traveling at an even faster speed than before. Wienia had cunningly hidden behind the law god and used her ocular cognition to hold down Xia Fei. Just now, Xia Fei's string of counterattacks had shaken her and slightly destabilized her mind, and this lack of focus was the perfect opportunity for him to counterattack. Nirvana seemed to have eyes, shooting toward Wienia at absurd speeds. Wienia saw that she could not dodge Nirvana, so as she shot to the side, the snake scales on her body began to climb upward. It appeared that these scales had some special ability, and she seemed to believe that once the scales completely covered her body, she would be able to avoid Xia Fei's long-distance attack. Once Wienia's body was covered in scales, it began to give off a light, and wherever the light appeared, Wienia began to disappear. It was as if she had entered a time tunnel, her body dissipating into flecks of light. Whoosh! In a flash, at the very last moment, Nirvana swept past the disappearing Wienia. With a scream, Wienia disappeared, leaving her arm on the ground. As for those dark snakes, without Wienia controlling them, they were naturally no match for Xia Fei, and the Beast Spirit Codex succeeded in seizing control of more than half of them. Only now did the law god realize that Xia Fei had never been trying to attack him. Instead, he was removing the presence that had been constantly distracting him from a distance. Wienia. This 2 versus 1 fight had now become a 1 versus 1. With Xia Fei having released his ultimate energy and Peacock Blue having evolved, their combat power was far greater than before. Turning around, Xia Fei bared his head and crazily lunged at that law god. The fiend wing, unfathomable in the mist, and as sharp as a blade. He also had Furball, Peacock Blue, Nirvana, and innumerable black snakes. This law god soon began to falter. After all, Xia Fei was not fighting alone. He had an entire posse of powerful madmen. Excellent work, as Xia Fei cut down that law god. In the distance, Xia Jing could not help but raise his arms and cheer. The fiend wing and a fiendish blade. Xia Fei really is powerful. Look, that law god has been sucked dry by his fiendish blade. Even reincarnation is impossible. Xia Hong was even more excited, pointing at Xia Fei's stainless nirvana as he spoke. Even the composed Xia Helen could not help but repeatedly nod his head. The Grand Ancestor already mentioned this blade of Xia Fei's. He said that it's something even he had never seen before. As a weapon that's able to prevent even a law god from being reborn, it's definitely a supreme weapon of the universe. Xia Jing pursed his lips and looked at himself. Truly, comparison can anger one to death. We managed to reach Law God, but our equipment is terrible compared to Xia Fei's. He is equipped with all kinds of divine equipment and even has a holy beast as a pet. The only one in the clan who can compare to him in terms of equipment is probably just the Grand Ancestor. Xia Helen shook his head. That's where you're wrong. No matter how good the equipment is, everything still depends on the user. It's only in Xia Fei's hands that all these excellent items can display 120% of their power. Take that holy beast Shatterstar. Without some luck, who could have a holy beast recognize them as a master? Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to do anything with it. Xia Fei is the only fiendish wing besides the Grand Ancestor in our clan. When he really gets going, his craziness is comparable to the Grand Ancestors, and that's where Xia Fei's foundation lies. Xia Jing nodded. You're right. This kid really is different from the rest. Even among the Skywings, he's a very extreme existence. Alas, Xia Fei's background is an enigma that even the Grand Ancestor can't solve. I'd really like to know who it was that Xia Fei inherited his fiendish nature from. Xia Helen said. Xia Fei has heavily injured Wienia and killed another lackey sent by the founders. Be it Dark King Windar or the Law Realm's 13 founders, they'll be furious. The truth might emerge soon. The mood became rather heavy. The greater the mess Xia Fei caused in Dark Life Form territory, the more his enemies could not allow him to survive. When those founders realized that they could not kill Xia Fei, no matter which agent they sent, they would undoubtedly come out themselves. And this was exactly what the Skywings had been waiting for. The founders were the strongest existences on this part of the universe, and only a few people knew the true faces of the 13 founders. They did not even know what cultivation level the 13 founders had reached. In the Law Realm, they were gods, the strongest and most enigmatic existences. Now, the Skywings were determined to avenge that past wrong and go all out against that founder who had opposed them. As long as this person showed themselves, the 3 Skywing superior law gods hiding in the shadows would immediately strike. They would join with their vanguard, Xia Fei, and catch their foe. This was an insane decision. No one had ever dared to oppose the 13 founders. Moreover, the Skywings did not even know if it was one founder or multiple founders who had killed their god wing those many years ago. The heavens and earth were vast, but nothing was greater than the rules of the Skywing clan. It did not matter who their enemy was. What was important was that no matter who they were, the Skywing Wolfpack would dare to lunge at them. Xia Jing smiled and glanced at the distant Xia Fei, who was picking through the spoils of battle. Regardless, we have to thank Xia Fei. If not for his daring, drawing out the founders would be a rather difficult problem. The 3 law gods smiled in understanding. The more forthright Xia Hong said, Brother Jing is right. Xia Fei is already showing the fiendish wing while being at the Law Sage level, and now he's killed an enforcer war god sent by the founders. That enemy who holds a grudge against our clan must be seething by now. In my view, those founders will definitely send their strongest war god to kill Xia Fei. All 3 of them nodded. After all, Xia Fei was causing a rather large mess in the god race, and even Dark King Windar's daughter had almost been killed by him. That demon of darkness was undoubtedly in a thunderous fury. The dark race and the Law Realm had a secret pact, and Windar's fury would place endless pressure on the founders. Moreover, even a law god serving under the founders had not been able to kill Xia Fei, which was utterly humiliating. In the distance, Xia Fei had finished putting away that nameless law god's spatial ring and armor. From the look on his face, it was easy to see that he had made quite the windfall. After all, this was still a law god. Given how long he had spent in the Law Realm and that he was a trusted subordinate of the 13 founders, he undoubtedly had many possessions. Alas, all his wealth now belonged to Xia Fei. Even that rainbow energy ball in his 7th brain region was now once more brimming with energy. Truly, this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xia Fei moved over to the arm that Princess Wienia had left behind. From the bone dust, he picked up a dark red spatial ring, gently placing it on his finger and sending his mind into it. Zing! Xia Fei paled. The domain of demons, the most sacred place in the demon race. Just like how the god race had the domain of gods and the palace of gods, the demon race had its palace of demon kings, where the demon race's experts of law god and above could convene to discuss matters. Just as before, New Moon was all smiles, greeting the various law gods of the palace of demon kings. Alas, all that came were voices of disdain. It appeared that New Moon was disliked by his colleagues. and they did not like that he occupied a spot in the palace of demon kings. New Moon seemed completely unconcerned, though. Disregarding these scornful looks, his manners were immaculate. No matter how many people cursed at him behind his back, he always smiled back. Past the great hall was a dimly lit corridor. The mocking laughter of the demon race law gods began to fade into the distance from here. New Moon's face stopped smiling and turned savage instead. In the flickering lanterns, his veins seemed to stand out particularly. "One day, I'll make all of you pay," New Moon whispered in his shrill voice. Suddenly, a ghost-like figure appeared behind him. He showed up so suddenly that nobody in the domain of demons noticed him. This could only mean that his cultivation had reached a truly terrifying level. "Who do you want to make pay?" whispered the ghostly shadow. "Anyone who mocks me," New Moon replied coldly without even turning his head, seemingly aware that he was being followed, yet was totally unconcerned by it. "Oh, anyone? Then what if this old man mocks you?" New Moon smiled and replied, "Every person has a price. As long as someone makes a sufficiently high offer, I can even challenge your venerable self." The elder behind him shook his head and bitterly smiled, muttering, "You truly are callous and cruel. A full moon has no flaws. Is there nothing in your eyes that can't be turned into a transaction?" New Moon simply replied, "No. If you are willing to hand over all your cultivation in exchange, I can give you the lives of my entire family, including the unborn child in my wife's womb." The elder shrugged. "The reason you've never been able to reach peak law god is that probably you're too ruthless. You don't need to worry about those fellows in the palace of demon kings. You came from the god race, so your presence in the palace of demon kings naturally faces a lot of resistance. It's only natural for them to treat you poorly." New Moon said nothing. Yes, he was an oddball in the palace of demon kings. As a member of the beautiful Hidden Blade's direct lineage, New Moon had betrayed his clan and joined the demon race. The god race naturally loathed New Moon and wanted him to die, and while the demon race kept New Moon around, they harassed him in every way possible. For many years now, New Moon had endured it all, living as an unloved existence, so the resentment in him had built up to sky-high levels. The elder paused a moment before continuing. "I have a job. If you succeed, I'll help you ascend to peak law god." Zing! New Moon froze and suspiciously looked at the elder. He then waved a hand, raising a barrier in the corridor that surrounded him and the elder so that no one would hear them talking. "Deal," New Moon coldly said. The answer was so straightforward that the elder was in disbelief. "You don't even want to ask who your opponent is going to be or request anything?" New Moon shook his head. "I don't need to. Ascending to peak law gods is worth killing anyone." The elder chuckled. "All right then. You must kill someone even more ruthless than you this time. If you succeed, you'll become a peak law god." New Moon frowned, saying, "I don't feel like there's anyone in the universe more ruthless than me unless—" "Correct," the elder replied. "The demon-sealing fiendish blade." New Moon appeared very dejected, plopping to the floor as his face turned ghastly pale. "I really didn't think that you'd move against the Skywings. The price is truly very high. Alas, I can't kill Xia Guqing. He's the only person in the law realm I'm unwilling to fight." The elder said in a strange tone, "How rare. Even New Moon has someone he can't kill." New Moon scowled as he softly said, "Xia Guqing simply isn't human. The Skywings are a clan of fiends." The elder sighed and turned to leave. "After so many years, it turns out that you're still brooding over that." Presently, the Skywings have another fiendish wing besides Xia Guqing, and his name is Xia Fei. Fortunately, his wings aren't fully grown out yet, and he's just reached Law Sage. I thought that you'd like this job, but it turns out that even the infamous New Moon still fears the demon-sealing fiendish blade. What a pity. Hold on. New Moon stood up and stopped the elder, asking, "You're not asking me to kill Xia Guqing?" "No. For a Law Sage warrior, you'd help me ascend to peak law god?" "Correct. Why?" "This price far exceeds the worth of a Law Sage warrior," New Moon questioned. The elder calmly replied, "As I've said before, this Xia Fei is even more ruthless than you. Plus, he's the second warrior in the history of the Skywings to unfurl a fiendish wing. He's only a level 1 Law Sage, but he's already unfurled a fiendish wing. Don't you think that this sort of person is worth it?" New Moon froze, seemingly shaken by the elder's words. Fiendish wings were no ordinary existences. The Skywing's grand ancestor, Xia Guqing, was able to carve out a corner of the law realm for himself precisely because of his speed and his fiendish wings. The Skywings getting a second fiendish wing was awful news for any clan that disliked the Skywings. After all, fiendish wings were just too powerful. Nodding, New Moon became solemn and grim. I hope that this Xia Fei won't let me down. Someone even more ruthless than me. I'd really like to experience what that's like. Thus, New Moon took the elder's deal. The moment he heard that he did not need to kill Xia Guqing, but rather someone called Xia Fei, who was only a law sage, he immediately became confident. Don't blame me for not warning you. While your opponent may just be a law sage, he has the combat power of a law god. In addition, Xia Guqing definitely won't let you go easily. I'm sure that you understand how that pack of madmen works. The elder smiled and left. New Moon called, relax. For me to become a peak law god, that Xia Fei will surely die, and it would be a very miserable death. His face grim, New Moon made a killing motion with his hand. Look, it's the immemorial mystical armament Whistling Moon Willow, said Xia Hong in shock as he pointed at the distant Xia Fei. It was quite the coincidence. While the Nirvana Fiend Blade soul-shaking strike had failed to kill Weenia, it had cut off her arm, and this was Weenia's right arm, which happened to be carrying her spatial ring. Thus, all of Snake Queen Weenia's property had fallen into Xia Fei's possession. He felt that it was quite sad that he could not kill Weenia, but at least he had her possessions to comfort him. Xia Fei was startled at first, and then he excitedly took a green plant from the ring. The plant appeared like a weeping willow, but the branches were like steel whips. The moment the Whistling Moon Willow appeared, the entire planet instantly turned tense, an inexplicably strange wind beginning to blow. Yes, that must be one of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, the Whistling Moon Willow, also known as the soul-reaping chill wind. Xia Jing's eyes brightened. The Whistling Moon Willow's trait is wind, a cold and wild wind that can slice throats. It can unleash long-distance wind attacks. Xia Fei's luck is really good, finding the 5th immemorial mystical armament so quickly. His peacock blue has already combined its innate tenacity with the scattered star chrysanthemum's energy flowers, the 9 night plum's poison, and the unparting pine's toughness. With the chill wind blades of the Whistling Moon Willow, it will become absurdly terrifying. Xia Helen nodded and excitedly said, this isn't just luck. If Xia Fei didn't pull a trick and succeeded in slicing off Weenia's arms, how could he ever get a hold of the Whistling Moon Willow? While fighting against 2 experts at once, he was able to kill one and cripple one. That was a resounding success. As they say, the heavens help those who help themselves. It was through Xia Fei's own efforts that he managed to get the 5th immemorial mystical armament. Seeing what Peacock Blue will be like after absorbing the Whistling Moon Willow is truly something to look forward to. While Peacock Blue is powerful, its attack range is rather short, only able to attack those within its length. If an enemy attacks from far away, its blades of grass won't be able to reach. The Whistling Moon Willow's attribute is wind, omnipresent chill wind with an unimaginably vast range. If Peacock Blue is able to obtain those long-distance wind blades, it will be able to be far more lethal in battle. The 3 Skywing Law Gods repeatedly nodded, all of them happy that Xia Fei had obtained the Whistling Moon Willow. Immemorial mystical armaments had miraculous effects against dark life forms and the inverse. If Xia Fei could gather all 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, not only would it serve as his trump card, it would become an important hole card for the entire Skywing clan. Xia Fei moved very quickly and did not linger on the battlefield. He took out the universe's fastest ship, the Gemini, and quickly flew away, instantly disappearing into the sea of stars. As he watched Xia Fei leave, Xia Helen said, obtaining an immemorial mystical armament is one thing, but subduing it is another. I hope that Xia Fei won't let the Grand Ancestor down, both playing his role as a pathfinder and also subduing the Whistling Moon Willow. Xia Hong noted, there are 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, and Xia Fei already has 4, which is more than half. Peacock Blue is already rather powerful, so it should be much easier to subdue the remaining 3, right? Xia Helen slightly frowned, saying, we can't make rash assumptions. After all, Subduing all 7 immemorial mystical armaments is an unprecedented feat. Besides hoping that things go well for Xia Fei, there's nothing we can do. We certainly can't predict what challenges he will face. The precious brilliant space. After obtaining the Whistling Moon Willow, Xia Fei immediately entered it to try subduing the mystical armament. Things have been getting more and more difficult lately. Xia Fei suddenly realized that he had to fight a freakish law god expert every day, each one of them an unkillable veteran. They were not even on the same level as his old enemies, wielding such strength that would shake anyone. Better to rely on oneself than others. Xia Fei well understood these words. As such, his most important priority was increasing his strength so that he could do with stronger and stronger enemies. As the Whistling Moon Willow was placed on the ground, Radix sternly said, "Let's get started. This is the king of wind among the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea. If you succeed in integrating the Whistling Moon Willow, Peacock Blue will experience a massive leap in power." Okay. Xia Fei's brows furrowed as he grimly replied. Mystical armament Whistling Moon Willow. When the wind blew, the willow catkins were like throat-slitting blades. Immemorial mystical armament Whistling Moon Willow was no ordinary weapon. The moment Xia Fei placed it in the precious brilliant space, the Whistling Moon Willow sensed his threat and Peacock Blue's desire, and so it immediately turned the surrounding air into a storm of blades. The blades were sharp, the air stream mobilized into killing weapons, but what was most formidable about them was their unpredictability. To the left were 1,000 blades, and to the right were 1,000 blades. It was as if a deluge had joined a tornado, and it was difficult to defend against them. The 7 plants of the Cloud Sea had gentle nature and tenacious life sources. The Whistling Moon Willow was a rare exception as an offensive weapon among the 7. The Whistling Moon Willow seemed like a fiendish demon with disheveled hair, its drooping willow branches flailing around like divine whips, each swing a vicious attack. Sheesh. It's my first time running into a mystical armament that attacks first. Even the scattered star chrysanthemum and its energy flowers didn't counterattack so fiercely. It seems that this Whistling Moon Willow truly does have a ruthless personality. Xia Fei began to dodge around the windstorm while carefully observing the Whistling Moon Willow's attack patterns. The plant-type immemorial mystical armaments Xia Fei had subdued in the past all had very docile personalities, only attacking after Xia Fei had attacked. But the moment he let out the Whistling Moon Willow, it attacked him, viciously biting at him without asking about right or wrong. The mystical armaments that Xia Fei had tamed in the past could be compared to hunting dogs, and the Whistling Moon Willow was undoubtedly a wild wolf, with a berserk nature and sharp claws. Radix felt very excited, sternly saying, "That's exactly what you want. Plant-type mystical armaments are too gentle and docile. You need a savage monster like the Whistling Moon Willow to increase your combat power. Once you get the Whistling Moon Willow, Peacock Blue's rank will definitely rise." Xia Fei firmly nodded. "Okay, let's see which of us is crazier." Whoosh! Xia Fei continued to flit around like a ghost while being watchful of the Whistling Moon Willow's attacks. It must be said that the Whistling Moon Willow was undoubtedly an oddball among the plant-type mystical armaments. No matter how he saw it, Whistling Moon Willow seemed to have an overly unbridled personality for a plant. It was clear that Xia Fei, with his many trump cards, was many times stronger than the Whistling Moon Willow, and even law gods had fallen to him. But the Whistling Moon Willow just did not care. Even with its one-note attacks, it still kept fighting. Xia Fei could not help but take a liking to its personality. Several minutes later, Xia Fei stopped dodging and became like a stone Buddha as he let the wind blades of the Whistling Moon Willow batter the Sin Raksha armor. "What are you doing now? Why aren't you dodging?" Radix curiously asked. Xia Fei had the crafty approach and he had his speed, so it was not difficult for him to dodge the Whistling Moon Willow's attacks. But Xia Fei had oddly chosen to stop dodging and let the Whistling Moon Willow beat him up. Radix did not get it. The sparks leaping around Xia Fei's eyes made Radix shiver in fear. It seemed that he had found a way to deal with the Whistling Moon Willow. "Dodge?" Xia Fei smiled as he loudly asked. "When facing an opponent weaker than me, why should I dodge?" Radix was stunned and pondered over his words. In the distance, the Whistling Moon Willow also seemed to understand Xia Fei's meaning and slightly slowed down its attacks. As Xia Fei pointed into the distance, His eyes erupted with cold light. Every slash you send my way, I'll return 10. Radix was completely speechless. The method Xia Fei had devised to deal with the vicious Whistling Moon Willow was to be even more vicious. After the fierce winds and rain had passed, the Whistling Moon Willow became like a real weeping willow, its leaves drooping to the ground, its imposing aura from before completely vanishing. It was like a defeated general as it weakly struggled. Xia Fei, you're really vicious. How could you treat an immemorial mystical armament like this? No matter how you put it, Whistling Moon Willow will eventually become one of your important cards. Radix gasped in bewilderment, his eyes wide open. Xia Fei coldly stared at the Whistling Moon Willow and indifferently said, "There's no time. Haven't you realized it yet? The situation is much more complicated than we thought. Even now, I still don't know why I'm able to be tracked by the Law Realm experts no matter where I go in the Dark Life Form territory." Radix said nothing, dropping his head as he began to think, too. The situation truly was very strange. It was as if someone had been reporting Xia Fei's whereabouts to the enemies. But who would have such a good grasp of Xia Fei's movements? It must be understood that not many people knew that Xia Fei had entered the Dark Life Form territory. Also, whether it was the Gemini or the rest of Xia Fei's equipment, they had all been thoroughly searched, and they had found no problems with them. The fact that he was still being pursued and entrapped in these circumstances forced Xia Fei to elevate his vigilance. Even stranger was that, whenever Xia Fei entered a resting period, everything would be fine. Incidents would happen when Xia Fei started moving again. For example, Xia Fei was completely focused on subduing the Whistling Moon Willow and had wasted several hours on the process, but no one had come to cause him trouble. Putting everything together, Xia Fei concluded that the person in the shadows was choosing when to send information, choosing the right moments for Xia Fei to fall into the trap. Xia Fei had never encountered such a situation before, and he could not help but worry. As the saying went, the unseen enemy was the most frightening. The mission had to keep going, and he had to deal with this unseen opponent. The pressure on his shoulders was immense. Even if the Whistling Moon Willow is injured, I can use my own energy to repair the damage. What's important is that this guy has to serve me, Xia Fei sternly said. Time was short, and Xia Fei did not have the time to build a relationship with the Whistling Moon Willow. Thus, he used a brutal method to beat down the Whistling Moon Willow, but this had had a miraculous effect. This was because the Whistling Moon Willow was not some gentle character. If Xia Fei tried to tame it by slowly getting closer to it, it would be both more difficult and take much more time, and time was exactly what Xia Fei lacked. Xia Fei raised his right arm, and the 7 bluegrass blades of peacock blue spiraled out like the arms of an octopus, looking down on the Whistling Moon Willow. Raising his eyebrow, Xia Fei sternly said, "Peacock blue, subdue it." The precious brilliant space. Whoosh whoosh. Peacock blue moved so quickly that all it left in the air were dizzying blurs. With each swing, it would create a slender wind blade. This was the wind attribute of the Whistling Moon Willow. After absorbing the Whistling Moon Willow, Peacock Blue's blades were now 10 kilometers long, double the length. Also, because it had absorbed the Whistling Moon Willow, each 10-kilometer-long blade of grass could create a giant wind blade of similar length, a power to slice apart the world. The Whistling Moon Willow's wind blades had been short and fast, but after it was integrated into Peacock Blue, the wind blades became long and sweeping. Each blade had 120% power, and they were even more effective when dealing with giant dark life forms. Now, Peacock Blue had 8, not 7 grass blades. It had promoted. After a short amount of time, Peacock Blue had absorbed the Whistling Moon Willow and promoted again, once more getting closer to its complete form of 13 blades of grass. Whoosh! Xia Fei put away Peacock Blue, lit a stick of his cheap cigarette, and casually stood up. Radix excitedly said, "Such powerful wind blades. Peacock Blue can now make long-distance attacks. These powerful blows seem capable of destroying everything. More importantly, Peacock Blue has promoted again. It has only been 1 day, but Peacock Blue has promoted twice. What a wonderful surprise." Xia Fei nodded and said, "Peacock Blue may have been born to deal with the dark life forms and those creatures beyond the cosmic gate. I've also come to realize the effectiveness of peacock blue, not just against the dark life forms. It even seems to grow very quickly in battles, as we can see by how it promoted twice in such short order. Suddenly, Furball turned over and began to snore. Whether he was really asleep or just faking it, it was clear that he was unhappy. Xia Fei and Radix could not help but smile. Furball and Peacock Blue had been rivals, and now that Peacock Blue had subdued the Whistling Moon Willow and brought together 5 mystical armaments, even evolving twice, it had left Furball far behind. Furball, who felt quite humiliated, was likely in a terrible mood right now. Shaking his head, Xia Fei put Peacock Blue, sat back on the ground, and stroked his spatial ring, taking out the white flamingo to examine it. "What's this?" Radix curiously asked. Xia Fei replied, "I've thought it over. Among all the things that I have, it's only this white flamingo that I can't understand. This may have been the cause behind me being hunted down twice." Radix said in shock, "That can't be. The Skywing clan gave you this. You're suspecting your own clan." Xia Fei nonchalantly said, "I'm just judging matters impartially. Although I'm confident that my clan will never sell me out, this white flamingo is truly too strange. It doesn't seem like a product of the Law Realm's technology. Look at its composition and communication circuits. At my current level of knowledge, I can't make heads or tails of it." Radix replied, "This thing actually looks rather familiar, but I can't remember where I saw it." The two of them studied it for a long time, after which Xia Fei decided to dismantle it. This was a very risky move, for the white flamingo was extremely advanced. If Xia Fei took it apart, he may be unable to put it back together, which meant that he would be practically destroying it for good with any wrong move. Xia Fei had always been an extremely curious person, viewing the world with a suspicious gaze. When he saw something that he did not understand, he would become determined to get to the bottom of it. Thus, even though it was very risky, Xia Fei still decided to take apart the mysterious white flamingo and see what was inside it. Xia Fei's fingertips held a hair-thin set of mechanical forceps. Xia Fei slightly twitched his fingers, and the forceps cleanly snipped a circuit in the white bird. As the forceps were put away, Xia Fei and Radix appeared rather proud. Radix nodded and said, "You're really something else, discovering such a tiny circuit. More importantly, with this circuit removed, the white flamingo will still be running just fine. It's clear that this circuit didn't do anything." Xia Fei exhaled in relief. It's very strange for such a complicated machine to have a useless circuit. Whatever it did, I could only rest easy now that I've destroyed it. If I'm still being chased down after this, then I really don't know what to say. Xia Fei was feeling very smug, for he had finally understood a part of the white flamingo's structure and cut out a circuit that he considered useless. At the same time, in a distant region of space, the 3 Skywing Law Gods could not bring themselves to be happy at all. "It's over. It's over." I don't know what set Xia Fei off, but he cut out the tracking circuit in the white flamingo. This really wasn't the place to use his smarts. Why would he even touch the white flamingo in the first place? The 3 of us can't follow him anymore, and he'll have to face any challenges alone from here on. Xia Jing covered his head as he groaned, the veins on his forehead bulging. The 3 of us can't follow him anymore, and he'll have to face any challenges alone from here on. Xia Jing groaned in shock. The 3 Law Gods turned slightly green, helpless expressions on their faces. Xia Fei was the Pathfinder, the vanguard of the Skywing's frenzied counterattack. He had the important duty of drawing out the founders. Alas, the 3 hidden Skywing Law Gods had lost their connection to Xia Fei, while the young man was still as determined as before to continue the crazy mission Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing had given him. This meant that Xia Fei could be surrounded by Law Gods at any time, perhaps even the founders, without the support of the clan. Ugh, I've already said that Xia Fei's too abnormal, too smart. He likes causing trouble too much. We should have told him about the plan. Xia Jing continued to grumble loudly. Now, we're in a fine mess. Xia Fei dismantled the white flamingo and removed the tracking circuit. What do we do now? The forthright Xia Hong nodded. Xia Fei's truly formidable, not just in making trouble, but also in his methods. Didn't the Grand Ancestor say that the white flamingo was gifted to him by his mysterious friend, and that nobody in the universe except that friend would be able to understand it? Xia Fei successfully disassembling the white flamingo proves that he's extremely capable. Xia Jing pursed his lips and helplessly said, "We're not here to compliment him, okay? He's truly formidable to have been able to comprehend the white flamingo. But the question is, why did Xia Fei do that? It was a perfectly good plan, but he had to go and ruin it. I can't help but be a little depressed. Why is Xia Fei so stubborn, always insisting on using his own train of thoughts to solve problems? It's as if he feels uncomfortable unless he's causing trouble." All three of them were speechless. It had already been proven numerous times that Xia Fei always had a knack for complicating simplicity, and this incident was no exception. This was a kind of ability, an ability that gave everyone a headache. Xia Helen's face stiffened as he said in a low voice, "At this moment, there's no point in talking about it anymore. Let's split up. The first to find Xia Fei must report his location immediately and tell him the entire plan. We truly shouldn't have concealed it from him. We can't afford to lose him because of this. After all, he's the Godwing and fiendish wing of our Skywing clan." Understood. The three law gods sternly nodded and vanished into the vastness of space. Xia Fei had simply modified the white flamingo out of his instinctive caution. He truly had no idea what sort of terrifying thing he had done. The Gemini rapidly advanced, heading toward the location of the next plant-type mystical armament. The journey has been going very smoothly. We still have 3 days to rest and recuperate, Xia Fei said after inspecting the navigation system on the command deck. Radix nodded. This journey is somewhat longer, so you might as well use this time to cultivate a little. We're in enemy territory, so every bit of increase in power is precious. Xia Fei replied, "You're right. My intuition tells me that my law of primal chaos is about to break into the next level. It's just that I haven't had the time to cross the threshold. In these 3 days, I'll try and break through." Radix became very excited, saying in a loud voice, "The power of the law of primal chaos is beyond compare. If you could strengthen this reversal power again, that would be just wonderful. From what I can tell, the law of primal chaos isn't entirely unstoppable. The gap between you and your enemy can't be that big, or else even the miraculous law of primal chaos will lose effect." Xia Fei replied, "I know this too. When facing enemies who are too strong, it can slightly alter their laws, but it can't completely destroy them. This is because I lack the ability. If the law of primal chaos is improved a little more, I think that I'll be able to reverse any law god attack." Time was money. Xia Fei checked the Gemini's navigation log one more time before entering the precious brilliant space and cultivating the law of primal chaos. The law of primal chaos was very difficult, even more freakishly difficult than the law realm's most difficult law, the law of speed. While cultivating it, Xia Fei was drenched in sweat. The law of primal chaos pattern was constantly forming in his brain region, putting Xia Fei through excruciating pain. This was long torment, but nothing could be done by him except endure. Ever since he learned that the law of primal chaos had not been created by the black and white gods, Xia Fei had developed a completely new understanding of this law, which could reverse everything. It was obvious that the law of primal chaos was in existence above the current powers of the law realm. Xia Fei even felt that the law of primal chaos had other powers besides reversal. It was just that Xia Fei's understanding of the law of primal chaos was still too shallow to fathom this law's secrets. The pattern formation was very slow and difficult. As Xia Fei's rank increased, the savage side of the law of primal chaos became more and more evident. Again, Xia Fei roared as he once more attempted to cross the threshold of the law of primal chaos to the next level. Not even breaking into Law Sage had been this difficult, but Xia Fei was not at all dejected. He was determined to break into level 5 law of primal chaos, this threshold that had troubled him for so long. Radix, from the sidelines, suddenly discovered that watching Xia Fei cultivate was also a very blood-pumping affair. Just like in battle, during cultivation, Xia Fei behaved like an extremely determined and stubborn madman. Simply by observing him, one would be drawn in by Xia Fei's determination never to give up and start to feel their blood boiling. One more time. Xia Fei's chosen method was very simple. If one time did not work, then try it a second time. If a second time would not do, then he would try a third time. He would not stop until the law pattern had finished forming. Dark life form territory. Two war gods stood side by side. Strangely, one of them was from the law realm, while the other was a dark life form. Yet they treated each other like good friends, neither looking hostilely at the other. One of them was New Moon from the Palace of Demon Kings, and among the strongest enforcers of the 13 founders. The other was a confidant of Dark King Wendar, Wengushi. How do you plan on catching that intruder? His warship is very fast, and we can't catch it. Wengushi spoke in the characteristically straightforward tone of the dark life forms, even frankly admitting that they could not catch Xia Fei. New Moon smiled and softly countered. Who said that I must chase him? That Xia Fei from the Skywing clan didn't come to the dark life form territory just for an adventure. Otherwise, he would have never chosen to attack stubbornly snake Queen Weenia's residence. Any idiot knows that Weenia is your king's daughter and is heavily guarded. Oh, then why do you think Xia Fei came? Wengushi excitedly asked. Mystical armaments. Plant type immemorial mystical armaments. New Moon replied solemnly. I looked through his files, and apparently, Xia Fei has peacock blue, one of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, wrapped around his right arm. But this peacock blue is different from historical records and is much stronger than it should be. I'm thinking that Xia Fei used peacock blue as the basis to integrate other plant-type mystical armaments, causing it to be much more powerful than ever. Wengushi paled as he asked in shock, integration? Subduing an immemorial mystical armament is already a miracle, but he can really do integration? That requires a 1 in 100 trillion talent. New Moon waved his hand and said, Don't panic. Xia Fei being able to integrate mystical armaments is just a conjecture. As the vast majority of people whom he has used peacock blue on are dead, I also have no way of knowing what his true abilities are. Still, we can't disregard even the smallest possibility. I heard that you dark life forms have gathered quite a few immemorial mystical armaments over the last few years. Are any of them of the plant type? After all, a plant-type immemorial mystical armament can only integrate with other plant types and not absorb other elements. Wengushi thought it over and then replied in shock, Heavens! I've only realized it. Princess Weenia had a plant-type mystical armament called the Whistling Moon Willow. Also, Princess Weenia was injured during her battle with Xia Fei and lost an arm containing the spatial ring with the Whistling Moon Willow. New Moon slightly nodded and muttered, Then I'm right. Xia Fei's targets are the plant-type mystical armaments, and he truly does have the ability to integrate mystical armaments. Now let me ask you, besides Princess Weenia, which dark life form has a plant-type mystical armament? Wengushi answered, The king of the border and my dark race's strongest beast tamer, Moha. New Moon said, Very good. We'll go and wait at Moha's place, then. Xia Fei will turn up there eventually. Wengushi awkwardly said, Moha is the king of the border and has a strange personality. He may not agree to let us enter his territory. Plus, he is Princess Weenia's mentor. The dark king snakes that Princess Weenia controlled came from Lord Moha. Someone of Xia Fei's cultivation shouldn't be a match to Moha. New Moon shook his head. Nothing's a given. You don't understand. That person's wing is too formidable. New Moon's eyes erupted with light. When the God Wing and Fiendish Wing were brought together, they created a monster that could fly across the universe. New Moon understood all this, so he naturally clenched his fists. How long has it been since his last attack? New Moon sternly asked. 3 days ago. The battle was at the planet on which Princess Weenia resided. Wengushi replied. New Moon nodded. Let's go. If we're late, we may be unable to meet that Snake King Moha. The threshold broke with a heaven-shaking boom. Primal chaos was truly the law force that could subvert everything. When Xia Fei got past the 5th threshold of the law of primal chaos, strange energy pulses filled the entire precious brilliant space, almost causing it to collapse. The shockwave from this threshold was even more awesome than the 5 dragons ascending to the heavens when he crossed the Law Sage heavenly threshold. Heavens, did you do this? Radix urgently asked, his eyes wide open. Xia Fei appeared rather tired as he nodded. To be more precise, it's the power of the law of primal chaos. In all honesty, the shockwave from crossing the threshold almost broke me apart. So powerful. Radix jumped up. Let me tell you, I feel like this power is about the same as the power of Hosu's killing moves. Hurry. Show me the extraordinary power of the law of primal chaos now that it's advanced, Radix excitedly said. Comparable to Hosu. Xia Fei pursed his lips and muttered. He stood up and took an offensive posture. The border of the dark life forms was actually a rather large region. This place was adjacent to the law realm, and in order to avoid conflicts, both the law realm and the dark life forms tried to avoid having their people live in the region. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. A few frontier folk chose to live in this dangerous region, and even trades between the law realm and the dark life forms happened in it. Still, outsiders would never be able to truly get close to these secret exchanges. The most numerous inhabitants of the border region were not sapient life forms, but rather the various massive dark life forms. This was because the strongest beast tamer of the dark life forms, Manhwa, lived here, and his innumerable dark behemoths were the strongest barrier between the law realm and the dark life forms. Xia Fei did not take regular space to arrive here, instead intruding through dark space. In order to find the king of dark behemoths, he had no choice but to take a trip to the home of the dark beasts. Whoosh! Under Xia Fei's control, the Gemini made a nimble jump, flying out of the maw of a giant lion. That was extremely close. This black-furred lion had been sleeping behind a plant, and when the Gemini emerged from behind the planet, it almost fell into the lion's ambush and became its food. Rumble! Xia Fei pushed on the accelerator, and the Gemini instantly hit maximum speed and soon left the terrifying lion far behind. That was close. The dark life forms use those behemoths to guard its border, so it's no wonder few people penetrate deeply into their territory. After all, these giant things are rather powerful, and some of these beasts are particularly sharp and can catch one unaware. Radix wiped cold sweat off his forehead as he spoke. Xia Fei slightly frowned as he hid the Gemini behind a few shattered asteroids. The Gemini was small, so it was easy for it to vanish without a trace. The fat Winsar was kicked into a hard alloy wall by Xia Fei, bouncing off of it and causing him to clench his mouth in pain. This nephew of the Dark King, who had suffered a lot of torture at Xia Fei's hands, was getting thinner by the day. Thick black circles had even formed around his eyes. Winsar had only thought that a life worse than death was the stuff of legends, but after meeting Xia Fei, he came to understand that even death was a luxury. At least, it would be much better than being brutally tortured by Xia Fei every day. Fatty! Xia Fei picked up Winsar and vigorously pulled on his large ear as he viciously spoke. Where the hell does this Manhwa guy live? I followed your coordinates and searched the area several times, but there's nothing here besides dark behemoths. Are you trying to trick me? Winsar was currently a startled bird, the slightest movement from Xia Fei causing him to tremble in fear. He did not dare to lie, for all he looked forward to now was a swift death. I swear on the name of the Dark King that Manhwa definitely lives here. Lord Manhwa researches dark beasts. He's a very strange person who doesn't like to be with others. He doesn't even keep any servants around him besides his disciple, Feng Jita. All he has are the dark beasts. Also, Manhwa dislikes living in any fixed place. After enough time passes, he'll move to a different camp and continue his research on dark beasts. Dark King Windar has a gold-tempered gyroscope, which is the only method of summoning Manhwa. If you don't have that, you'll have to rely on luck. Winsar shuddered as he spoke, a sign of just how savage Xia Fei's torture had been. This guy makes sense. Those guys who raise beasts are all very eccentric, preferring the company of beasts over men. Many of them even act more like beasts, doing things such as eating raw flesh and entering hibernation. There are records of such things, Radix said, stroking his chin. Xia Fei, who had interacted with beast tamers before, understood that Winsar was not lying. Moreover, Radix had spent a long time with those researchers and had seen countless examples of the eccentric and bizarre. It appeared that those who researched beasts were all a little strange in the head. The painful torture continued. Xia Fei punched Winsar into unconsciousness, and with this punch, Winsar's last 2 teeth fell out. Radix quietly swallowed. Xia Fei was terrifyingly cruel when it came to his enemies. Even though he was an immortal soul, he would never want to fall into Xia Fei's hands. Standing up, Xia Fei went to the radar and began to move his fingers around. The radar quickly displayed his surroundings, locking onto all the dark beasts in the region. The dots on the screen slowly began to congregate. These dark beasts seemed to like gathering in packs. There were several concentrations of points in this region, indicating where large numbers of beasts preferred to gather. The Gemini set off again, heading toward the greatest concentration of dots. It was a very bright spot, so dense with lights that they mixed together. There had to be tens of thousands of dark beasts there. Without a word, Xia Fei began to organize his equipment, his face grim. It appeared like he was about to go into battle. "What are you planning on doing?" Radix curiously asked. "Go over there and kill them all," Xia Fei simply declared. Upon hearing this order, Furball howled. Ever since Peacock Blue evolved, Furball had felt uncomfortable all over. He was desperate to prove that he was also very strong, even if he had not yet evolved. The mention of a fight had his little eyes turning red. Plush, Radix almost fainted, asking, "Xia Fei, have you gone crazy? Those are tens of thousands of dark behemoths. Other people wouldn't be able to get far enough from them, but you want to go over? Is it that you won't feel uncomfortable unless you get into a fight?" Xia Fei took advantage of the time the journey would take to have a smoke. He indifferently said, "Since that Moha is so difficult to find, I'll have him find me. He likes dark beasts so much. I'm sure that he won't be able to watch as all his beloved pets die." Radix was stunned. It turned out that Xia Fei was luring the snake out of its hole, attacking Moha's beloved dark beasts to draw out the strongest beast tamer of the dark life forms. This plan of Xia Fei was audacious, but was also the fastest and most effective. After all, this region in space was so large that Xia Fei would have to spend ages searching it. Whoosh! The Gemini quickly reached the edge of the beast pack. Xia Fei and Furball emerged from the warship, and then Xia Fei put the Gemini away in his spatial ring. At this moment, he entered combat mode. With Sin Raksha's help, he flew through space. Ocular cognition. The Beast Spirit Codex's ocular cognition appeared once more. Xia Fei looked around and saw many dark behemoths in the distance, grouped in 3s and 5s. Some of them were asleep, while others were playing. The distance was far enough that none of them had noticed Xia Fei yet. Whoosh! Ending ocular cognition, Xia Fei lightly raised his right hand and allowed Peacock Blue to emerge slowly. Peacock Blue was now 10 kilometers long. The universe's most tenacious weed did not appear to be different. Its tough grass blades were covered in pale white flowers of death and were brimming with poison. It was a natural enemy to the dark life forms. A second later, Xia Fei raised his right arm high like an athlete about to toss a javelin. Peacock Blue's 8 giant blades of grass began to flail around wildly, stirring up vicious winds. Rumble! The winds gathered. Energy gathered. As Xia Fei savagely swung, the wind attribute activated. A giant wind blade, about 10 kilometers long, appeared. It was a silver blade that could obliterate the world. The wind blade was unstoppable as it swept through space. This was the power that had come from absorbing the whistling moon willow. Peacock Blue was now capable of long-distance attacks, of sweeping through the sea of stars. Rumble! The blade plunged into the beast pack, and those resting dark behemoths met with a calamity. Anyone struck by Xia Fei's wind blade was sliced in half. A whoop! Those beasts were awakened by Xia Fei's attack and fell into turmoil. These dark behemoths glared at the unremarkable figure of Xia Fei in space. 1 second later, this ruthless stare becomes a flood of beasts. Tens of thousands of dark behemoths formed a vast world-crushing army that threatened to engulf Xia Fei. Ha ha ha! Xia Fei laughed at the approaching tide of beasts, and Furball howled with him, his body rapidly growing larger as he gathered energy in his chest for an attack. "Our goal is utter extermination," declared Xia Fei as he raised an eyebrow. Radix clenched his teeth and took control of the fiendish blade Nirvana as he rushed forward. The fiendish blade had the special trait of devouring any enemy it killed. Furball took a deep breath, and then he spat out an endless wave of energy. The white wave was like a sharp sword, instantly vaporizing anything it touched. Meanwhile, Xia Fei's right arm swung faster and faster, releasing a 10-kilometer-long wind blade each time. By the end, the wind blades had become a net of death, slicing the distant beasts into chunks. A triple attack, as well as the power unleashed, was utterly horrifying. The combination of Xia Fei, radix, and furball had created a dense net of firepower, and the tens of thousands of dark beasts couldn't get out of this net. On the contrary, Xia Fei's group was able to wipe out half of them almost instantly. It feels good. This sort of killing is just wonderful. Peacock Blue is so powerful, the endless wind blades are so awesome. Radix excitedly said, his eyes gradually turning red. Some people were able to influence their friends through their actions. Xia Fei was this kind of person. Those who stayed at his side would always end up being infected by his personality. Putting aside Furball, even Radix and Little Goldie had started to show their edge. Radix had been a scientist who was not much of a fighter, but now, he enjoyed the sensation of killing. This was truly an absurd power. Perhaps by the end, Xia Fei would be accompanied by a whole pack of madmen, all of them just as insane as he was. The dark beasts were no match for Xia Fei. He had the advantage of distance, relying on his long-range attacks to keep the beast pack at bay. However, these dark beasts did not fear death, and their mournful howls summoned even more reinforcements. The battle continued, as did the slaughter, and rivers of blood began to flow through space. 1 hour soon passed. Suddenly, those dark beasts retreated, leaving Xia Fei alone where he stood. Far into the distance, a rumbling could be heard, and with this rumble, Xia Fei saw a dark behemoth, the likes of which he had never seen before. He's really a beast-taming master. The dark life forms can't tame the immemorial mystical armaments, so Moha raised a dark beast that could subdue an immemorial mystical armament. That's just absurd. Radix saw who was coming and cried, his brows furrowing, its entire body seething with flames. This was the legendary Immortal Qilin. This was Xia Fei's first impression of that dark beast that had emerged out of space. Bang, 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 bang. Each step the fire Qilin made created a heavy thud. They were clearly in space, yet it sounded as if it was stomping on Earth, much to Xia Fei's disbelief. Its ears stood tall while its eyes were like beacons. Atop its white forehead was a blazing golden flame. It was not that large, but it was bursting with power and majesty. And while its gaze was not very sharp, it was mature and unfathomable. It moved its feet very slowly, yet it moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the dark beast had reached Xia Fei. Behind were 2 people, one tall and one short, one old and one young. They were both wearing suits of armor covered in beast-like patterns. A white-head flame Qilin. I'm guessing that you're Moha. Xia Fei pointed at the distance and shouted. The old man, on the other side, was a very wretched person, not even daring to meet Xia Fei's gaze. He hid behind his disciple, as if he were some bashful girl. However, Xia Fei knew that this old man was not ashamed at all, for there was a savage glow in his eyes. Xia Fei had seen the eyes of Snake, Queen Weenia. Those snake eyes were very strange and wicked, but compared to the distant Moha's eyes, Weenia's were nothing at all. This was because Moha's eyes were just too bizarre. They were circles and circles, like ripples of water spreading out, and they radiated killing intent. Xia Fei even suspected that those rippling eyes were also a kind of ocular cognition, perhaps one that was even more vicious than Weenia's. It was very strange. Xia Fei had never fought with an ocular cognition expert in the law realm, but in the territory of the dark life forms, ocular cognition experts appeared one after another. It was as if these fellows were very skilled in this field. Shut your mouth. Moha's disciple, Feng Jita, stepped forward, standing in front of his master and loudly saying, You don't deserve to call my master by his name. This is my master's territory, so prepare to die. This dark beast before you is called Xia. In the language of the dark life forms, it means the sun. You'll soon learn that being roasted by the sun is a fate worse than death. You killed our dark beasts, so I'll flay off your skin and make it a stool as punishment. This was truly a strange master-disciple pair. The master acted all coy and hid behind the disciple, while the junior spoke vicious words. Moreover, Feng Jita was a truly arrogant disciple, pointing his chin at Xia Fei as he spoke, raising his head so high that it almost touched the heavens. Xia Fei slightly frowned. He disliked this Feng Jita kid. The fiendish blade Nirvana flew out howling. Without any order from Xia Fei, Radix had made the independent decision to attack with Nirvana. Plush. The cross-shaped blade attacked very quickly, and that Feng Jita clearly did not have very good cultivation and failed to dodge. The fiendish blade cut through his stomach and instantly drained him to nothing. Xia Fei heard Radix huff. "I'll flay you first, impudent little thing." Xia Fei was speechless. When did Radix get such a temper? He had been so enraged by Feng Jita's threats that the old soul had lost all his patience before Xia Fei could even do anything, rushing up and killing Feng Jita himself. This would have been unimaginable in the past. Xia Fei had thought Radix as a refined individual, a gentle scientist down to his bones. Perhaps because he had been killing too many people alongside Xia Fei, he was growing more violent and bloodthirsty, madly sprinting down the path of the warrior. Xia Fei gave Radix a thumbs up. To tell the truth, Xia Fei preferred the current Radix. After all, he had been far too indecisive before. In any case, when it came to enemies, the earlier they were killed, the better. There was no need for small talk. However, Xia Fei's attention had been drawn to the actions of Manhwa and that dark monster called Suya when Radix attacked. The man and beast had taken a small step to the left. It was a very subtle and synchronized move, and it was just enough to avoid Nirvana's attack. At the same time, Suya had also used its back foot to kick Feng Jita lightly. If Radix's attack had not been so fast, this kick would have saved Feng Jita's life. This small move was very similar in function to crafty approach. What astonished Xia Fei further was the whitehead flame Qilin's intelligence. It actually knew that it could not make very big movements against a speed warrior. After all, if its strides were too great, it would leave too many openings that Xia Fei could exploit. Small movements were actually the best choice, allowing it to avoid the attack while retaining a cautious defensive posture. Whoosh! Manhwa did not seem to care much about his disciple's death. He jumped onto the Qilin's back, and then this dark monster Suya shot backward like a bolt of lightning, instantly retreating to a safer position. A speed-type dark beast. Xia Fei furrowed his brows as he sternly spoke. Just then, Suya's speed had hit 4 million, which was about the same as Xia Fei's speed limit. That's not all. This dark beast has subdued immemorial mystical armament Warp Sea Lotus. Radix added. Suya was a flame Qilin, but bizarrely, there were pink lotus flowers sprouting from its hind legs. This was none other than one of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, the Warp Sea Lotus. Truly, one could rush around looking for something only to have it delivered to one's door. Xia Fei had been searching all over for plant-type immemorial mystical armaments, even willing to go to the ends of the universe, only to learn that this dark beast, Suya, had already subdued the Warp Sea Lotus. Manhwa is truly formidable, deserving of his title as the Dark Life Form's strongest beast tamer. Knowing that the Dark Life Forms don't have the ability to tame immemorial mystical armaments, he created a mystical monster and had it tame the immemorial mystical armament. Be careful. I've never come across anything like this in the databanks. This enemy called Manhwa is definitely like nothing you've encountered before. He may have some other power that we don't understand. Look at how strange Manhwa is acting. He just might be plotting something behind his back. Radix said with a frown. Xia Fei was naturally not about to underestimate this duo of man and beast. Suya's speed of 4 million meters per second was already enough to draw his attention. After all, Xia Fei had never encountered a beast so fast in his life, and it was not even considering that this monster was the proud masterwork of the Dark Life Form's master beast tamer, one that had even tamed an immemorial mystical armament. In the distance, Manhwa slid off the back of the whitehead flame Qilin and pointed at the distant Xia Fei, after which he slunk into a dark corner of space. Raising its head, Suya stamped its feet in space, and then glared at Xia Fei and Furball, 2 white puffs of steam coming from its nostrils. It was like a warhorse building up speed for a final charge. Whoosh! After a short period of preparation, Suya charged at them. A beam of light, a flame-spewing bolt of lightning, rapidly approached. This was truly a flame Qilin, for as it accelerated, it became like a scarlet ball of fiendish fire. It was impossible to tell where its body was within it. As it neared Xia Fei, the fiendish fire split into 2, Suya emerging from the fireball with a charge. One went to the left while the other went to the right. The fireball's target was Furball, while Suya's target was Xia Fei. Rumble! Xia Fei released the energy in the rainbow ball of his seventh brain region and shot off in a curved line, his speed also reaching 4 million meters per second. At the same time, Peacock Blue wildly flailed around, releasing one wind blade after another. In truth, Xia Fei's real speed was only 2 million. It was only when he burned the energy in his brain region that he could get past the 4 million mark. In other words, Xia was actually faster than Xia Fei, dodging left and right. The Whitehead Flame Qilin used its agile movements to evade Xia Fei's wind blades, its steps very light. Clearly, it was using a movement skill on par with crafty approach. What a sharp monster. Unfortunately, you still must die. Xia Fei roared. He stopped dodging and charged straight at Xia. Peacock Blue. The 8 blades of grass slowly opened like the hands of a god. Xia Fei pushed them forward, hoping to grab hold of the Whitehead Flame Qilin. After all, this beast had the Warp Sea Lotus, so the ideal method would be to capture it and separate it from the immemorial mystical armament. Suddenly, Xia Fei saw a flash of cunning light in Suya's eyes. It was not looking at him, but rather at Furball. With a massive boom, the fireball that was rushing at Furball disappeared. Suya switched places with the fireball, becoming Furball's opponent. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was inexplicably dealing with the fireball. A cloning technique. This monster knows how to create clones. Radix urgently said. It was obvious that this was not some ordinary ball of fire, but rather Suya's clone. This was a cunning monster. It had used a cloning technique to attack both Xia Fei and Furball, making them separate, and then it had switched places with the clone, using its powerful true body to attack Furball, while Xia Fei was left with a ball of fire. In the distance, the dark life form's strongest beast tamer eerily smiled, making Xia Fei even more concerned. The Whitehead Flame Qilin was undoubtedly an unprecedented opponent. Suya had not just been able to subdue an immemorial mystical armament, but also the smartest and slyest monster he had ever met. With another boom, the situation changed again. The ball of fire transformed. It became a flaming monster, identical to Suya, its eyes burning with rage. On the other end, the 2 flowers on Suya's hind legs bloomed, and the Warp Sea Lotus began to unleash its full power on Furball. The Warp Sea Lotus had the attributes of water and plant. When plant mixed with water, water would help the plant grow. The plant type had always been inextricably connected to the water type. After all, plants could not grow without water. The Warp Sea Lotus, which could control water, was not necessarily the strongest of the 7 plants of Cloud Sea, but it undoubtedly had the most chaotic attacks. A rain of knives assailed Furball. Furball was still in his enlarged form, about the size of a planet, and this enormous form was not suited for defense. Moreover, even though the holy beast Shatterstar had a protective barrier of energy, Suya still stubbornly attacked it. This could only mean that it was confident that it could break through Furball's defenses. Furball was very cunning himself, having spent so much time with Xia Fei. He could not just expand his body, but shrink it as well. Whoosh! Furball immediately acted, shrinking from a planet to an egg, and his defenses became more concentrated because of this. Whoa! Furball was still the holy beast Shatterstar. He felt humiliated at being forced to shrink in size because of an enemy, so with a savage roar and bloodshot eyes, Furball faced his enemy's attack head-on. However, the situation suddenly took another turn. Powerful mental energy wrapped around Furball like a net. Xia Fei would have never imagined that someone would try to seize control of his exotic beast, but now, Manhwa, the best beast tamer of the dark life forms, was trying to take Furball from him. In other words, Manhwa's goal had never been Xia Fei. Everything had been about the holy beast. Furball was in danger. This was a scheme long in the making. The strongest beast tamer of the dark life forms, Manhwa, had never planned on dealing with Xia Fei. As a beast tamer, he was more interested in Furball. Whoosh! As Furball shrank his body, the distant beast tamer suddenly placed his index fingers on his temples. His rippling eyes began to emit powerful mental energy. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei's reaction was not slow at all. He almost instantly realized what Manhwa was trying to do, and with a grunt, his eyes exploded with light. His black eyes began to shine like jewels. Like a radio telescope, he unleashed powerful mental energy through space. There was the limit to the ocular cognition of the beast's spirit codex, and that was the greatest mental pressure Xia Fei could muster. It must be said that Moha and his dark beast Suya were truly very cunning. The moment Xia Fei saw the trap and prepared to use his ocular cognition to fight back, the distant fireball howled over. The fireball transformed into a clone of Suya, its forklaws reaching out at Xia Fei. Whoosh! The 8 blades of peacock blue swiftly extended, forming a net in front of Xia Fei so that he would remain undisturbed as he battled against the distant Moha. At this moment, the fireball suddenly expanded to become a raging flood with a scope far vaster than Peacock Blue's range. Xia Fei was still locked in a struggle with Moha's mental energy. The latter truly deserved his reputation as the strongest beast tamer of the dark life forms, for he possessed an unfathomable cultivation. Xia Fei's beast spirit codex was very strong, but Moha was just as formidable. He had fought to a draw with Xia Fei's mental energy, neither able to overcome the other. The fireball was still expanding and would soon engulf Xia Fei and Peacock Blue. This was no ordinary flame. Besides burning, it also had the isolating effect of a defensive net. In less than 1 second, Xia Fei's ocular cognition had been cut off by the flame and rendered ineffective. Not good. Xia Fei let out a thunderous roar of fury. Pumping his feet as quickly as he could, he charged out of the encirclement of flames at his maximum speed. Alas, this giant conflagration was so immense that even Xia Fei needed almost a second to get out. The flames made his armor scaldingly hot, but Xia Fei did not care. He was more concerned about Furball, as he had no idea if Furball could withstand Moha's psychic storm. Exotic beasts were not perfect. Whether it was Xia Fei or beast tamer Moha, they had their ways of exploiting the flaws of exotic beasts to take control of them. Although Xia Fei was linked to Furball by a blood contract, this did not mean that Furball's innate flaws would disappear. Under intense mental pressure, an exotic beast's mental flaws would still emerge. Xia Fei did not dare to believe his eyes. In that 1 second, Moha had disappeared, as had Xia. Even Furball was nowhere to be seen. His face turned incomparably dark and sinister. He was ready to erupt like a volcano that had been accumulating lava for eons. 1 second later, Xia Fei went completely crazy. He bellowed like a beast, like a devil knocking on the gates of hell. It was quite a coincidence. Just when Xia Fei was going crazy over the loss of Furball, the assassin sent by the founders, New Moon, arrived at the scene. He did not see Moha stealing Furball, but he did hear Xia Fei's frenzied bellows. New Moon was flabbergasted. He suspiciously gazed at the distant Xia Fei, goosebumps appearing all over his body. It must be said that Xia Fei's roars were truly frightening. After all, he had been with Furball for many years. He had even been there to witness his birth. The sorrow of having his close companion stolen away was easily imaginable. If he could get Furball back in return for destroying all of space, Xia Fei would do it without hesitation. New Moon had been stealthily approaching Xia Fei, but his cry of alarm had given away his position. Xia Fei turned his head and glared at New Moon with the eyes of a killer. Phew! New Moon gasped. Was this Xia Fei still even a human? This was clearly a legendary frenzied devil. His eyes were bloodshot, the veins on his forehead were pulsing, his breathing was heavy, and his entire body radiated fiendish energy. Anger. Supreme anger had unleashed all of Xia Fei's inner demon. Not even when going through inner demon training or in any other battles had Xia Fei unleashed the savagery in his bones as much as today. Through the magnifying power of the law god armor Sin Raksha, the fusion of his killing intent and inner demon had turned Xia Fei into a legendary devil. Even more frightening was that fiendish wing. In the past, only at high speeds would the 9-meter-long fiendish wing unfurl, but for some reason, that fiendish wing had clearly appeared in New Moon, and this was no dream or illusion. It was a real existence. Those damaged, sharp, and angled lines exerted immense pressure on New Moon. Whoosh! In this fury, Xia Fei became a berserker. He charged at level 8 Great Law God New Moon without a word. His belly full of rage threatened to burst out of his chest. He needed to release his rage, and only blood and slaughter could calm the flames. No matter what sort of powerful figure was backing New Moon, Xia Fei only wanted to kill him. Boom! He unleashed all the energy in the rainbow ball of his seventh brain region without restriction, unleashing his strongest attack from the get-go. New Moon felt like he was going to fall apart. It was said that the Sky Wings were all madmen, but New Moon had never seen someone as mad as Xia Fei. In normal circumstances, experts would at least state their names before fighting as a form of respect, but right now, Xia Fei was trying to kill him without uttering a word, his inner demon radiating fiercely from his entire body. New Moon even suspected that Xia Fei would act the same even if it were one of the 13 founders standing here. Instead, New Moon felt like he was not facing a human, but rather a madman who had been utterly demonized. In terms of aura, Xia Fei had the advantage from the very start. There were many times when battles were not just about level and weapons. They were oftentimes battles of aura. Xia Fei's aura was unstoppable. With an overwhelming madness, he unleashed an all-out offensive that thoroughly suppressed this great law god's will to fight. Bluntly put, unless one was a demon, there was no hope of surviving. The difference in rank was like a chasm. Xia Fei did not have the aid of Holy Beast Shatterstar anymore, so his combat power was greatly reduced. Logically, he should have been no match to level 8 Great Law God New Moon. However, Xia Fei's all-out offensive from the very start, his frenzied and demonic attitude toward battle, had won him a chance at survival. Rumble. A battle commenced in the Sea of Stars. Law Sage Xia Fei versus Great Law God New Moon, one of the founder's strongest enforcers. A battle with the greatest gap in level in history. As Xia Fei started off his difficult battle in a demonic frenzy, he had little idea that there was another battle playing out elsewhere. In the shadow of a dead planet, the strongest dark life form beast tamer, Manhwa, sat upon the back of dark beast Suya as it rapidly advanced. Suya seemed to be in great pain, a pleading look in its eyes while its stomach bulged. It seemed that there was something in its stomach running amok, placing the dark beast in excruciating suffering. Manhwa was not having it easy either. 2 lines of sweat trickled down his face as he kept his fingers on his temples. His eyes were wide open as he used his mental energy to try and control Furball. Hold on. We'll be at the Celestial Beast Refinement Formation soon, Manhwa hurriedly said as he spoke to Suya. Earlier, Manhwa had used his mental energy to take control of Furball, and then Suya had rushed out and swallowed Furball, after which, the man and beast had used a secret technique to leave the battlefield. Ever since he noticed that a legendary holy beast had entered his territory, Manhwa had been thinking about how to capture it. After all, he was a beast tamer, and his greatest love was beasts. After making a plan and executing it, he had truly succeeded, but Manhwa had not expected that Furball was not just a captured holy beast, but also a hot potato. After a brief period of unconsciousness, Furball had gone as completely crazy as Xia Fei. Exotic beasts took after their masters, and Furball had learned nothing from Xia Fei, if not his peerless insanity. This holy beast was just as furious as Xia Fei at this moment. He was fighting with all his strength against Manhwa's mental energy while ramming Suya's belly. There were even several times where Suya had been in so much pain that it almost fainted. Plush. The dark beast vomited blood and shuddered. Its expression of pain left Manhwa feeling deeply stunned. Manhwa could not even speak to comfort Suya, for he was already using 120% of his mental energy to control Furball. Alas, as Furball grew more used to Manhwa's mental pressure, his resistance grew stronger and stronger. Manhwa nastily scowled. He suddenly understood the difficulty of riding a tiger once one had mounted it. He was unwilling to let Furball go, but Furball was putting him and Suya in excruciating pain. It was not like Manhwa had not dealt with holy beasts before, but Furball was Furball. As a holy beast who had grown up next to Xia Fei, he could not be compared to other holy beasts. He was more cunning, more vicious, and definitely more insane. Awoo! Furball howled within Suya's stomach, opening its mouth and biting at the dark beast's organs. No matter how much Manhwa's psychic storm tried to control him, he refused to let go. This put Suya in even greater pain. This whitehead flame Qilin had lost all its majesty, twitching all over while it ran. It was as if the dark beast had gone into epilepsy. This can't continue. Clenching his teeth, Manhwa sternly spoke. All beast barrier, integrate. As he spoke, something incredible happened. The dark life form's strongest beast tamer, who was seated on the back of the whitehead flame Qilin, suddenly went limp. Then his body fused with Xia, and the dark beast stood up. This ball is far too annoying. With its brows furrowed, Xia began to talk like a human. I'll be sure to educate him once I get to the celestial refining beast formation. Dark beast Xia once more spat out blood, and the white mark on its forehead dimmed as its body weakened. Furball was truly excellent, struggling until the very end. Under the psychic storm of the dark life form's strongest beast tamer, it unleashed a frenzied counterattack. By attacking from the inside, it heavily wounded the whitehead flame Qilin. Hold on a little longer. We'll be at the celestial beast refinement formation soon. Whoosh! Another head popped up on the shoulder of the humanized Xia. This was Moha's head. In order to strengthen his control over Furball, Moha had chosen to fuse with Xia. A beast with two heads created a bizarre sight. Xia endured the pain and rapidly moved forward. In the distance, a stone formation began to appear. 7 giant black stones were arranged in a circle, each one 10,000 meters tall and incredibly thick and solid. Energy crystals of various grades had been embedded into these giant stones, and there were also strange carvings on them. These carvings were like vortexes, and as one got closer to the center of the vortexes, the carvings grew deeper and denser, ultimately culminating in a little that was pitch black and bottomless. This was the celestial beast refinement formation, Moha's proudest work and one which he had poured a lifetime of time and effort into. The energy stones embedded into the formation alone reached 999,000. The construction price was similarly expensive. The beast tamer profession involved taming, and how to control violent exotic beasts was the key. The celestial beast refinement formation would slowly grind away at the will of an exotic beast within its enclosure, ultimately subduing the exotic beast so that it would serve Moha. It was naturally a powerful method. This celestial beast refinement formation was like an enormous cage when provided with limitless energy. No exotic beast, monster, or mythical beast could hope to escape. Whoosh! Xia seemed to be rather impatient. It rushed over to the formation, its large hands, which had fingers covered with sharp fingernails, desperately pressed against one of the large black stones. The dark beast let out a howl as it used the last of its strength to activate the formation. Rumble! The 7 giant black stones began to flash, the energy crystals embedded in them twinkling like the stars in the night sky, creating a dazzling display of lights. In this uneasy atmosphere, the celestial beast refinement formation activated. From a long way away, Xia opened its mouth and breathed in as hard as it could, letting its belly bulge outward, following which it punched its own belly. 2. A comet streaked across space, going from outside to inside the formation. The holy beast Shatterstar had been cast into the celestial beast refinement formation. After doing all this, Xia and Moha exhaled and toppled over, both of them seeing golden stars. Success! We succeeded, Moha crowed excitedly. We've managed to capture a legendary holy beast. As he spoke, a rumbling came from the celestial beast refinement formation. Moha and Xia both hastily raised their heads, their brows furrowing. Excellent Furball. Even in the celestial beast refinement formation, he had not given up. Whoa! The full fury of a holy beast was unleashed. Little Furball started trying to destroy the celestial beast refinement formation that Moha was so proud of. I want your life. Xia Fei savagely snarled, turning into a bolt of lightning as he lunged at great law god New Moon. The fiendish wing unfurled like a giant blade. As it howled, it unleashed endless murderous energy. There was a massive explosion in space as Xia Fei and New Moon collided against each other and then quickly parted. Whoosh! Xia Fei arced through space and then continued to battle New Moon fiercely, intent on fighting to the bitter end. He had only one objective at this time, to crush all enemies in front of him. He had completely forgotten about the massive gap in rank between him and New Moon. New Moon felt very frustrated. He had thought that this would be an easy battle, never expecting that the crazed Xia Fei would immediately use his advantage in speed to suppress a level 8 Great Law God viciously, unleashing several hundred attacks from the front, the side, and the back in the blink of an eye. Xia Fei was like a frenzied dog as he viciously bit on New Moon and did not give him any chance to catch his breath. New Moon raised his arms in the air, like a believer performing some solemn ceremony for his god. In a flash of white light, a staff appeared in New Moon's hand. There was a round ball on each end of the staff, and one round ball in the middle. It was as if New Moon had seized hold of a complicated balance. It's a tri-distributed gyroscope. Heavens! This guy is a triple law user. Radix shouted in shock. In this crazed frenzy, Xia Fei slightly sobered up, for the mention of a triple law user left him rather shaken. Triple law users were legendary existences. They had cultivated the power of the three great laws. The god race had the laws of matter and space, while the demon race had the laws of darkness and light. Integrating three of these great laws into one body was undoubtedly a miracle. It was impossible to complete this grand feat without extraordinary talent. Each great law had a different attribute, and using these completely different law forces at the same time required the assistance of a tri-distributed gyroscope, which would balance the law forces. The strange item in New Moon's hand was an authentic mystical tool, the celestial stamp Bodhi. This was a formidable law force balancer, which was capable of converting 95% of energy. This meant that if New Moon was using three great laws at once, he would lose only 5% of it due to incompatibility. The T-shaped celestial stamp Bodhi was like a longbow as New Moon took a step back and took up the posture of an archer. He held the bow in his left hand and pulled backward with his right hand, three different lights appearing in his hand. The law of matter's earthy yellow, the law of space's red, and the demon race's law of light's white. New Moon was a great law god in the laws of matter, space, and light. No wonder the 13 founders thought so highly of New Moon despite him not being a peak law god yet. It was because he had mastered three laws. After all, cultivating one law was far less difficult than cultivating three laws at once. If New Moon had chosen just one of them, he would have reached peak law god long ago. Rumble, drawing on a powerful bow to slay the celestial wolf. After New Moon had finished this series of actions, three blazing arrows of light shot out. Three different colors, three different kinds of law forces, shot at Xia Fei at high speeds. The three lights spiraled together, gradually merging in the sea of stars. When the arrow got close to Xia Fei, the three law forces completely fused together into an enormous ball of light, which could destroy everything. Phew! Xia Fei took a deep breath, making a half circle with each hand and then bringing them together in front of him. At the same time, Peacock Blue had already laid down the first layer of defense in front of Xia Fei, its 8 giant blades of grass curled into fists. Xia Fei knew that his opponent was formidable and that there would be no way for him to keep fighting if he could not block this arrow. No matter what, he must try to know whether or not he could block the might of New Moon's three law forces fused together. A dark saber rushed out from Xia Fei's hand. There were no ornaments on this saber, and all it had was its immense size. The curved blade was like a crescent moon, which looked bizarrely similar to his sharp wing. At the start, this blade was not that fast, but once it left Xia Fei's hand, it accelerated faster and faster. It charged straight at the triple law arrow New Moon had unleashed. Radix stared in shock. He knew very well what this crescent saber represented. This was the first time since Xia Fei gained the mysterious law of primal chaos that Xia Fei had placed the subversive power of it into a long-distance attack. This dark crescent saber was none other than a product of Xia Fei's law of primal chaos. Xia Fei's face was somewhat pale, with his body slightly twitching. It was clear that creating this law of primal chaos attack had consumed an enormous amount of his energy and strength. Rumble. New Moon's divine arrow first clashed with Peacock Blue. After integrating the unparting pine, Peacock Blue was tougher than steel, but in the face of the divine arrow, Peacock Blue was still shattered. Tenacious. Incredibly tenacious. Peacock Blue did not know how to talk. It used its body to endure everything silently. Although its body had been shattered as a result, it had truly managed to slow down New Moon's triple law attack by a lot. Peacock Blue had done its job. It was now time to see if the dark crescent saber could destroy the three law forces of a level 8 great law god. This was a fight that would decide whether Xia Fei lived or died. The three-colored arrow versus the dark crescent saber. The law of primal chaos versus the three great laws. Oh, well, Furball's eyes were red, his mournful howls shaking the fabric of the universe. Resist. Omnipresent resistance. The omnipresent resistance of the inferior. New Moon, a level 8 great law god of the law realm, an inheritor of the beautiful hidden blade, and the only traitor who had defected from the palace of gods to the palace of demons, possessing a divine bow, divine blow, and 3 laws. He was one of the 13 founders' strongest executors. With so many different powers, New Moon was undoubtedly the strongest opponent Xia Fei had ever faced. Xia Fei was definitely at a disadvantage against him. Manhwa, the strongest beast tamer among the dark life forms, Snake Queen Weenia's master, and the king of the border. Suya, a whitehead flame Chilan, the strongest dark beast Manhwa had created, who managed to subdue immemorial mystical armament Warpsea Lotus. There was also the celestial beast refinement formation with its 999,000 energy stones. When fighting against them, Furball was also deeply disadvantaged. However, against these super powerful foes, neither Furball nor Xia Fei gave up. This was because they did not even know what it meant to give up. Never concede until the very last moment. These words were carved into the very marrow of their bones. 2 battlefields, 2 struggles, both in dire straits. Rumble. It was a ceaseless resistance. Furball roared within the celestial beast refinement formation, madly charging around. He showed no fear. This formation and this planet were all fiercely shuddering. Manhwa and Suya were dumbfounded. It was difficult to imagine this little ball unleashing such powerful attacks. Had this little guy gone crazy? Perhaps because he felt tired. After fruitlessly attacking the formation, Furball sat down and looked around with his cunning eyes. Suya swallowed and asked in a trembling voice, "Master, this holy beast is too violent. Do you really plan to tame it?" Manhwa's face was white, and he said nothing, shock and doubt in his eyes. To tell the truth, before all this, Manhwa had been very confident about capturing Furball, but now that he had taken Furball back with him, he discovered just how troublesome this little ball was. This was far different from the holy beast Shatterstar he had envisioned, and Manhwa had no idea where he had learned this kind of insanity from. Manhwa really was not confident in his ability to tame it. Suddenly, Manhwa and Suya saw Furball eerily smile, the same smile his master had made before causing trouble. An exotic beast took after its master, and Furball had learned Xia Fei's smile. What sort of wicked idea had he come up with? Whoosh whoosh. Furball jumped up, but instead of attacking the celestial beast refinement formation, he began to absorb the formation's energy. No matter how strong the celestial beast refinement formation was, it used energy as its foundation. Furball's greatest skill was consuming all energy. Rumble. In the Sea of Stars, an astonishing scene played out. Xia Fei's brand new combat technique using the law of primal chaos, the Dark Crescent Ruin Blade, was matching against the divine arrow formed from level 8 Great Law God New Moon's 3 Great Laws. The collision was so intense that it created an explosion that could blot out the sun. The tricolored divine arrow consisted entirely of 3 different law forces. When the god race's laws of space and matter were combined with the demon race's law of light, the power of the explosion could make the universe blush in shame. The law of space seized control of the surroundings first, then the law of matter distorted everything, and finally, the law of light dealt the killing blow. It was a very vicious plan, and countless war gods had failed to withstand the attack of the celestial stamp Bodhi and New Moon's 3 Great Laws. After all, the title of the Law Realm's #1 Dine Archer had not come for free. There was no doubting New Moon's strength. Xia Fei was different, though. The law force he used did not originate from the Law Realm, but something unique in the universe. The Law of Primal Chaos did not have many abilities. Its only ability was to reverse the laws of others. No matter what kind of attack it was, it could reverse it. Rumble. The Dark Crescent Ruin Blade created via the Law of Primal Chaos had managed to block the tricolored divine arrow that New Moon was so proud of. The Ruin Blade fiercely shuddered. This was clearly because of New Moon's enormous power. The amount of power unleashed by a level 8 Great Law God was simply astronomical. A mystical reaction was taking place. Whether it was the law of space or the law of light, when the law of primal chaos arrived, nothing could overcome it. Although the process was rather challenging, the law of primal chaos had managed to block this vicious attack. That tricolored divine arrow, which had proudly laughed at the universe, was being distorted and reversed. The ruin blade created by the law of primal chaos was slicing it in half. "Break for me." Xia Fei's eyes exploded with chilling lights as he roared. "Impossible. This can't be happening." In the distance, New Moon saw the divine arrow he had created by merging 3 laws break, and he shuddered with shock in his eyes. At this moment, his strong confidence and duty began to waver. For the first time in history, New Moon felt helpless. It turned out that the ultimate technique he had refined for so many years could also be broken. In front of the law of primal chaos, all laws were reversed. This was the power of such law. It existed to shatter the laws and balance of the universe. It was the most unreasonable existence. To be honest, this was all thanks to the fact that Xia Fei had broken into level 5 of the law of primal chaos, allowing him to use far more energy than before. Otherwise, not even the law of primal chaos would be able to overcome New Moon's tricolored divine arrow completely. After all, New Moon still had that vast advantage in rank. He was a level 8 Great Law God. Of course, the boost that the rainbow energy ball in his 7th brain region had given to the law of primal chaos also could not be ignored. Humph! With the arrow broken, Xia Fei felt his confidence soar. He had just proven that New Moon's tricolored divine arrow was not a lethal threat to him, and the two sides were once more evenly matched. It was now a competition of who was fiercer and crazier, who had the more intense will to fight. Whoosh! Xia Fei moved quickly, as did the dark crescent ruin blade. After breaking through New Moon's arrow, the ruin blade made from the law of primal chaos headed straight for the man himself. Xia Fei circled around the perimeter, using the law of primal chaos to conceal his body as he silently approached New Moon. That dark crescent moon hurtled through space with an unstoppable force, and next to it was Xia Fei, who had the gaze of a starving ghost. New Moon began to panic. The destruction of the tricolored divine arrow frustrated him to no end. If he must go to such great lengths just to deal with a puny law sage warrior, would he not lose all the dignity of a great law god? Raising the celestial stamp Bodhi, New Moon let loose 3 arrows in a row. They rapidly accelerated, ultimately lining up in a single pile. If one arrow could not break through the law of primal chaos's power, New Moon planned to use 3. At the same time, New Moon's eyes flashed with cunning. His left hand made a semicircle, his arm leaving a trail of twinkling starlight in its wake, which concealed his body among the stars. The beautiful hidden blade. So this guy wasn't just a wielder of 3 laws. He's a successor of one of the 8 blades of God, the beautiful hidden blade. Radix cried in shock. The beautiful hidden blade was another blade that the god race used to kill people. While it was not as sharp as the demon-sealing fiendish blade, it was still an existence that could not be underestimated. New Moon's actions just then had proven that he was not just a successor of the beautiful hidden blade, but one in the direct line of succession, too. The key of the beautiful hidden blade was in the word hidden. What was important was how one hid themselves. On the surface, New Moon had waved his arm and left a trail of twinkling starlight, as if he had hidden himself in the starlight. However, Xia Fei knew that New Moon had left that dazzling cloud long ago, and there was no telling where he was now. The unseen enemy was the most dangerous. Hidden in the sea of stars, New Moon could appear before Xia Fei at any moment and deal him a lethal blow. Xia Fei's eyes erupted with sharp light as he activated the ocular cognition of the beast's spirit codex. He quickly scanned the sea of stars, seeking the most likely places that New Moon might be hiding. Whoosh! Sans any warning, a pale white saber swept out. This was truly the beautiful hidden blade. The edge of the blade was aimed at Xia Fei's right rib, which was where his defense was the weakest, as he moved forward. New Moon had succeeded in seizing hold of this opening, which was neither too small nor too big. As the saber approached, peacock blue suddenly rushed out from under Xia Fei's ribs, the 8 giant blades of grass acting like an umbrella. 7 blades then resisted New Moon's attack, while the other one moved to New Moon's back to grab his legs. Yes, Peacock Blue had been heavily injured a few moments ago, but Peacock Blue was the universe's most tenacious weed. It had a fighting spirit that refused to give up. This short period of time was enough for it to recover its fighting power. A beautiful attack and a wondrous defense. Rumble. As the saber clashed against immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue, there was a boom like the ringing of a bell. The ghostly strike of the beautiful hidden blade had been blocked by Peacock Blue. Crafty approach. At the same time, Xia Fei's feet lightly slid as he moved to New Moon's back and raised his fiendish weapon Nirvana. While Xia Fei and New Moon were evenly matched, far away, Furball was having a feast. White beams of light were coming out from the celestial beast refinement formation like ribbons spanning the heavens. One end was attached to the formation, while the other was connected to Furball's mouth. Whoosh whoosh, Furball rapidly absorbed this seemingly endless stream of energy. The minutes continued to go by, with the holy beast seemingly intent on drinking the sea empty, his enormous stomach simply insatiable. Moha and Suya were utterly dumbfounded. They had never imagined that the egg-sized furball would have such an enormous appetite. The light of the celestial beast refinement formation was beginning to dim, but Furball was still not done absorbing it. Heavens! Is Holy Beast Shatterstar going to consume the entire celestial beast refinement formation? There are 999,000 origin crystals. Suya said in shock. Moha clenched his fists, worry written all over his face. After all, the celestial beast refinement formation used energy as its foundation. Once the formation ran out of energy, Furball would be able to come out of his cage. Plush, as Moha fretted, a scene, which had one between laughter and tears, took place. It seemed like Furball had eaten too much energy, such that his stomach could not hold anymore, and he accidentally spit some out. Huh, look there. Holy Beast Shatterstar can't take anymore. How ridiculous. I really thought that he might destroy the celestial beast refinement formation, but it seems like his appetite can only go so far. Suya rubbed his belly as he pointed at Furball and laughed like a human. Moha firmly nodded, scorn in his eyes as he softly said, "He wanted to destroy my celestial beast refinement formation single-handedly? Keep dreaming. Eat. Let's see who breaks first." As he spoke, the celestial beast refinement formation erupted with light. Like the last ray of the sun as it set, this light erupted from Furball's body, brimming with cold, murderous intent. Whoosh! As the light erupted, Furball disappeared, making it seem like he had never been there, and the formation now stood empty. It can't be. This is the celestial beast refinement formation, yet he managed to escape? Suya blinked his eyes as he spoke. Moha was clearly dumbfounded. He checked again and again, ultimately confirming that Furball was not there and that the celestial beast refinement formation was also fine. He really could not tell how Furball had managed to do it. Whoosh! As the man and beast were feeling confused, a shooting star broke through the barrier of the formation and made a giant crater on the ground. Furball had gone and come back. Moha was furious. After all, this formation was his masterwork, the crowning achievement of the dark life form's strongest beast tamer. Now, this formation for refining beasts had become Furball's plaything, something that could be left and entered as he pleased. This was completely disrespecting Moha and the celestial beast refinement formation. How could he accept this? A whoa! Fierce roaring came from within the formation as a savage-faced ball jumped out of the crater. It coldly swept the area with a vicious glare. Moha and Suya both gasped in awe, for in this brief trip, Furball had evolved. His pure white fur bristled like steel needles, each one threatening to pierce the firmament. Furball now was not cute at all. He was like a hedgehog, a mad hedgehog. Rumble! Furball opened his mouth and fired a string of energy cannonballs, each shot causing the formation to shudder, each shot carrying the majesty of the Holy Beast Shatterstar. A level 7 Holy Beast Shatterstar could repeatedly fire these energy blasts. The entire world shuddered in despair. The celestial beast refinement formation was Furball's cage, but it was also now beast tamer Moha's cage. Originally, Moha could have used his psychic storm to control Furball and prevent him from going berserk. Alas, With the celestial beast refinement formation isolating Furball, Manhwa could no longer do so. He could only watch as Furball threw a tantrum inside the formation, could only watch as the formation grew weaker and weaker until it verged on collapse. The frenzied Furball had started attacking and had not once stopped. When he got tired, he absorbed the energy of the formation to replenish himself. Then he attacked again, and kept attacking. After 3 minutes, the celestial beast refinement formation shattered. Furball bellowed and charged out of the cage, baring his teeth as he rushed at Manhwa and Suya. After one strike, Xia Fei and New Moon separated again. New Moon's combat armor was now covered in cuts. Some of them were inflicted by Peacock Blue, while others were made by Xia Fei's fiendish wing. Whoosh whoosh, Xia Fei panted for breath. This battle had not been easy for him, either. Sin Raksha's left shoulder was clearly missing a chunk, and some blood was seeping out from the cracks. It was a difficult battle. New Moon had his mystical tool, the celestial stamp Bodhi, while Xia Fei had the fiendish blade, Nirvana. New Moon had the 3 great laws, while Xia Fei had the subversive power of the law of primal chaos. New Moon came from the beautiful hidden blade, while Xia Fei came from the demon-sealing fiendish blade. New Moon had a much higher rank, while Xia Fei had the rainbow ball of energy in his 7th brain region. Both sides were evenly matched, each clash resulting in either coming away wounded. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei accelerated again and began a new offensive on New Moon. New Moon felt like his head was about to burst. He had never encountered an opponent like Xia Fei before. Attack, attack, and attack again. Ceaseless attacking. Even though Xia Fei was clearly on the verge of collapse, he continued to wrangle with New Moon ceaselessly, showing no intent of backing down. Even Xia Fei's Peacock Blue was like this, though it had already been destroyed several times by New Moon. This immemorial mystical armament had exhibited a peerless vitality, growing again and again, using its regrown blades of grass to enter the battlefield once more sans the slightest bit of hesitation. New Moon felt like he was not fighting a human warrior, but was trying to fend off a devil from hell. Instead, it's New Moon, the Law Realm's #1 divine archer and a traitor of the beautiful hidden blade. In the distance, Law God Xia Jing said in shock. How great was the turmoil created by Xia Fei and New Moon's battle. Huge. It was so vast that the White Flamingo communication device had been able to detect these abnormal energy pulses. The 3 Skywing Law Gods had their curiosity piqued and rushed over, little expecting to see such a desperate battle taking place. I didn't think that Xia Fei could do it. For him to fight to a stalemate with New Moon can only be considered a miracle. To tell the truth, if any one of us went up against New Moon, we couldn't guarantee a win. Xia Fei has been hiding a lot. His combat power is already equal to ours, exclaimed Xia Hong in utter shock. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing had sent the 3 great law gods to act as Xia Fei's backup. After all, they were all law gods, some of the few super experts of the Skywing clan. However, it turned out that there was no need for a backup. Xia Fei could fight back against a level 8 great law god all on his own. This ability to challenge those above his rank truly made others blush in shame. Xia Helen's eyes flashed as he firmly nodded. New Moon is an expert. Since the 13 founders sent him out, it means that they don't have any better cards to play against Xia Fei. If Xia Fei can hold out against New Moon, the 13 founders will have no choice but to take action personally. Xia Fei will have seized the chance by using his own life. We must make good use of this opportunity. We can't let Xia Fei bleed in vain. The 3 Skywing Law Gods all had solemn expressions as they clenched their fists. At present, Xia Fei was fighting all alone. The 3 Skywing Law Gods had hidden themselves very well, and nobody knew that there was a sharp sword suspended behind him. If Xia Fei could not hold out against New Moon's attacks, the 3 Skywing Law Gods would undoubtedly lend a hand. But this would expose the fact that there was an ambush lurking behind Xia Fei, and the plan to lure out the founders might be ruined as a result. However, Xia Fei truly lived up to his role as the lone wolf of the Skywing clan. As the earliest in the history of the clan to unfurl a fiendish wing, he had single-handedly withstood the pressure of the founders and had not forced Xia Jing's group to expose themselves. Taken aback, Xia Jing suddenly said in shock, "Wait, where's Furball?" Isn't that guy always clinging on to Xia Fei like his shadow? Could it be? The three law gods turned pale from the flames of anger that burned within them. They all believed that Xia Fei had not just been heavily injured by this battle, but had also lost his loyal holy beast. Sorrowful fury, incomparable sorrow and rage. The three law gods all felt that Xia Fei had sacrificed too much for the clan, such that there was no way of making it up to him, and the flames of anger burned in their bellies. Morale would be stirred on the first beat of the drum, but it would fade on the second beat and completely run out by the third. Xia Fei had the near limitless energy from his seventh brain region as his reserve, but New Moon did not have that. Perhaps a single strike from New Moon was much stronger than Xia Fei's, but Xia Fei had the profound law of primal chaos. No matter how New Moon attacked, the subversive power would always neutralize it. As the battle dragged on, Xia Fei's endurance began to show its advantage. No one could overcome him in this aspect. After all, he had that unique rainbow energy ball. Remember, my name is New Moon, the Law Realm's strongest archer. There's no other. New Moon panted for breath, his complexion ashen. Today, I will let you experience the power of a divine arrow that can shatter the universe. It appeared that New Moon did not want to continue this battle anymore. With his countless years of combat experience, New Moon understood that Xia Fei was one of those vexing enemies. Whoever he fought, Xia Fei would always make his opponent follow his tempo and slowly wear them down. To deal with troublesome foes like this one, there was no better solution except to kill them in one blow. Whoosh! New Moon once more swung his arms, opening the celestial stamp Bodhi. Things were clearly different this time, though, for white light came flying from New Moon's body into the celestial stamp Bodhi, converting it to a frenzied offensive power. He's using his life force to unleash the most powerful attack he can muster. Radix shouted in shock. Using life force for an attack was a warrior's final resort when they had no other options. New Moon was going to the most extreme length, just like detonating his body and gambling all of his life force, as well as cultivation, to go down with the enemy. It must be understood that this was the life force of a level 8 Great Law God. Since New Moon had decided to exchange his life force for Xia Fei's death, this attack was foreordained to be powerful beyond comparison. Xia Fei clenched his teeth, a chill in his eyes. He quickly made up his mind and used a similarly powerful counterattack to decide the outcome of this battle with New Moon. It had been far too long, and Xia Fei was growing more and more worried about Furball's safety. Logically, keeping up this protracted battle was the superior strategy, but his concern for Furball meant that he was unwilling to keep delaying. New Moon drew his powerful bow, while Xia Fei harnessed the power of the law of primal chaos. As he brought his hands together, Xia Fei's muscles bulged. He drew on every last sliver of energy in his body for this law of primal chaos attack. The divine arrow manifested while the dark crescent ruin blade condensed. New Moon's strongest attack and Xia Fei's strongest attack were both building power. The three Skywing Law gods in the distance inhaled. They had no idea who would win this clash. At this moment, a roaring came from the distance. A white ball rapidly streaked towards Xia Fei. Furball. Xia Fei and Radix both cried in surprise. They were not just shocked because Furball had returned, but also because he had clearly changed appearances from before. His soft fur had become steel like needles, and there was a half-crippled monster in his mouth. Good job. Furball really is formidable. Not only did he evolve to level 7, he brought back Dark Monster Xia. Radix excitedly said. Furball was not just savage, but was also smart. He knew that Xia Fei needed immemorial mystical armaments, so he had only heavily wounded Xia rather than killing it, bringing the dying beast back with him. This would allow Xia Fei to tame the Warp Sea Lotus in Xia's possession. You came at the perfect time. Xia Fei shouted. Lend me your energy. Delusion technique. Huh. Xia Fei quickly fired off a ball of light, which flew into Furball's body. In a flash, Furball took human form, and limitless energy began to flow into Xia Fei's body. Such vast energy. It seems like this guy had quite the feast. Xia Fei heartily laughed, his voice brimming with joy and delight. Yes, Furball had not just evolved. After killing Moha and heavily injuring Xia, he had absorbed all of the energy of the celestial refining beast formation. Only then did he go back to find Xia Fei. At this moment, he was as full of energy as he had ever been. This energy was of immense help to Xia Fei. After this bitterly fought battle, Xia Fei had used up almost all the energy of the rainbow ball in his seventh brain region. With Furball's support, Xia Fei was once more bursting with power. In the distance, New Moon had turned ghastly pale. The dark crescent ruin blade that Xia Fei was gathering power for was getting stronger and stronger. New Moon could see, so he had no choice but to draw on more of his life force to even the scales. A level 7 Furball could not be disregarded. After all, Shatterstar was an energy-type holy beast. New Moon began to get thinner and thinner, but the energy he received in this manner still could not keep up with Xia Fei. He grew increasingly concerned, for he was finally beginning to lose his hold over this battle. Whoosh! After building up the Law of Primal Chaos attack to maximum power, Xia Fei was in no rush to attack, instead moving closer to New Moon. As the distance between them decreased, New Moon began to sweat in his panic. He swiftly let loose his arrow and began to build power for a second attack. Rumble! The tricolored divine arrow thundered towards Xia Fei. Dark Crescent Ruin Blade. With a roar, Xia Fei unleashed his attack. The Ruin Blade flew out, crashing into New Moon's divine arrow. It was clear that the Law of Primal Chaos was a maddening sort of energy. The Dark Crescent Ruin Blade sliced the tricolored divine arrow in half, with little trouble. This was the wonder of abundant energy. With Furball's endless flood of energy, Xia Fei had been reborn. A second arrow. A third arrow. Running short on energy, New Moon was at the end of his rope. Not even 3 arrows in a row could stop the charge of the Dark Crescent Ruin Blade. Meanwhile, Xia Fei and Furball were attacking New Moon from his left and right. Rumble! The region of space fell into chaos, and it became impossible to distinguish Furball's attacks from Xia Fei's. The multifaceted and endless attacks that Xia Fei was so skilled in assailed New Moon. Energy was truly a wonderful thing, and Xia Fei was once more bouncing around. Meanwhile, New Moon was pushed back again and again as he tried to defend. He did not even have time to absorb energy from an origin crystal, for the attacks of Xia Fei and Furball were too dense and concentrated, like a deluge. Plush! Finally, the fiendish blade Nirvana plunged into New Moon's chest. The frenzied fiendish blade sucked out the last life force from this level 8 Great Law God. Huh! Xia Fei grabbed the celestial stamp Bodhi, holding it aloft like a victor. Mystical tool? That's mine. Xia Fei brashly declared as he craftily smiled. Xia Fei had won this battle, but it had been a very difficult victory. Xia Fei had used all of his trump cards, and it was only with Furball's vast energy that he had ultimately been able to turn the tables and win. Beautiful work. In the distance, Xia Jing jumped up and waved his arms, the excitement on his face difficult to describe with words. He really is our clan's second Fiendwing. I can see the Grand Ancestor's shadow on Xia Fei. No, Xia Fei is even more impressive than how the Grand Ancestor was back then. After all, no one has as many backup plans as he does. Xia Hong's round face had become red, and he seemed even more excited than Xia Fei. Xia Helen breathed out and whispered, "A similar incident can't be allowed to happen twice." After all, the difference in rank between Xia Fei and New Moon was just too vast. If not for various coincidences, this battle would never turn out this way. First, New Moon started with a disadvantage in aura. When he arrived, Xia Fei was in an absolutely berserk state, presumably because he was in a rage over abruptly being separated from Furball. New Moon, who hadn't made any preparations whatsoever, happened to walk straight into the barrel of Xia Fei's gun. At the end of the day, in life-or-death battles, aura is king. Xia Jing added, There's really this sort of theory in the circle. When warriors are completely enraged, they can jump as many as 3 levels in cultivation and exhibit combat power far above than normal. The Grand Ancestor has also said time and again that we, Skywings, are able to fight above our levels because of both the innate advantages of our law of speed and because of the inner demon we cultivate. No matter what enemy we face, we always have an overwhelming advantage in terms of aura. Xia Hong nodded. Xia Fei has the strongest inner demon I've seen outside of the Grand Ancestor, and I presume that Xia Fei has greatly benefited from this. Of course, Xia Helen firmly said. If inner demons were useless, why would we Skywings waste time learning and cultivating this sort of combat aura? Besides that, Xia Fei possesses some sort of absurd energy reserve. Although I don't know where this energy is coming from, energy is the foundation of all law forces. With all this energy, Xia Fei can have far more combat power than other law sages. In addition, Xia Fei has that destructive fiendish blade, that mysterious reversal law, and immemorial mystical armament peacock blue. All of these factors coming together have created Xia Fei's current combat power. Still, these things aren't enough for Xia Fei to win. After all, New Moon is a divine archer and a part of the direct lineage of the beautiful hidden blade. The greatest factor here was the confidence and energy that Furball's return at the last moment provided. New Moon suddenly discovered that he's far inferior to Xia Fei when it came to energy, and with the holy beast Shatterstar's arrival, he fell into disarray and used the most foolish method of multiple attacks, forgetting that his true goal was Xia Fei, not the law power that Xia Fei could unleash. That's why he was the one who ultimately died. Sins inflicted by the heavens can be forgiven, but not sins inflicted by oneself. A great law god who has lost his cool will undoubtedly suffer a fall in combat power. More importantly, New Moon also lost his sense of judgment. Xia Helen's very sensible analysis had Xia Jing and Xia Hong repeatedly nodding. Xia Helen was the most cool-headed of the trio, and he had the clearest picture of this battle. In your view, what level is Xia Fei's real combat power actually at? Xia Hong curiously asked. Since Xia Helen had said that Xia Fei's victory today was due to a variety of factors and was not his true strength, Xia Hong was very curious to know what Xia Fei's strength would be like in normal circumstances. Stroking his chin with his left hand, Xia Helen softly said, "He's probably a level 1 or 2 law god. This is the true limit of Xia Fei's ability to challenge those above his level. Defeating a superior law god, this sort of thing won't happen twice." As he spoke, Xia Jing sighed. "You're wrong this time. Look, Xia Fei has another trump card. The divine bow, the celestial stamp Bodhi, is now in his possession. I'm sure that you know that the celestial stamp Bodhi is a unique existence in the circle. Without this divine bow, New Moon would have never earned the title of divine archer. Just think about it. Xia Fei possesses a powerful subversive law that none of us understands. If Xia Fei uses the celestial stamp Bodhi to fire off this super law power, he'll be able to stop it. In my view, he's at least able to challenge a level 4 law god." Xia Helen and Xia Hong both looked into the distance in surprise. Just as Xia Jing said, Xia Helen had truly underestimated Xia Fei, for after this battle, he had once again gotten stronger. With the divine bow in hand, he could shoot down the star Sirius. Xia Fei had yet another piece of equipment in his heaven-defying arsenal. After 2 days, countless medicines, and the vast amount of energy extracted from New Moon, Xia Fei finally managed to recover. After all, high-intensity battles were very taxing on the body. In the command deck of the Gemini, Furball had once more become brash and unruly. In the past, this holy beast had been worried that he would lose out to Peacock Blue, but now, he was at level 7 and even more powerful in battle. Besides that, he had played a decisive role in the last phase of the battle. He was naturally extremely proud of himself. Furball now appeared rather similar to a hedgehog, his fur bristling of steel needles. Fortunately, when he was not going crazy, these tough and short spikes did not protrude. Otherwise, Xia Fei really would not know where to keep Furball. Stretching his limbs, Xia Fei sat on the floor and placed down the divine weapon he had just obtained, the celestial stamp Bodhi, the Law Realm's strongest divine bow. It was T-shaped, the 3 balls connected by a metal pole. It had an extraordinary aura and was exquisitely crafted without excessive ornamentation. It weighed comfortably when held in his hands too. Frowning, Xia Fei asked, "Can the celestial stamp Bodhi only be activated when inserting 3 great law powers at the same time? Too bad then that I only have the law of space. Is this divine bow really wasted in my hands?" Radix was startled, and then he closed his eyes to look through his data files. This soul, who had come from beyond the cosmic gate, had once had access to vital databanks of the god race, and there was a sea of information in his mind that could be used at any time. With him around, Xia Fei did not need to waste too much time looking through the files himself. After a while, Radix chuckled and said, "Your worries are completely unnecessary. The files say that the celestial stamp Bodhi uses the law of space to activate. In other words, any warrior who knows the law of space can use this powerful bow, provided that their level isn't too low and their cultivation isn't too bad. In addition, the celestial stamp Bodhi doesn't just integrate and fire the powers of the four great laws. Minor laws can be used, too. Everyone in the circle believes that minor laws aren't as destructive as the great laws, though, so very few people will use minor laws to activate mystical tools like this." Radix stared at Xia Fei and mysteriously said, "You're different, though." Startled, Xia Fei curiously asked, "Why do you say that?" Radix smiled. "Don't forget that the minor law you cultivate is the one that is publicly acknowledged to be the most difficult law to cultivate in the universe, the law of speed. Also, you have the reversal power of primal chaos. In terms of combat power, only if the legendary lost laws, the laws of time and life, re-emerge, could one achieve comparable power." Xia Fei's eyes flashed as he excitedly said, "Are you saying that I can use the laws of space, primal chaos, and speed to create a divine arrow?" "Correct," Radix excitedly affirmed. "The law of space will be the foundation. The law of speed will accelerate the divine arrow to be as fast as lightning. And the law of primal chaos will reverse everything, subverting anything the arrow hits. Is this combination not powerful enough?" Xia Fei's eyebrows gradually went upward. Just as Radix said, integrating these three forces could create an attack that entirely matched New Moon's, perhaps even surpassed it. The celestial stamp Bodhi was undoubtedly another major card for Xia Fei. "All right, let's try it right away and see what results this combination can bring," Xia Fei said as he got up. He went to the control panel and set the coordinates, heading toward a quiet location so that he could perform some tests. Radix pointed at the barely alive dark monster Suya on the floor and said, "Shouldn't you remove the Warpsea Lotus from it first to avoid any problems from cropping up?" Xia Fei shook his head. "No, we should test the celestial stamp Bodhi first. This is very important." Once the arrow was let loose, there was no getting it back. The only choice was to cleave one's way through all obstacles. Xia Fei took half a step back, his arm pulling back the celestial stamp Bodhi bow while his eyes focused. Whoosh! There was a flash of light, the arrow moving at near light speed. This strike was many times faster than New Moon's. After all, Xia Fei had integrated the law of speed into this arrow. The arrow disappeared into the sea of stars like a bolt of lightning, vanishing without a trace. So fast, integrating the law of speed really did pay off. Even light may be unable to outrun this divine arrow, Radix excitedly said. Xia Fei also appeared very excited. This divine bow was any enemy's nightmare. Even a speed expert would have no way of defending against being shot down by this bow. Suddenly, a giant bubble bizarrely appeared in the distance. Xia Fei had not been aiming at anything with this arrow, but it seemed like the arrow had accidentally struck some sort of celestial body, and the power of the law of primal chaos had begun to take effect. A distant region of space became dyed in multiple colors. Radix was flabbergasted, as was Furball. Even Xia Fei was stunned by the power of this arrow. The power of the law of primal chaos had caused a twinkling star to be enclosed in a rainbow bubble, after which it faded and disappeared. One arrow to destroy a star? Such power, Radix finally managed to utter in shock. Xia Fei said nothing. He simply looked down at Suya beneath his feet. The two lotus flowers on Suya's hind legs seemed to shrink away, probably frightened by the power of Xia Fei's arrow. Eerily smiling, Xia Fei softly said, "Let's get started. I'm now confident that I can keep around the Warpsea Lotus." Plush! The fiendish blade Nirvana howled as it sliced the white-head flame Qilin into two. Whoosh whoosh! Suya's last bit of energy was drained away by Nirvana, but Xia Fei did not care. That was because this was a critical moment. Immemorial, mystical armament Warpsea Lotus would return to the Sea of Stars with its master's death. This was the law of the universe, but Xia Fei needed to challenge this law. He would keep the Warpsea Lotus here. The two lotus flowers rapidly faded, turning into little dots of light and gathering together. The next step would be to shoot off into the universe like a comet. Rumble! Peacock Blue quickly extended its 8 blades of grass, forming a cage that locked down the Warp Sea Lotus. The fiendish blade Nirvana and Furball flanked Xia Fei, hostilely glaring at the Warp Sea Lotus. As for Xia Fei, he drew back the divine bow and aimed its arrow at the Warp Sea Lotus. Run? In the face of this tight net, where in the world would the Warp Sea Lotus run? The Warp Sea Lotus desperately tried to escape from Peacock Blue so that it could follow the rules of the universe and return to the Sea of Stars until its next master appeared. Alas, Peacock Blue refused to let it go. Not just Xia Fei and Furball, even Peacock Blue had also grown and become much stronger from the battles. The 8 blades of grass danced as they tightly wound around the Warp Sea Lotus, such that it could not escape Peacock Blue's control no matter what it did. The hungry stares of Furball and the fiendish blade Nirvana also made the Warp Sea Lotus afraid. This was not mentioning the tip of Xia Fei's divine arrow, which was pointed at it. Xia Fei just needed to loosen his wrist a little, and he would be able to deal a heavy blow on the Warp Sea Lotus. Based on Xia Fei's experience in seizing the Phoenix Tail Stone, when an immemorial mystical armament realized that it could not complete its appointed mission, it would quiet down and stop trying to escape. The key was to last through that initial phase where the immemorial mystical armament rushed left and right until it completely ran out of energy and was stuck in the cage. It was not very long before the Warp Sea Lotus surrendered. The Phoenix Tail Stone had struggled for much longer. Perhaps it sincerely realized that it could not escape. The Warp Sea Lotus saw that Xia Fei's mind was made up, so it stopped struggling and put down its arms, accepting its fate. The pink flowers were particularly adorable in the bed of translucent green leaves, carrying a gentle tenderness. The most beautiful of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea is probably the Warp Sea Lotus. While the scattered star chrysanthemum is beautiful, those flowers that can slit one's throat are far too sharp. In comparison, the Warp Sea Lotus is like a gentle maiden, Radix smugly said. Xia Fei nodded. Still, the immemorial mystical armaments don't exist to be display pieces. I wonder what sort of effect Peacock Blue will have once it integrates the Warp Sea Lotus. After some thought, Radix replied. The Warp Sea Lotus has the water attribute and can collect water from all across the universe for its use. But when it comes to the effect of Peacock Blue subduing the Warp Sea Lotus, I really can't say. After all, the Warp Sea Lotus is the least remarkable of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea. While Peacock Blue is tenacious, the 9-night plum is highly toxic, the scattered star chrysanthemum is extremely sharp, and the unparting pine is super tough, I haven't heard of the Warp Sea Lotus possessing any special trait. This was truly a strange matter. The Warp Sea Lotus was an immemorial mystical armament, but it was also so obscure that no one knew its special attribute. Unlike the other 6 immemorial mystical armaments, each having easily distinguishable specialty, all that the Warp Sea Lotus was known for was its ability to control water. Regardless, we'll know once we try it, Xia Fei said sternly. In the precious, brilliant space, Xia Fei became drenched in sweat, his expression gloomy. He had failed. His multiple attempts had all failed. Xia Fei discovered that, though he did obtain the Warp Sea Lotus, he could not subdue it. He had never imagined such a thing. No matter how difficult it was, Xia Fei had always been able to find a way to tame any immemorial mystical armament. But this Warp Sea Lotus was impervious to any of his attempts, despite him using all his energy. Bizarre. Truly bizarre. Why is it the Warp Sea Lotus? Xia Fei clenched his teeth and muttered. The one among the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea that lacks any sort of attribute ends up being the hardest to tame? How does this make sense? Xia Fei truly did not understand it. In his eyes, all the Warp Sea Lotus had going was its title as an immemorial mystical armament, and its actual abilities were not anything to write home about. He felt like any other immemorial mystical armament would be much stronger than the Warp Sea Lotus. However, the weakest of them all was presenting Xia Fei with an enormous problem. Was the Warp Sea Lotus really that untamable? His face turned dark as his eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He had a heavy duty resting upon his shoulders. Xia Fei had always known what he needed to do, and subduing the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea was his foremost priority. Whether it was for the Skywing clan or for himself, obtaining the complete set of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea was very important. Again, Xia Fei roared as he once more attempted to subdue the Warp Sea Lotus. Xia Fei collapsed into the captain's chair of the Gemini. He lit a cheap cigarette for himself and took 2 vicious puffs. I'm out of ideas. Everyone says that the unparting pine is the toughest guy out of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, but I think that the Warp Sea Lotus deserves that title. That guy is truly stubborn, unmoved by both force and persuasion. It won't yield no matter what I do, Xia Fei grumbled. For an entire day, he had tried everything he could, but all his efforts had been for naught. Xia Fei had no choice but to admit that this mystical armament was one of the most difficult opponents he had ever dealt with. Radix frowned and said, "Could there be some misunderstanding here? It looks to me like the Warp Sea Lotus isn't putting up any resistance. Rather, it just can't integrate into Peacock Blue. If the Warp Sea Lotus were a living being, it would probably be in tears by now." Xia Fei was startled. As he recalled what had just happened, he realized that what Radix had said made sense. Was the reason the Warp Sea Lotus would not yield was that it really could not. Plush. Xia Fei heard a soft sound from next to him. Only then did he remember that he still had the Dark King's unfortunate nephew, Winsar, tied up. Xia Fei was annoyed and found no use in keeping him, so he sliced Winsar in 2. He drained the man of what little energy the latter had left, causing in his body to turn into dust. Forget it. Let's head back first. After all, the Warp Sea Lotus isn't the last of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea. Even if I succeed in taming it, I'll still be missing the first-ranked plant, the Fringe Mountain Leaf, Xia Fei shrugged and said. Getting 2 immemorial mystical armaments undoubtedly made this trip to the Dark Race a success, but this was still very far away from Xia Fei's ultimate goal. Radix replied, "I suppose that's the best idea. We can go back to tell Xia Guqing about this and use the power of the Skywing clan to find the Fringe Mountain Leaf. We can't waste all of our time on the Warp Sea Lotus. Since the Warp Sea Lotus isn't willing to accept you, just put it aside for now. It's not like it's going to run off." Xia Fei stood up and busied himself at the control panel. Once he had set the coordinates, he sat back in his seat. What sort of attribute does the Fringe Mountain Leaf have? Why is it ranked first among the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea? Xia Fei curiously asked. Radix shook his head. According to the people who have seen the Fringe Mountain Leaf, this immemorial mystical armament isn't a plant. It's really just a leaf without any sort of stem. Xia Fei found this to be rather absurd, saying in surprise, "A leaf? That's truly strange. To rank this leaf as the first of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, have they gone crazy?" Radix explained. The reason the Fringe Mountain Leaf is called that is it can upend an entire mountain with the power of a single leaf. As for how it can do that, there's no mention of it in the databanks. Perhaps it's because no one has ever managed to tame it. Xia Fei helplessly chuckled. 1 leaf can upend a mountain? Truly a heaven-defying ability. It seems like the last 2 of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea are both extremely difficult to deal with, and painstaking effort is needed for them. As he spoke, Xia Fei suddenly stood up and curiously looked into the depths of space. "What happened?" asked Radix in surprise. Xia Fei pointed outside the window at the sea of stars and said, "Massive ruins can be seen up ahead, but neither the radar nor the star map shows this. This is very strange." Radix followed Xia Fei's finger and saw a giant stone pillar beneath a white nebula. It was as wide as a planet and had a shocking length. Besides that, the remnants of shattered statues floated in the white nebula, moving in and out of sight. Xia Fei went to the control panel and used the radar to scan the area several times, but it failed to probe this absurdly massive set of ruins. It must be understood that these ruins were so close that Xia Fei could see them with his eyes, yet the radar could not detect a thing. Either the radar was broken or something unprecedentedly bizarre was taking place. That's really strange. Neither the radar nor the star map is able to pick up this nebula, but such a massive building lies ruined in this nebula? Radix said in awe. Xia Fei placed himself against the window and looked at it for several seconds. He then stopped the ship and rushed out into space. There must be a reason for this oddity. Let's go and find out, Xia Fei said sternly. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei had reached that white nebula. What a massive stone pillar. What sort of technology was used to construct such a massive building? It must have been magnificent when it was still standing in the sea of stars. Xia Fei remarked in wonder. Radix frowned. It must have certainly been magnificent. Given that this shattered pillar is already larger than a planet, the main hall should be the size of several hundred stars. Still, there's one thing that I don't understand. What sort of person would build this palace in a nebula and build it on such a large scale? We have the technology to build such a massive palace, but why? It's not easy to run and not easy to live in. It's completely useless, Xia Fei replied. Perhaps it's meant to show off their power. Many extraordinary achievers like setting up giant steels so that those who come after will always remember them. The owner of these ruins was probably some top-class expert of the universe who decided to build this palace. Xia Fei passed through the white nebula as if it were a light mist. As he ventured deeper within, he saw more and more ruins. This appeared to be the center of the ruins. It seems like there's a more intact building up ahead, Xia Fei said, pointing at hazy silhouettes within the nebula. As Xia Fei got closer, he realized that this was a set of shattered stairs. By following these stairs, he came upon a set of surviving rooms. Whoosh! Xia Fei's expression suddenly turned cold. The fiendish blade, Nirvana, spun out, peacock blue erupted out, and even Furball instantly prepared for battle. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei had entered a defensive stance. It was as if he had discovered some disconcerting existence. What's wrong? Radix asked in surprise and curiosity. There's someone there. They suddenly appeared in that room across from us. Xia Fei said grimly. It was hard to blame Xia Fei for being too wary. Anyone would be on their guard after being ambushed twice. At this moment, a voice drifted out of that distant room and entered Xia Fei's ears. Huh. You shouldn't be using an immemorial mystical armament like this. Huh. You shouldn't be using an immemorial mystical armament like that. The voice came suddenly, and the language it spoke was the common tongue of the law realm. But Xia Fei felt like he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Zing! Xia Fei's hair stood on end, while every nerve in his mind tensed up. This was because the speaker did not also have an understanding of immemorial mystical armaments, but also exerted an immense pressure on him. It was as if a boulder weighing 10,000 tons had been placed on each of Xia Fei's shoulders, rendering him completely immobile. However, this pressure was only controlling him and did not contain any killing intent, which he found to be rather strange. Xia Fei believed that one either did not attack or attacked to kill. There was no room for anything else. Yet this person was clearly an exception. A dark figure emerged from a distant room. As this person sauntered over, he observed the patterns carved into the building, stroking them with his fingers. Xia Fei started to panic. It was not his habit to be controlled by others, so he decided to use the law of primal chaos to counterattack. It's useless. I far surpassed your strength. With your current understanding of the primal chaos codex, you have no means of breaking out of the cage I have laid, the dark figure said slowly. Also, the reason I have placed you under my control but haven't hurt you is that your personality is far too sharp, and you tend to erupt and hurt others. I have no desire to fight with you. Xia Fei pursed his lips. This person was telling the truth. His personality was such that, if he was not instantly suppressed, he would straight up engage in mortal combat with this stranger. Xia Fei was racking his brains for a way to break free, but he failed to notice the shock on Radix's face. As the stranger moved out of the shadows to stand in front of Xia Fei, Radix's shock reached maximum saturation. Radix keenly understood what the stranger was doing when he stroked his hand over the patterns. His mouth opened and shut as he tried to speak, but immediately swallowed his words again. But his eyes remained fixed on that stranger, radiating light. The stranger circled around Xia Fei, seemingly very satisfied as he nodded repeatedly. There was a look of surprised delight in his eyes. Xia Fei carefully examined this person. To his surprise, the stranger was a human. At least on the surface, he did not seem very different from Xia Fei, but his hair was a strange green color, long and loose, exuding an indescribable sense of freedom. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, and his palms were white and tender, as if they had been maintained extremely well. The profession of warrior did not seem to match him at all. What truly amazed Xia Fei was that this person had no armor, only some strange garb of white cloth. Perhaps this person did not think that anyone could injure him, and simply did not wear armor. A normal warrior would never dare to do such a thing. Look, I've already amply shown you that I bear no hostility. I even somewhat admire you for being able to kill your way through the chaotic universe and get this far. As long as you promise not to attack me randomly, I'll let you go, the stranger said in a gentle tone. Xia Fei eerily smiled, saying, I promise. Do you believe me? The stranger did not expect this question. He was taken aback, but then he helplessly shrugged and released his control over Xia Fei. Whoosh. The moment this stranger relaxed, Xia Fei charged out. The fiendish blade Nirvana went straight for the stranger's face. In a flash, the stranger changed locations as if this had merely been a projection. This was truly a spatial shift without any sort of energy pulse, an indication of absurd strength. Seeing that his attack had missed, Xia Fei put away the fiendish blade and stopped around 50 meters away from the stranger. He sternly said, Now we're even. Zing. Radix's face shifted as Xia Fei attacked the stranger and stopped. Truly, Xia Fei was someone who always took revenge for even the littlest grievance. His opponent was clearly many ranks higher than he was, yet he had still attacked him with his blade sans hesitation. This attitude left Radix rather speechless. Of course, this powerful stranger was also left very speechless, helplessly shaking his head. Who are you? Why were you spying on me from the shadows? Xia Fei sternly asked. The stranger shook his head and helplessly said, Can't you be a little more reasonable? I was already here when you barged in. Xia Fei did not answer. Who had barged in on whom had never been important to Xia Fei. The key was that no matter how friendly the stranger seemed, he was a threat to him and had to be guarded against. You're truly an unreasonable fellow. The stranger sighed. He raised an arm and gestured at the massive ruins. This place was once the residence of the Law Realm's founders, the Hall of Theogenesis. This was a place to create gods. Alas, because of internal strife, the Hall of Theogenesis was destroyed, leaving only these ruins. Xia Fei smiled. Creating gods? Those guys had quite the ambition. The stranger replied, A monkey that has never seen the wider world will always think itself the king of the forest. Only when the wolf comes will they understand that they lack sharp claws and teeth. This is a very common occurrence. Nothing more than some sapient life forms who don't know the vastness of the universe amusing themselves. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow, a cold glint in his eyes. What confused him was not the story about the internal strife among the founders, but rather the stranger's attitude. He was treating the almighty 13 founders as monkeys. Was he even more powerful than they were? Gesturing at Xia Fei to follow, the stranger guided him up the shattered stairs and into a large room. There were statues along the walls, each one 1,000 meters tall. Behold, these are the 13 experts who established the Law Realm. The somewhat shorter statues across from them are the 27, who later managed to catch up to the founders through their efforts. There were 40 in all, the strongest of the strong in the history of the Law Realm, said the stranger as he gestured at the statues. Xia Fei noticed that the statues of the 13 founders were all still intact, but the statues of the experts who had come after the founders were all missing their heads, leaving only their bodies behind. 40 founders? Exclaimed Xia Fei in shock. So the Law Realm originally had 40 founders. Why have I never heard about this before? Don't the legends only mention the 13 founders? The stranger smiled. The reason you haven't heard of them is that all 27 of those who joined the founders later are all dead, with no exceptions. Xia Fei was given another shock, sternly asking, Law God experts are all immortal, and these founders are presumably even stronger. How could they die? And who would be powerful enough to kill these experts? The stranger sneered and disdainfully asked back, Immortal? Law gods are simply reborn through seeds of life, and even if they're reborn, they need many years to recover their cultivation. How's that any different from death? Also, there are many ways to kill law gods. Don't you possess one such method? Xia Fei dropped his head and said nothing. The law of primal chaos and nirvana were both capable of exterminating law gods, so he had two methods of killing law gods. However, nirvana had been able to reach this state because of the law of primal chaos. If the law of primal chaos had not subverted the attributes of the fiendish blade when the celestial zero hammer was used to forge it, it would have never become this all-devouring fiendish blade. Thus, for the stranger to say that Xia Fei had one method of exterminating law gods made a lot of sense. Truly, he had a penetrating insight. Without the mysterious law of primal chaos, he would not have the fiendish blade and would not be the Xia Fei of today. What confused Xia Fei was that this stranger seemed to know a lot about him. This was rather unbelievable. Xia Fei quietly raised his guard again. The stranger sighed and spoke in a low voice. You're truly the most paranoid person I've ever met. Relax. I've already said that I won't hurt you, so I definitely won't. The ones who killed the 27 founders were none other than their teachers, who had brought them into the Hall of Theogenesis, the first 13 founders. This is why the Law Realm only has 13 founders at present. No one knew that these experts had once nurtured a batch of powerful disciples. Why? Xia Fei questioned. Since they had the relationship of master and disciple, the masters must have invested vast amounts of time and energy into bringing their disciples to the same level. Why would those masters go and kill their disciples? The stranger smiled. You must not underestimate the wicked nature of sapient life forms. This world has always been man-eat-man, let alone master and disciple. Even if they were their parents or children, those people would still kill them if they must. The price just needs to be right. The stranger spoke of the price theory that Xia Fei had always subscribed to. Everything and every person had a value. For example, if a rich old man saw a beauty, but the beauty did not like the rich man could utilize his immense resources to engage in a blatant business transaction. 1 million might not be enough to make the woman yield. But what about 10 million? 100 million? 1 billion? Equivalent exchange was one of the laws of the universe. There was nothing that could not be traded for. Failure was only because the price was not high enough. What you're saying is that the 13 founders killed all 27 of their disciples because someone paid them a high enough price. Xia Fei asked. The stranger coldly chuckled. It was an incredibly high price. Only 13 of the 40 could survive, so 27 had to be sacrificed. Xia Fei finally understood. The 13 founders had ruthlessly killed their disciples because it was a matter of life or death. No one wanted to die, so the somewhat weaker disciples had become sacrificial offerings. Still, Xia Fei did not understand. Who could have exerted such immense pressure on the founders that they would fight among one another? After all, the founders were existences of the highest plane in both the law realm and the universe. Xia Fei sensed that this stranger had intentionally guided him to the Hall of Theogenesis to tell him about the founders. But who was he? Why was he doing this? Did he know that the Skywing had pointed their spear at one of the unfathomably powerful founders? The stranger was very powerful and exerted immense pressure on Xia Fei, and he had also told Xia Fei many secrets about the founders. Whether intentionally or not, Xiaku had once revealed that the Skywings would eventually battle with the founders. Xia Fei was puzzled, feeling as if this stranger had intentionally revealed information about the founders toward him. He did not know what this guy was up to, and he felt his questions increase as his mind rapidly worked. If Xia Fei had been able to hear another conversation taking place in the same time and same place, everything would have been easily resolved. Alas, Radix and the stranger were having a conversation on another frequency. No one else except them could know what they were saying. Hosu, you're Hosu? Asked Radix excitedly. In Xia Fei's eyes, Radix had not done anything too unreasonable, but on another frequency, Radix was already in tears. The stranger lightly nodded and indifferently said, Radix, long time no see. I didn't think that you'd find the young lord's bloodline before me. This region of space had been divided into two completely unrelated planes. On one plane, Xia Fei was speaking with Hosu, and Radix was in another. The two did not interfere with each other in any way. Hosu was that super expert who had come to this universe aboard the Ark, the one who had single-handedly sealed the cosmic gate. He was that mysterious existence. It was truly rather laughable. Xia Fei had long ago wanted to meet this super expert, but now that he was in front of him, he absolutely had no idea. In fact, the stubborn Xia Fei had even regarded Hosu as his enemy and swung his blade at him. For some reason, Hosu was unwilling to reveal himself. Radix had realized who Hosu was and wanted to tell Xia Fei, but he had been stopped. Thus, Xia Fei had believed this entire time that he was standing before some profoundly powerful hermit, never linking him to the legendary Hosu. The young lord. Radix was stunned, and then his eyes dimmed as he shook his head. I really can't remember the past. Besides the fact that you're Hosu, I'm Radix. and we boarded the Ark and entered the cosmic gate together. I can't remember anything else." Hosu nodded slightly. He raised his head and let out a light, which wrapped up Radix's soul. A few moments later, Hosu took back the light and softly said, "Oh, it seems like you're severely damaged from the explosion. Your soul mark is badly damaged and must be repaired first before you can recover your abilities and memories." "Then what should I do? I don't want to remain clueless like this," Radix said anxiously. Hosu smiled. "It's fine. I'll help you." "Do you remember now?" Hosu smiled at Radix once he finished repairing the latter's soul mark. Radix did not have a good complexion as he nodded. "Yes, I remember it all now. When I think back to everything that I've been through, it really feels like another lifetime ago." Hosu quietly smiled, exuding the demeanor of a master. "What of our young lord?" asked Radix after a pause. Hosu went pale as he painfully shook his head. Radix was also very grief-stricken, letting out a heart-rending roar, two warm trails of tears running down his face. Hosu said, "Cosmic Wolf Slayer, the third most vicious poison in the universe. Even our young lord wasn't able to hold on against it. No matter how long he could have endured, he would ultimately die to the poison." Radix said nothing, still immersed in his sorrow. Hosu cleared his throat and continued speaking. "The young lord had a child with Xia Lingbo of the Skywing clan, who was Xia Fei's father, our little lord. At the age of 24, the little lord died from the Wolf Slayer, leaving behind Xia Fei. As such, Xia Fei has 25% Skywing blood, 25% Aurora blood, and the remaining 50% belongs to his mother, the blood of an earthling." Radix hastily asked, "Then where is Xia Fei's mother now? She should still be alive." Hosu shook his head. "It's not that simple. Wolf Slayer isn't just a vicious poison of the universe. It's also an insidious curse. One death leads to two deaths." Xia Fei had never investigated his background. In his view, it was more important to be himself. He had little idea that he had such a bizarre background. 2 generations of his family had all died because of one of the universe's most powerful poisons. Xia Fei was now the 3rd generation. Furthermore, this meant that Xia Fei also had a grandfather from beyond the cosmic gate. If he learned of this, his jaw would definitely drop. This was beyond the cosmic gate, a strange, mysterious, and unknown world. Also, what was this Aurorian species? In other words, Xia Fei is now our little lord. Have you suddenly appeared before him to tell him about what's going on beyond the cosmic gate?" Radix asked. Hosu replied, "The time isn't right. What would be the point of telling our little lord anything about beyond the cosmic gate at his current cultivation?" Radix helplessly said, "That's true. After all, beyond the cosmic gate is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. This side of the universe is so much safer that it's basically a paradise." Changing the subject, Radix asked, "Xia Fei is 24 this year. Does that mean that the Wolf Slayer poison has been undone and has no effect on him? After all, his father, who was half Aurorian, only lived until the age of 24. Xia Fei has only 25% of the Aurora's blood, so the fact that he's been able to last this long is simply unbelievable." Hosu clearly was not as optimistic as Radix, sternly saying, "It's hard to say. Let's see how things go. From what I've seen thus far, Xia Fei's mix of blood has produced a miraculous effect. Logically, since he has 50% Earthling blood, he should never have been as strong as the young lord, but the potential and combat strength Xia Fei is showing is even greater than the young lord's." Radix was startled. He nodded and said, "This is truly very strange. Perhaps we underestimated the Earthling bloodline. When the young lord's Aurora bloodline mixed with the devilish blood of the Skywings and the mysterious blood of the Earthling was added in, it must have produced an almost explosive energy. Did you know? 2 days ago, the little lord even managed to kill a level 8 superior law god who had mastered 3 laws. It's truly a wondrous battle. Thinking about it now, it's truly infused with the style of a peerless master of the Aurorian species." Radix went on to recount Xia Fei's universe-shaking battle with New Moon. However, Hosu merely replied with cold indifference, "I was nearby during that battle and was able to see it clearly. His style was naturally there, but compared to the young lord, Xia Fei lacked elegance and had more madness. He relied entirely on unreasonable moves to harass his opponent to death. Radix was immediately upset by these words, saying in an unfriendly tone, "Is there anything wrong with Xia Fei doing that? Elegance. Is elegance enough to kill your enemy?" Our young lord focused too much on elegance, allowing a wicked man to use one of the universe's strange poisons on him, and his soul ultimately dissipated into nothing. If I had to choose, I'd rather survive while being as unreasonable as Xia Fei than elegantly die like our young lord. You. Hosu was so angry that his face turned green. He grumbled, "Elegance is the root of the Aurorians. It can't be forsaken. The Aurorians are revered by the other sentient life forms because they're straightforward and upright. While Xia Fei is the young lord's descendant, his style is too shady, his methods too vicious. He needs to be corrected." "Corrected, my ass." Radix glared as he cursed. That attitude was rather similar to Xia Fei's unreasonableness. Unknowingly, Radix had been deeply influenced by him. "Radix, after so many years, how did you become like this? Where's that loyal and elegant Radix of the past? Whom did you learn this from?" Hosu, who was clearly not good at cursing at others, had huffed and puffed until his neck turned red following Radix's rude words. Radix smiled as he replied, "I've naturally learned it from our little lord, Xia Fei. No matter what, the little lord has never lost out. Not only does he never lose, he even takes what he wants, always reaping a great profit." Hosu was rendered utterly speechless. He was a very upright person and found it impossible to imagine Xia Fei's wicked methods. Nor could he imagine how his good friend Radix had slowly been corrupted by the little lord until he believed that Xia Fei's way was the right one. Radix held out his hand to Hosu and said, "Hand it over." "Hand over what? Cut the nonsense. The young lord is gone, but his inheritance is not. Xia Fei is the little lord, so he should inherit the young lord's legacy," Radix said unreasonably. Hosu waved his hand and sternly said, "Radix, you're only a soul ship. You don't have the right to demand what the young lord left behind." "Soul ship?" Radix sneered. "Don't forget, before I was a soul ship, I was an indomitable expert just like you. It's one thing before when I lost all my memories from the explosion, but now that I've recovered my memories, don't think about bullying me around. I should have let you be refined into a soul ship while I escorted the young lord instead. Now, enough with the nonsense. By right, the young lord's legacy belongs to the little lord. It's not your place to manage it. Hand it over." Radix was merciless, insisting that Hosu hand over the legacy of Xia Fei's grandfather. Hosu, who was a very honest person and had not learned how to deal with Xia Fei's style of unreasonableness, insisted, "The young lord's legacy is a matter of grave importance, and the little lord can't use it yet. If it gets lost, neither you nor I can bear the consequences. It won't be too late to give it to him once he's gotten a little higher in cultivation. Hosu, you're treating the young lord's possessions as your own now. It seems like I should tell the little lord about your true identity so that he can punish you." Radix had only been with Xia Fei for a few months, but he had already learned Xia Fei's tricks of making baseless accusations. These words had Hosu thoroughly convinced. It turned out that an unreasonable person who acted unreasonable was truly difficult to deal with. This was only Radix, who had only learned a few of Xia Fei's tricks. If Xia Fei had been the one speaking, Hosu would be put through excruciating torture. "No." Hosu held out a hand to stop Radix. "Don't tell the little lord. Knowing too much right now won't do him any good." "Then are you willing to hand over the young lord's legacy?" Radix turned his head and asked. "I can't do that either. Xia Fei is too curious, and if I hand it over, he'll try to learn and use it, and if things go wrong, chaos will ensue," Hosu helplessly said. "As long as you're willing to keep this matter a secret, you can do anything you want to me." Hosu was truly a loyal man. In order to protect Xia Fei's grandfather, he had crippled his cultivation to seal the cosmic gate. This was the proof that he was a man of steeled determination. Alas, this man was too simple, too loyal, and a little too obstinate. He felt that Xia Fei still could not inherit his master's legacy, so he continued holding fast in his resistance. Radix glanced at Xia Fei and sternly said, "The little lord has dabbled in many fields and is clearly walking the path of a Protean master. You know what you ought to do." Radix glanced at Xia Fei and sternly said, "The little lord has dabbled in many fields and is clearly walking the path of a Protean master. You know what you ought to do. Hosu was startled, and then he nodded. As a generals serving the Aurorians, we have a duty of protecting the young lord. Since you've become the little lord's sole weapon, staying by his side, let me help him by purifying his body. Radix smiled. That's right. If so, then I can let you manage the young lord's legacy for now. Still, the moment Xia Fei unlocks his soul mark, you must immediately hand it over. Deal. Hosu firmly nodded. Xia Fei could never have imagined that Hosu and Radix had made a secret deal behind his back to keep his background hidden and continue letting him mature in the chaos of this complicated universe. What exactly was this mysterious legacy that they spoke of, which Xia Fei could only obtain after unlocking his soul mark? Also, what was a soul mark? On the other end, Xia Fei and Hosu were rather deeply engaged in their conversation. Slightly frowning, Xia Fei looked at the 13 statues and softly said, Solo, chill, crane, smile, your, youth, ocean, rock, atrophy, constant, lingua, mortis, and vista. Strange. Why is it that the 13 founders all have only a word for their name? Can I hazard a guess that these aren't their real names? Xia Fei asked. Hosu nodded. Correct. The 13 founders are of outstanding rank and have long transcended the customs of the law realm. They don't need names, only code names. For example, Crane is a rare master of the law of flight. Even without wings, he can fly through the sea of stars with comparable swiftness to your law of speed. As for Lingua, he is a chatterbox, so the other founders gave him this nickname. In short, the 13 founders built the law realm with their own hands and have stood tall in it for tens of thousands of years, so it's clear that none of them will be easy to deal with. Be it their rank or shrewdness, they're all unfathomable, the most poisonous of poisonous creatures in the law realm. They're superweapons by their own rights as well. Xia Fei smiled. Thank you for telling me so much. To understand the most formidable individuals of the universe so early is truly a rich harvest for me. Still, I'm very curious. Why are you telling me all this? Hosu went red in the face as he softly replied. It's nothing special. Since we happened to meet in the Hall of Theogenesis, we must share a fated connection. It must be said that while Hosu was a supreme warrior with terrifying power, he was an extremely unnatural liar. Xia Fei, who had seen and encountered countless people, could tell right away that Hosu was lying, but he did not expose the former. Radix, don't you find this stranger to be very weird? He actually claimed that he had told me about the 13 founders just because we happened to meet here. This lie would only work on a child, and from how red his neck is, it's obvious that he's lying. Xia Fei mentally told Radix this. Radix naturally understood what type of person Hosu was. He was an absurdly straightforward and honest warrior, so occasionally telling a lie was a difficult feat for him. His attitude was extremely unnatural, as if he had committed some terrible crime. Looking around, Radix came up with an idea and whispered back, this person is probably one of those legendary blockheads. Why don't you ask him about some other things that you want to know and see what he says? Xia Fei nodded, saying, that makes sense. I've never encountered such a simple and pure fellow in my life. I should make good use of this opportunity. Xia Fei revealed peacock blue on his right arm and asked, I now understand a lot about the 13 founders. I remember that you said at the very beginning that immemorial mystical armaments shouldn't be used this way. What did you mean by that? Peacock blue revealed its 8 blades of grass, flailing them around like the arms of an octopus. Hosa glanced at Peacock blue and sternly said, immemorial mystical armaments are powerful mystical tools that have existed ever since the universe was formed, but few people know about their true power. Let's use your peacock blue as an example. It is one of the Cloud Sea's 7 plants and has the greatest vitality. In battles of similar intensity, other mystical armaments may be severely damaged and be unable to recover, but not peacock blue. Its vitality is so tenacious that it can endure any sort of vicious environment or battle. When they say that mystical armaments don't die and are reborn like phoenixes, they're talking about the stubborn and obstinate struggle of peacock blue. These are all only the attributes of peacock blue, but its true combat power lies in its shadows. Your peacock blue only has a form but no shadow, so it can't reach its peak ability. Shadow? Asked Xia Fei with mild surprise. Hosu raised a finger. A ray of starlight then shot down and cast a long shadow on the ground. Hosu pointed at the shadow and said, "Look, this is a shadow." Xia Fei was clearly astonished, hastily asking, "It's just a shadow. Can a shadow take someone's life?" "Why not?" Hosu asked. "You're looking down too much on the power of shadows. I'm simply making an analogy. What I really want you to understand is that immemorial mystical armaments actually have souls, and souls can produce marks, just like how people in sunlight can cast shadows." "Souls? Marks?" Xia Fei was astonished, finding Hosu's explanation a novelty and a tad interesting. He was filled with immense curiosity. Xia Fei had worked with souls before, as both Phantom and Radix were souls. Were the soul marks that Hosu spoke of able to turn the power of souls into reality and make them lethal weapons? Radix had a very strange look on his face as he quietly shook his head. Even Hosu felt regret for bringing up about soul marks. Hosu was truly the worst warrior to have ever lied in history. He himself had said that it was too early for Xia Fei to work with soul power, but he exposed the secret as soon as he started talking. Looking at Xia Fei's eyes, which were brimming with curiosity, he knew that the little lord would not rest until he cleared up the matter of the soul mark. Run as fast as he could. Hosu, a warrior so powerful that he could seal the cosmic gate, had actually fled. There was no other choice. Xia Fei's mind was simply packed with too many strange ideas and schemes. Those pointed questions had caused Hosu to break out in a sweat, and both answering and not answering were the wrong choice. Thus, he decided to just run. His face was caked in sweat, and he seemed very helpless. However, Hosu had fulfilled his promise. Before fleeing, he had purified Xia Fei's body. Xia Fei had not wanted to let Hosu go. As the saying went, tofu needed to be kneaded while it was soft, and people needed to be bullied when they were naive. Having run into a rare, powerful blockhead, Xia Fei had naturally wanted him to answer more questions. Alas, after Hosu purified his body, Xia Fei suddenly felt a strong desire to advance, his entire body feeling uncomfortable. Thus, he decided to start cultivating immediately. Hosu had used this chance to make a break for it. Rumble. The world trembled as several thresholds shattered. With Hosu's aid, Xia Fei had easily breached through the thresholds of the law of space. What a bizarre stranger. I've never met him before, but he went and told me about the 13 founders and even helped me break into the next level. With this single breakthrough, I ascended 2 levels. I'm now a level 3 law sage. Xia Fei said excitedly. Radix was not impressed. What's so great about that? That guy was so strong that he might even been able to raise you to superior law sage. Too bad he ran away so quickly. Radix was clearly unhappy with Hosu, believing that he was holding back. As a family servant, he should have helped Xia Fei with all of his power. Xia Fei spent several minutes inspecting his entire body, following which, he said, "No way. After that stranger purified my body, my 7th brain region has widened to 120%. All of my cells feel like they've been reborn too. That's truly very incredible. Where did that guy come from? How does he have this sort of ability?" Radix was still acted very casually, lightly saying, "The 7th brain region exists to store more energy and law patterns. The breadth of the brain region directly determines how many laws a person can learn and how much energy they can store, so the wider, the better. As for your cells being reborn after purification, that's very normal as well. Only by reigniting the vitality in your body can you learn whatever you want and advance quickly. Many experts will have their bodies purified at set intervals, killing off the old cells and replacing them with new ones." Xia Fei frowned and looked at Radix, saying in a low voice, "Your tone seems to be different from before. In the past, no matter what I did, you'd find it incredible, but now that such incredible things have happened, you're saying that it's normal?" Radix was rendered speechless. After recovering his memories, Radix had adopted the demeanor of an expert, so he naturally became much more relaxed when it came to Xia Fei's progress. After all, when he was alive, Radix had been a war god on the same level of existence as Hosu. He used to be supremely powerful. Standing up, Xia Fei tried a few moves, and sure enough, with the increase in level, his killing moves were much sharper than before. At the Law Sage tier, advancing became very difficult. Breaking through 2 levels in one row was undoubtedly a formidable boost in strength. Besides that, Xia Fei had gotten a lot of useful information from Hosu. including the matter of the immemorial mystical armament shadows. Alas, Hosu had not explained the matter of soul marks clearly, so Xia Fei felt like he was lost in the fog, completely unable to understand the power of souls. Even so, Xia Fei had benefited a lot from the encounter. The stranger also said that, besides having shadows, the immemorial mystical armaments can communicate. What did he mean by that? Xia Fei muttered. Radix replied. He meant that if you integrate all 7 plants of the Cloud Sea together, they'll become a brand new existence. At the same time, it will be a link to the immemorial mystical armaments. The 5 supreme mystical armaments in the universe, their traits being metal, plant, water, fire, and earth, will no longer be dispersed throughout as they were in the past by then. So he meant that sort of connection. I understand now. The immemorial mystical armaments have to maintain a balance with one another. If I bring together the 7 plant-type mystical armaments, it will immediately break the balance, and the other immemorial mystical armaments won't be any match. At this time, that mysterious energy ruling the universe will appear and have the other 4 types of mystical armaments come together into their complete form so as to resist the plant type, which has transcended the others. Xia Fei furrowed his brows as he spoke. Who is it? Who is so powerful that they can control the balance of the universe in secret, to be able to influence even the immemorial mystical armaments? Radix pursed his lips. Let's save that for another day. At least, you now understand that the Warp Sea Lotus isn't untamable. Rather, it needs to be tamed last. Before that, you need to find the Fringe Mountain Leaf. With it, you can completely integrate all the plant-type mystical armaments. Xia Fei lightly stroked his spatial ring, removing from it the Warp Sea Lotus. In a tone that was a mixture of anger and bemusement, he said, Here I thought that the Warp Sea Lotus was truly untamable. Turns out that I chose the wrong moment. I just need to tame the Fringe Mountain Leaf first. Only when I gather 6 mystical armaments will the Warp Sea Lotus be able to integrate with the others. This is truly unheard of. Radix chuckled. The Warp Sea Lotus is the least distinguished of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea, but it's almost the most important. It is the catalyst. Once you've gathered the other 6 mystical armaments, the Warp Sea Lotus will play a decisive role by merging and converting the other 6, ultimately forging a complete plant-type weapon. When the time comes, Peacock Blue probably won't look the same and will take on a whole new appearance. Xia Fei was startled, looking suspiciously at Radix. A whole new appearance? Will it turn from a plant to a type of metal? Radix, I feel like you've become a completely different being, understanding much more than before and possessing the demeanor of a master. What in the world is going on here? Radix frantically replied. How have I changed? Didn't that stranger say all of this earlier? I just took what he said and drew a few conjectures. If the Warp Sea Lotus wasn't a catalyst, why would it need to be fused last? It's very similar to when you mix medicines. The last ingredient will often play a decisive role. Xia Fei smiled. It makes sense, but you can't trick me. You've definitely changed. Regardless, Radix refused to talk, and Xia Fei could not do anything about that. He put away the Warp Sea Lotus and continued on his journey. His encounter with Hosu at the Hall of Theogenesis had taken him slightly off course. Thus, he sent a secret signal into the dark space to remind Little Goldie to follow him. Just because Little Goldie had not shown itself did not mean that it was very far away. On the contrary, this loyal demon Chrysalis had been following Xia Fei in the dark space this entire time. If Xia Fei needed it, Little Goldie could emerge any time. The ship had not gone very far before the radar picked up a strange signal, one that came from neither the dark life form nor the law realm. This should be a signal to assemble for the inhabitants of the border region, ordering them to gather at a certain place. Perhaps it's for some sort of swap meet, Radix said, glancing at the signal's frequency. Xia Fei was surprised, muttering, The border people are opportunists who live between the dark life form and the law realm. I wonder if there's anything special about their swap meets? Should we go and take a look? Radix shook his head. Your level is too high, and all of your equipment is incredibly powerful. The toys in the hands of these border people will have a hard time earning your attention. We should hurry up and get home. Up ahead is Tigerkill Pass. That place has never been peaceful. If we're discovered, we'll have to go through a massive battle. You just had to injure the Dark King's daughter. The dark life forms are now desperate to capture you. Xia Fei replied. What will come will come. While the border people can't be considered wealthy, they linger in the crack between the law realm and the dark life form. This sort of turbulent region is easily overlooked, and the Skywing clan may not have investigated it yet. All we're lacking is the fringe mountain leaf to get all the 7 plants of Cloud Sea, so we can't let any clue pass. Even this border swap meet needs to be investigated. Decrypting the border people's signal was not difficult, and the information that Xia Fei managed to obtain indicated that the swap meet was actually a very solemn holiday for the locals. It was called the Hongda Muda, and it was the way this society of people who wandered the border celebrated another year of survival. It was not easy to live between the dark life form and the law realm, and surviving here had its own sort of fortune. The Hongda Muda became a magnificent holiday on which the border people traded and celebrated together. Whoosh! The warship quickly brought Xia Fei to a planet that had faint signs of life. Xia Fei put away the Gemini, picked up fur ball, and covered himself in a shabby veiled hat before striding onto the planet. The border people really know how to pick a place. As it's in the middle of an asteroid belt, it's very difficult to discover. Holding a meet here is somewhat safer, Radix commented as he observed the surroundings. Xia Fei replied, "It's not easy for the border people to survive. Whether it's the dark life form or the law realm, either side can easily kill them. It would be impossible to survive here without some sort of smokescreen. Come on, let's go and look in that town up ahead." As they proceeded forward, they saw more and more ships anchored on the planet. The ships the border people used for transportation were mostly very shabby, with some of them even patched up with slabs of metal, appearing so fragile that a slight gust of wind might blow them to pieces. The border people used these crude transportation tools to sell the specialties of the law realm to the dark life form in exchange for the metals and other such items that the dark life form had, but the law realm did not. At this time, a rather impressive fleet descended. They were about a dozen or so barges, all identically decorated, and also 2 cruisers to serve as escort. It's probably from a law realm business that sells products in bulk. The border people smuggle goods out of the dark life form, using the method of ants gnawing at an elephant to build up their stock slowly. After which, these smugglers will come out and take all the goods at once. The price will also be driven very low, and if things go poorly, there may even be a fight breaking out. After all, these smugglers come from small-scale clans of the law realm and are much stronger than the independent border people, Radix said. Xia Fei paid little attention to these warships. He was more interested in learning how these people managed to get through Tiger Kill Pass. So he asked, "The smugglers can get through Tiger Kill Pass? Do the dark life form guards at Tiger Kill Pass not chase them away?" Radix chuckled. People in this profession naturally have their methods. There are many times when the relationship between the law realm and the dark life form isn't as bad as you think it is. It's only some smuggling and not some army approaching the border. So a few bribes here and there to shut some eyes for a while can get one through. Also, the dark life form has valuable types of metal, while the law realm produces intricate weapons. Both sides need each other, so neither side benefits from the smugglers and border people being annihilated. Xia Fei listened to Radix talk as he entered the town of the border people. There were quite a lot of people here in a variety of clothes and shapes. As he was using breath control, Xia Fei was not conspicuous at all. However, there was truly nothing in the town that Xia Fei wanted. He gave a waiter in a restaurant a little money to hear any rumors about the fringe mountain leaf, but he did not learn anything useful. "Since there's nothing worthwhile here, let's hurry up and get going," Radix urged. He seemed to be looking down on this low-level border swap meet. Xia Fei nodded. Just as he moved to leave the small town, he heard a huge clamor coming from the other end. A celestial stalwart spine. A white celestial stalwart spine. "Oh, who found this beautiful thing? That person's probably going to be rich. Huh, why am I never this lucky? After so many years, I've never seen even the shadow of a celestial stalwart spine. Stop blaming the gods already. Let's go over and look. Some of that luck might rub off on us." As the crowd chattered, it began to surge toward the other end of the town. "A celestial stalwart spine? What's that?" Xia Fei asked. Radix casually explained, "It's not anything particularly great. It's a bizarre kind of cactus that can be used to create a substitute for a warrior. A white celestial stalwart spine is the highest grade. What's interesting about it is that using the white celestial stalwart spine to make a substitute won't just create a good copy. If enemies attack the substitute, they'll injure themselves, and the stronger the attack, the greater the damage. This is what they call damage rebound. Still, the celestial stalwart spine isn't useful to you. You're already of a very high level. Unless this celestial stalwart spine is a once-in-a-million perfect grade item that's 1 meter tall, it can only serve as a display piece. Xia Fei nodded. He liked the thorn's ability of the celestial stalwart spine. Returning an enemy's attack in full was a very sinister sort of move. Let's go and look. It won't waste too much time, Xia Fei whispered. Whoosh! Using the law of speed, crafty approach, and breath control, Xia Fei instantly flew through the crowd. He saw a white cactus as tall as a man, so bright that it was almost blinding. 2 meters tall. This is a celestial stalwart spine that's 2 meters tall, exclaimed Radix in shock. How bizarre. For a high-quality item to appear in such a desolate place, it's truly absurd. Xia Fei felt a unique aura from the 2-meter-tall celestial stalwart spine, as if 2 sharp eyes were staring at him. This precious and powerful substitute had been placed in a large clay pot. Its owner was a rather old man accompanied by his granddaughter, who was in her early teens. Both of them dressed rather poorly. The two had smiles on their faces, constantly talking about how the gods must be protecting them, for them to have found this celestial stalwart spine. Both hoped that this ultimate-grade celestial stalwart spine would help them escape poverty. Radix carefully examined the cactus, and as he pointed at the milky white celestial stalwart spine, he said, "This sort will take millions of years to form. If you use this miraculous plant as a substitute, it can retaliate a full-force attack from a lost sage and make them see blood, and this is the most conservative estimate. If the price isn't high, you should just buy it. It may be useful." Xia Fei was startled, able to make a lost sage bleed, and this was only the most conservative estimate. Such was the power of the celestial stalwart spine's damage retaliation function. It could maybe even return a portion of a law god's attack. "Old sir," Xia Fei said, about to ask for the price and buy this miraculous celestial stalwart spine. But at this moment, the crowd fell into turmoil as a loud shout came from the distance. "Everyone, step aside. You think any of you beggars can afford a celestial stalwart spine?" The crowd parted, and a dark-skinned fatty strode forward, surrounded by at least 20 guards. This man clearly was not a border inhabitant. His armor was too flashy and clean, and both his clothes and expression exuded arrogance. Zing! Upon seeing the white celestial stalwart spine of more than 2 meters tall, the dark-skinned fatty rushed over. His eyes erupted with light as he muttered, "Ultimate grade. A real ultimate grade. I've finally gotten lucky." With his eyebrows furrowing, he turned around and angrily grunted at the crowd. "All of you, scram. This celestial stalwart spine is mine. All of you scram. This celestial stalwart spine is mine." The dark-skinned, middle-aged fatty swept his gaze across the surroundings as he viciously spoke these words. These people were those who lived at the impoverished border. Who would try to eke out a living here when they could live in the flourishing law realm? Naturally, the words of the dark-skinned fatty had the more cowardly border people backing away at once, and that grandfather-granddaughter pair, who owned the ultimate-grade celestial stalwart spine, began to tremble. The border people could not afford to offend any of the merchants they traded with. These merchants of minor clans in the law realm were not that formidable, but in the eyes of the border people, they were all impressive characters. Without them, they would have no means of selling off their goods and would lose their path to prosperity. These merchants were also rather repulsive. They were docile and obedient in the law realm, not even daring to breathe too hard, but at the border people swap meet, they would often flaunt their power. Besides ordinary training, they frequently abused the people. The locals naturally had their complaints, but they were helpless against the power of the opposing side and could only endure it all. The dark-skinned fatty suddenly raised his eyebrows, noticing that Xia Fei had remained unperturbed at his furious stare. He was clearly of a different sort. "Old sir, how much are you selling this celestial stalwart spine for?" asked Xia Fei genially, treating the middle-aged merchant like air. The two did not dare to speak. They shot looks at Xia Fei, indicating that he should quickly leave so that he could avoid getting caught up in this mess. Zing! The dark-skinned, middle-aged merchant got furious, believing that Xia Fei was humiliating him. The 20 guards behind him rolled up their sleeves, preparing to attack. After all, Xia Fei had made his disguise very inconspicuous, and he lacked the intense energy pulses a warrior usually had. Those unaware of the situation took him for an ordinary person. Not even in their dreams would these people imagine that this was the mighty lone wolf of the Skywing clan. "Kid," growled the merchant, reaching out to grab Xia Fei with his right hand. Plush. However, to everyone's surprise, and without a word from Xia Fei, he cut the middle-aged fatty in half. Not only did Xia Fei take the life of the merchant, he even killed the guards behind him. This was the efficiency of a high-speed warrior. In the blink of an eye, he could carpet the ground in corpses and water the land in rivers of blood. Xia Fei had never been a saint. Whenever he encountered something that displeased him, he just resorted to one solution: kill. Whoosh. The Gemini went on its way, this time carrying a white celestial stalwart spine and the grandfather-granddaughter pair from the border region. Xia Fei had already returned to normal by now. Killing a few mice was not anything big for him, but the border pair had been given a rather bad scare and was still trembling even now. Perhaps both thought that they would receive the same brutal death as the dark-skinned merchant. "Why did you bring them with you?" asked Radix with a frown. After all, this pair had no strength to speak of and would only be a burden to Xia Fei. Xia Fei lightly replied, "Possessing wealth that one shouldn't have is also a sort of crime. In that situation, leaving them behind would be a death sentence." There were too many eyes with greedy looks trained on them in the surroundings earlier. Also, I'm afraid that they'd take the blame for my killings. "So how do you plan to handle them?" Xia Fei replied, "It's very simple. I'll just find a remote town to leave the two and also give them enough money so they could live in hiding for several lifetimes. While I can't completely ensure their safety, I'd at least have done all I can." Radix nodded, approving of Xia Fei's plan. While Xia Fei did not care for the lives of strangers, he had always handled everyone he interacted with very fairly, be it Shundong or Moonsong back at Heaven Execution Training Camp or Charlie and the others who opened Quantum Holdings with him. Xia Fei found a small town to put the two down, after which he gave them a spatial ring filled with several tens of thousands of low-grade crystals. This was the last of such crystals Xia Fei had. At his current level of wealth, he did not need these things. Peak Rainbow Ring was so big that these piled-up crystals hardly drew much attention, so they had been left molding in a corner up until this time. In a place like this, high-grade crystals were too conspicuous, and using these lower-grade crystals was more convenient. As for the spatial ring, this was meant to hide the wealth. Xia Fei understood more than most how important it was to conceal one's riches. To have not just avoided being killed, but to have also received so much from Xia Fei had the grandfather-granddaughter pair departing with words of gratitude freely flowing from their lips. They had not expected to sell the celestial stalwart spine for some astronomical price. After all, that was the border region, where the prices of goods were extremely low. Xia Fei's proposed price was already a pleasant surprise for both, enough to sustain them for several lifetimes. To get an ultimate-grade celestial stalwart spine at such a low price was truly a great harvest. "While you still have time, I'll help you tame this divine cactus," Radix said. With his memories recovered, Radix exuded the aura of a master. His every move now brimmed with much confidence. In the precious, brilliant space, Radix pointed at the white cactus, which stood taller than Xia Fei, and said, "Celestial stalwart spine is covered with thorns, just as its name indicates. Anyone who attacks it will be injured by these short thorns. Those with low cultivation may even lose their lives, while those with high cultivation will still end up heavily injured. Most mystifying of all is that the celestial stalwart spine's backlash gets stronger with the attack. If an enemy uses 50% of their power to attack, they may be heavily injured, but if they use 100%, their corpse will probably be painting the landscape. Before using the celestial stalwart spine, you must go through a series of complicated preparations so that you can extract the essence of this divine plant to create an identical substitute. This substitute can only be used once, and it will be broken after this one use. While it's a rather high price, it's really worthwhile. After all, heavily injuring an enemy using a substitute, not even using your own energy and just simply watching from the sidelines, is quite amusing. There are several ways of creating a substitute from the celestial stalwart spine. I will tell you the most difficult yet the most effective method. You just need to follow my instructions to ensure success, but you can't go and start getting unconventional by throwing in elements that you're unable to control. Radix spoke in a very relaxed tone as if it were normal for him to make substitutes from celestial stalwart spines. This was completely different from the cautious Radix of the past. 2 hours later, the 2-meter-tall celestial stalwart spine had disappeared, and now in Xia Fei's hand was an unremarkable white item. It was glossy as if it were made from mutton-fat jade. It was truly impossible to tell that this should be a block of wood. Weighing it in his hand, Xia Fei found it to be as light as a feather. It was in the form of a human and had sharp and angled corners. It was rather similar to Xia Fei's unruly and frenzied nature. After that refinement process of yours, that 2-meter-tall celestial stalwart spine has become this small. Xia Fei pouted. Radix raised an eyebrow and sternly said, "Whether it's useful or not depends on the function. Why does the size matter? A tree's roots are very big, but can you make a substitute out of it? The celestial stalwart spine requires only this little bit to work. This is the purified body left after removing all the impurities, the strongest part. Just keep laughing. This celestial stalwart spine was pretty good, and you got 25% more out of it than I expected. I estimate that it can heavily injure a superior law god." Xia Fei was stunned. This little human figure in his hand was able to wound a superior law god heavily. This was just absurd. Xia Fei, who had fought with a great law god before, knew just how powerful one was. He had put his life on the line and just barely managed to kill New Moon. Now, the essence of this celestial stalwart spine could heavily injure a great law god. How could Xia Fei not be shocked? While the celestial stalwart spine can only be used once, in a desperate struggle against an expert, this one use can save your life and can decide life and death. This is the only life-saving treasure you have besides the Tree of Life, so take good care of it, Radix seriously said. Xia Fei's journey had been very smooth. Not even mentioning the 2 immemorial mystical armaments he had obtained, he also unexpectedly obtained a life-saving treasure, the celestial stalwart spine. However, a nervous tension ran through the Skywing clan's Fiendwing Villa in Xia City. All the Skywing clan members were like top bows, the power built up and ready to be unleashed. A night when the moon was dark with the wind howling was a perfect time to kill. People silently departed in Xia City, leaving this independent, little place that the Skywing clan had lived for countless years. The Skywings were a legendary clan of the Law Realm, the Law of Speed's inheritors, with countless war gods serving them. No matter how this universe had changed before, the banner of the Skywing Wolfpack had never fallen. This was all because of their sharpness and the madness that no one else could match. No matter how powerful their opponent was, no matter how crazily their opponent attacked their home, the Skywings had never lost. These madmen of the Law Realm had not lost their home for even 1 second. However, today, the demon-sealing fiendish blade had availed itself of this dark night to withdraw its people voluntarily. In the past, this would have been unthinkable. The first to leave were the old, the young, the women, and the infirmed. Upon receiving the order, even the youngest child of the Skywing clan said nothing, silently obeying the orders of the clan. It was true that the Skywings were the most carefree clan, the one least bound by the rules. Every member of it, other than the warriors, could do what they wanted. The clan had many talented artists and bold adventurers. In the past, many other warriors had envied this lifestyle. Many of them could not understand how this clan of pleasure seekers could be so powerful in combat. However, if others were fortunate enough to see tonight's sight, they would know the secret of the Skywing clan's power. Being carefree and relaxed was only the personality of the Skywings when they were not at war. When it was time to get serious, their formidable ability to assemble and execute orders would reveal itself. Normally, the Skywing clan loved life, but in war, it became a pack of wolves, a pack of determined and bloodthirsty wolves. Tomorrow, Xia City will be a lot quieter, Xia Bian sternly said as he stood atop a mountain and watched their people leave. Next to him was Xia Laosher, the person that Xia Biyun least wanted to see. After all, he owed the man an immense sum that he could not clear no matter what. Today, though, The two of them stood side by side like brothers. With the issue of the retreat order, all of their quarrels had dissipated like smoke in the air. That's not for certain. Xia Laosher smiled and shook his head as he spoke profoundly. When the sun rises tomorrow, Xia City may be rather cold and deserted, but the law realm, and perhaps the entire universe, will become a whole lot livelier. There was a piercing jangle. Xia Fei realized with a start that the white flamingo was chirping. Strange. This weird white flamingo has started chirping. Xia Fei was startled and hastily took the item out. Radix said, "Hurry and see what it says." Xia Fei observed it for a while, his brows furrowed. It's an assembly order. All of the Skywing clan with white flamingos must assemble at these coordinates, not far from the God Race territory. Xia Fei muttered. So the white flamingo is actually a secret communication tool of the Skywing clan. This message has 3 exclamation marks in a row, meaning that it's extremely dire. Radix shook his head. In front of us is Tigerkill Pass. The fastest way is to go through the Dark Life Forms' Tigerkill Pass, but that place is heavily guarded. We have to use Little Goldie's power to return through the dark space, but that'll still take some time. Tigerkill Pass was the first pass between the Dark Life Forms and the Law Realm. It had a large, permanent garrison of Dark Life Form warships and warriors. Xia Fei was fresh off killing Dark Winder's nephew Winsar and the strongest beast tamer Manhwa. He had even injured Princess Wienia. The Dark King must hate Xia Fei down to his bones, so it was certain that a large number of soldiers had been gathered around Tigerkill Pass to stop Xia Fei from escaping. Frowning, Xia Fei sternly said, "No, this is an urgent matter, so I don't have that time. I must return to the Law Realm through Tigerkill Pass." Radix was startled, saying, "A large army has gathered at Tigerkill Pass. Even if the Gemini has peerless speed in the universe, it can't avoid those Dark Life Forms warriors guarding the pass. This is too dangerous. Even if it's dangerous, I still must do it," said Xia Fei firmly, waving his hand. At times like this, speed is life. Whoosh. The Gemini streaked across space like a comet. Xia Fei had the universe's fastest ship overload its engine, instantly breaking through its historical speed limit. In the distance was a dense concentration of nebulas, the region of space distorted. The narrow and thin black hole in the middle was none other than the famous Tigerkill Pass, the Dark Life Forms' border stronghold. As expected, the Dark Life Forms have stationed a large army at Tigerkill Pass. There are several thousand warships alone, and many of them are even extremely powerful large-scale gunships, said Radix worriedly as he looked at the radar. Tigerkill Pass had treacherous terrain. The distorted space in the surroundings made it difficult for a warship, particularly for a speedy warship like the Gemini, to pass through. Attempting to push through that distorted space would be no different from suicide. Xia Fei said nothing. At a distance not far from Tigerkill Pass, he stopped his ship and left it with the divine bow, Celestial Stamp Bodhi, in his hand. Celestial Stamp Bodhi was the Law Realm's #1 bow. Xia Fei used the Celestial Stamp Bodhi to let loose 3 arrows at once. These arrows infused with the laws of primal chaos, speed, and space howled through the sea of stars with a universe-shaking momentum. This was not even the end of it. After that, Xia Fei unleashed his peak law of primal chaos combat technique, the Dark Crescent Ruin Blade. The 3 arrows and 1 blade came in from different angles as they approached the completely unaware Dark Life Forms. Rumble. Intense explosions radiated through the stars, flames engulfing space. A third of the Dark Life Forms' enormous fleet was wiped out by Xia Fei's crazy attack before it even understood what was going on. What a powerful attack! I didn't think that the Celestial Stamp Bodhi, combined with the Law of Primal Chaos's strongest attack, would produce such an effect. Radix's eyes flashed. Xia Fei was a high-speed warrior, and in the past, he had always preferred to fight his enemies in close combat, relying on his speed to kill his foes instantly. However, Xia Fei was facing Tigerkill Pass, garrisoned by the Dark Life Forms' million-man army. Close-distance instant kills would find it very difficult to get through, so Xia Fei had used long-distance attacks, area attacks. With the power of the Celestial Stamp Bodhi and the Law of Primal Chaos, he had obliterated that dense fleet of warships blocking Tigerkill Pass. Whoosh! He moved swiftly. The enemies in disarray was a perfect opportunity for Xia Fei. He put away the Gemini and rushed in alone, trying to charge through Tiger Kill Pass. Radix slapped himself on the head 3 times and grumbled. Here I thought you had some brilliant plan. Turns out that you're planning on just charging through. Isn't this too unreasonable? After all, this is the Dark Life Form's greatest border stronghold. As Xia Fei charged, he casually said, "This may not be the best plan, but it's the fastest." He would kill anyone that stood in his way, be it god or demon. After receiving the urgent assembly order from the Skywing clan, Xia Fei had gone red in the eyes. It was obvious that the White Flamingo was a Skywing token of an even higher level than the Demonic Wing token, and only the most special members of the clan could have one. Level 8 Great Law Sage Xia Guanghai did not have a White Flamingo, which was proof enough of how special it was. Xia Fei was the Skywing clan's Godwing and Fiendwing. This was why he had a White Flamingo. It could be easily imagined that the members the clan gathering right now were the elites of the elite, and anything that required the demon-sealing Fiendish Blade to assemble the clan's strongest fighting force could not be a minor matter. It might even be that the battle between the demon-sealing Fiendish Blade and the 13 founders had already begun. Xia Fei's heart was aflame with worry, and his blade moved even faster as he pushed his speed to the maximum. While the Dark Lifeform army was still in turmoil, he blasted through Tiger Kill Pass. Phew! Xia Fei took a deep breath, cold light erupting from his eyes. Tiger Kill Pass was a passage, the only passage one could take to leave the Dark Lifeform territory. At present, this passage was deserted and silent as if time had stopped. It was completely at odds with the vast army that had surrounded it outside. It was so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. Ocular cognition. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Xia Fei used the Beast Spirit Codex's ocular cognition to observe his surroundings carefully. "Did you find anything?" asked Radix cautiously. As a super expert who had recovered his memories at this point, he felt extremely uneasy about this eerie silence. "Nothing," answered Xia Fei sternly. "This is what I don't understand. There's a huge army outside, but there's not even a shadow of a ghost in Tiger Kill Pass itself. That's very abnormal." Whoosh! Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei hardened his resolve. No matter what scheme they had in place, he just had to break through Tiger Kill Pass swiftly. Wherever the Fiendish Blade was, there would be no survivors. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the end of Tiger Kill Pass. As long as he could get out of the passage, he would be in the Law Realm. Once the Gemini got going, no one would be able to catch him. Xia Fei felt like he could already see the dark red sea of stars on the other end of the passage. Suddenly, dark figures emerged from the sides of the passage, blocking Xia Fei's path forward, and behind him, toward the entrance of Tiger Kill Pass, 6 more Dark Lifeform experts had appeared. 6 in front and 6 in the back, for a total of 12 top-class Dark Lifeforms war gods. It turned out that they had intentionally let Xia Fei in a Tiger Kill Pass before blocking off both ends. Xia Fei was surrounded at the center. Xia Fei stopped and grimly looked around, his mind working rapidly as he sought the ideal solution to break through. Someone dares to intrude on Tiger Kill Pass. You've got the guts, but we brothers have been waiting for you for some time. You can go, but you must leave your life behind. These dark warriors wore black armor and black masks as they wielded dark sabers. They could even speak the common language of the Law Realm. These dark generals were clearly different from the ones Xia Fei had encountered before. Putting aside their training, even their armor and weapons were identical, as if they belonged to the same team. These experts in 12 immaculately chosen positions began to approach Xia Fei after uttering such harsh words, their steps synchronized and their positions impregnable. Clearly, these warriors were not merely experts skilled at combat. They also excelled at group tactics. They did not give Xia Fei any openings to break through. "Can you get past them? Use your crafty approach and your speed," suggested Radix anxiously. "I can," replied Xia Fei crisply. "I'll just kill them all, and then I'll naturally be able to break through their encirclement." Xia Fei lunged forward. Furball turned around and fired off energy blasts at the 6 experts behind his master to slow them down. Meanwhile, Xia Fei brandished Peacock Blue and Nirvana at the 6 foes in front of him. Rumble. The battle was very swift and intense. In the blink of an eye, Several hundred blows had been exchanged. These dark warriors, who were undoubtedly experts among experts, had clearly been ready and waiting for him. With 3 men to a team, their teamwork was perfect. Since they could not keep up with Xia Fei's speed, they relied on their perfect teamwork and powerful reaction to battle with Xia Fei. It seemed like they were not in a rush to kill him. Instead, they planned on exhausting him to death in this long tunnel. 2 fists would find it hard to deal with 4 hands. While Xia Fei had the advantage in speed and his mystical armament, he could not deal with so many experts at once. They did not use law force, but all of them were on par with his cultivation. Xia Fei was extremely surprised and overjoyed at how well Radix controlled Nirvana in this battle. He seemed to have transformed, the blade moving swiftly and with killing intent, completely different from the Radix of the past who lacked combat experience. Several times, Nirvana, which was under Radix's control, had almost killed an opponent. The enemy had only been able to just barely avoid the attack through their incredible reaction speed and flawless teamwork. Despite him having Radix, Nirvana, and Peacock Blue on his side, Xia Fei was still at a disadvantage against the 6 dark warriors. As for Furball, who had to face 6 warriors in the back alone, his suffering was beyond words. With his little eyes turning red and his fur bristling, Furball was using all of his strength. The only thing he had not yet used was the Shatterstar Beam. There were enemies up ahead and pursuers behind. The 12 dark warriors drew closer and closer, and once they came together, Xia Fei, despite all his prodigious abilities, would never be able to escape. Clack! Xia Fei, who was unable to attack the nearest dark warrior with Peacock Blue, moved like a slime mudfish and used White Skull, the blade made from the destroyed divine weapons, to slice across that warrior's thigh. The wound was not very remarkable, but the maddening effect of White Skull soon went to work. That warrior lost his senses and charged at his own companion. Whoosh! These guys were not just well-trained, but were also the cruelest combat group Xia Fei had ever encountered. 3 dark figures came together and killed their crazed companion instantly. The remaining 5 warriors reorganized. Rather than 2 3-man teams, they took up an even more powerful 5-man formation, which suppressed Xia Fei in the center. To lack resolve when resolve was needed would only hurt oneself. Without another word, Xia Fei gritted his teeth and shattered the rainbow energy ball in his 7th brain region. Endless energy surged through his body. "This is it," declared Xia Fei, his words terse and determined. Xia Fei, who was charging through Tiger Kill Pass, had encountered a squad of 12 dark life-form war gods. Although Xia Fei had used White Skull to kill one, he was still surrounded by 11 of these powerful foes. His situation not at all pleasant. Whoa! Furball bristled, his hair like steely needles. He could not let the 6 enemies in the rear get any closer, for if they got any closer, they would be able to join hands with their comrades in encircling his master. Xia Fei was already starting to get tired from dealing with 5 foes alone. If the number of his opponents rose to 11, that would be an unimaginable calamity. Bang, bang, bang. As if he were unleashing a deluge of comets, Furball used almost all his energy to unleash a galaxy-shaking storm. The enormous deluge of comets created by energy managed to significantly slow down the progress of the 6 dark warriors, but they continued to approach Xia Fei silently. At their current speed, they would need only 3 minutes to create the extremely disadvantageous 11 versus 1 situation. Rumble. The law of primal chaos's combat technique, Dark Crescent Ruin Blade, swept out. This waxing crescent moon instantly obliterated a dark life form expert who failed to dodge in time. His inner demon and killing intent burst forth. After unleashing the rainbow energy ball in his 7th brain region, Xia Fei's combat power had doubled, and he had managed to kill another one of his foes. The dark warriors continued to say nothing, but they clearly became much more cautious around him. These experts took up 4 separate positions as they supported one another in keeping Xia Fei in the center of the formation. Even with his heaven-defying speed, Xia Fei found it difficult to break out. "Kill one more," he mentally encouraged himself. "I just need to kill one more, and the formation will fall apart." At this thought, Xia Fei used his incessant madness to lunge left and right, once more fighting against the 4 dark life form war gods. There was not much time. In the distance, Those 6 other enemies were already in range to use long-distance attacks. They had used an opening in Furball's assault to unleash several dozen flying blades made of dark energy at Xia Fei. Crafty approach. Xia Fei's body began to flicker, and he dodged this barrage like a ghost. Opportunity was fleeting, and by using long-distance attacks, those experts in the rear had diverted Xia Fei's attention so that he could not focus on the enemies in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the encirclement was complete. 1 versus 10. Xia Fei was in dire straits, under immense pressure every second. Suddenly, a shout, incredibly familiar to Xia Fei's ears, rang out. Skywing's business. Unconcerned people should scram. 3 figures shot over at unfathomable light speed. Sans a word, they raised their blades and slashed at the enemies. These newcomers were none other than the 3 superior law gods that the Skywing clan had tasked with supporting Xia Fei. The speed of the Skywings was the speed of light. These superior law gods had godwing potential, and all 3 of them had gotten past the 10 million meter per second threshold. The tables had instantly turned. Teamwork. Formation. The Skywing wolf pack was the sharpest formation of all, the most perfect teamwork. The 3 silhouettes suddenly came together and then separated, and a dark life-form war god was slain on the spot. He did not even know how he had died. Also, it was truly impossible to see the look of despair on his face as he died. This was because the demon-sealing fiendish blade killed people far too quickly, far beyond the limits of what the eye could see. Boom. 1 second later, another powerful foe had been felled using the same exact method used as before. The 3 superior law gods used their advantage and speed to encircle their enemies, converging on each of their foes the moment they saw an opportunity. When these 3 worked together, even gods and ghosts had no hope. What more of these dark warriors? Xia Fei was dumbfounded. These 3 were undoubtedly Skywings, for they had just made use of their clan's wolfpack formation. But Xia Fei had never seen them before, nor had he ever known that the clan was hiding so many super experts at the law god level. The storm was ceaseless. The 3 superior law gods continued their massacre. At this moment, Xia Helen suddenly shouted, "Xia Fei, what are you standing around for? You're the lone wolf of our clan. Don't let any enemies escape." Xia Fei came to his senses and threw himself back into the battle. The lone wolf of the wolfpack formation was the Skywing's roaming ranger. When the Skywings were in an inferior position, Xia Fei was charged with holding the rear. This way, everyone could safely retreat. Now that the 3 superior law gods had suddenly joined in and were sweeping through the dark life-form war gods like a hurricane, Xia Fei's mission was to ensure that no one escaped. His excitement was indescribable. This was Xia Fei's first time working with these 3 superior law gods. The power of the wolfpack formation was peerless, and the 3 superior law gods had brought this formation to a whole new level. When experts worked with other experts, the scene would always be dazzling and could get one's blood pumping. Xia Fei had to use 120% of his energy to keep up with the tempo of the 3 superior law gods. Several seconds later, 9 dark life-form experts had been slain. The average kill time was below a second for each one made. This was a horrifying tempo that could completely obliterate an enemy's confidence. The last enemy was relying on some bizarre footwork to retreat swiftly. It was easy to see the intense fear in his eyes. Whoosh! Xia Fei took out the celestial stamp Bodhi, the powerful bow that could shoot down even a celestial wolf. 3 arrows howled as all struck the fleeing warrior in the back. Dazzling fireworks erupted in the passage as if a star was going supernova. As the fireworks scattered, the team of 12 dark life-form war gods had been completely annihilated. What a powerful attack! You used the celestial stamp Bodhi even better than New Moon. Xia Fei, how did you do it? Xia Jing stopped and tilted his head as he looked at him. The former seemed to be very surprised that the celestial stamp Bodhi could make enemies detonate. Xia Helen and Xia Hong were equally very surprised, all 3 admiring the power of the divine bow when it was infused with the law of primal chaos. "The 3 of you are?" asked Xia Fei. The trio introduced themselves and then took out their white flamingos. Xia Helen explained, "As you can see, we are all members of the White Flamingo Squad, the Skywing's secret assault team. Since the clan is calling us back, something very important must have gone down. We can't waste any more time here. Xia Jing said, right. If you've got any questions, you can ask them along the way. We finally caught up to you. You have the Gemini, so we can use it to get back to the law realm at the fastest possible time. All right, Xia Fei firmly nodded. He coldly glanced at the spacious tunnel of Tiger Kill Pass and sternly spoke. Still, I have something to do before we leave. What? Asked Xia Hong. Destroy Tiger Kill Pass. The three superior law gods were taken aback, but then they understood what Xia Fei intended. Tiger Kill Pass was a necessary route that the dark life forms must take to get to the law realm. It was a natural barrier among natural barriers. Destroying Tiger Kill Pass would be a major blow to the dark life forms, for they would be forced to use the dark space to enter the law realm, and the dark space was a paradise for demon chrysalises. All of the dark life forms' operations targeting the law realm would be significantly weakened. Xia Fei's plan to destroy Tiger Kill Pass was insidious. This was akin to cutting off the dark life form army's lifeline. Rumble. Xia Fei and the three Skywing superior law gods attacked in unison. Their vicious barrage destroyed the dark life form's border stronghold, Tiger Kill Pass. Xia Fei had arrived without making a sound, but before leaving, Xia Fei was giving the dark life form a harsh lesson. Whoosh. The Gemini swiftly carried Xia Fei and the three superior law gods to the assembly point. Xia Helen explained how his team had been sent to support him, and Xia Fei was stunned. The Grand Ancestor had been concocting such a massive plan. He had Xia Fei serve as the pathfinder to smoke out one or more founder. That way, they could kill all hidden enemies. What shocked Xia Fei even more was that the Skywings were holding back such a powerful reserve. According to Xia Helen, there were still two other superior law gods in the clan who practically never showed themselves, and of them, Xia Xiang was a level 7 superior law god. 5 hidden superior law gods, each of which had the ability to enter the domain of gods and take a seat in the palace of gods. All of this was to take revenge for that single arrow from the distant past. All wrongs must be avenged. The Skywings had never been willing to take a loss, and this trait was on full display here. The founder who should have appeared did not. Instead, the White Flamingo's signal for an assembly was sent out. This is very strange. Did something go wrong with the plan? Xia Fei finally muttered after some thought. Xia Hong replied, You're the strategist of the clan. What is your view on this problem? Xia Fei thought it over and sternly said, The plan is executed in 2 parts. Since our team's part in the dark life form territory went very smoothly, the problem must have erupted in the clan, and the one overseeing it is none other than Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing. Whoosh! Everyone went pale, with Xia Helen asking in agitation, Are you saying that something has happened to the Grand Ancestor? Xia Fei nodded, his face turning grim. If my conjecture is correct. Double time. Xia Fei's conjecture had everyone on fire with concern, and as soon as the Gemini entered the Law Realm territory, they used their spatial compasses to teleport to the assembly point. A desolate mountain range, where tigers roared and eagles soared. The assembly point was in a wide valley with no signs of human habitation. It was a paradise for beasts. Following 4 white flashes of light, Xia Fei and the 3 superior law gods appeared in the valley. Whoosh! 1 second later, a dark silhouette shot over. Given this figure's incredible speed, they had to belong to the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Follow me. It was Peak Law Sage Xiaku who had come. He nodded at their group, his expression grim. Xia Fei knew instantly that this matter was not a simple one. Otherwise, the chief steward of the clan, who oversaw things at the Fiendish Wing Villa, would not look so solemn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 of them rushed along a path and soon arrived at a pond in the rear of a large mountain. 2 people stood next to the grass by the pond. Through introductions, Xia Fei learned that these were Xia Xiang and Xia Ya, the final 2 members of the White Flamingo squad. Xiaku, what happened that made you issue the White Flamingo's order for assembly? Asked Xia Xiang gravely. Xiaku swept his gaze over the members and said sternly, Following the order left by the Grand Ancestor, I have assembled the White Flamingo squad for the first time in history. You are now to undertake a secret mission for the Skywing clan. After a brief pause, Xiaku continued speaking. The retreat from Fiendish Wing Villa and Xia City is already complete. Besides the clan warriors, everyone has retreated to a safe place, with Xia Guanghai, and Xia Laoshi leading the convoy. What in the world happened? A retreat and a secret mission? Has something big transpired in the clan? Xia Fei, who suddenly had an ill foreboding, hastily asked this question. Xiao's eyes turned red as he spoke. It truly is something big. The clan has lost contact with the Grand Ancestor for more than 72 hours now. Xia Fei was aghast. He had never imagined that Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing would inexplicably go missing. According to the Grand Ancestor's instructions, once he doesn't make contact with us for 72 hours, we must presume that something has happened to him. As such, I activated the White Flamingo to notify all of you to assemble. I also had the old, young, women, and infirm of the clan withdraw with the low-level warriors, said Xiaoku sternly. Then what should we do? Asked Xia Fei. Xiaoku replied, the first objective of the White Flamingo squad is to protect the clan's safety, but there's no need for you to do anything. I already had the majority of the clan retreat. The second objective is to find the person who assassinated our clan's godwing and kill him no matter who they are. This, everyone frowned. Finding that founder who had plotted against the Skywings from the shadows was not simple. They did not even know where the 13 founders were. So how could they even think about killing them? Xia Fei's brain went to work, and he suddenly stepped forward and said, the culprit naturally has to die, but that's a long-term goal. Our most important task right now is to find out what exactly happened to the Grand Ancestor. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiaoku replied, the Grand Ancestor gave this order before that nobody is to search for him, and that the White Flamingo squad should simply focus on their respective tasks. Xia Fei waved away his words and said sternly, when the general is abroad, he can refuse certain orders. Don't forget that the Skywings will never abandon anybody. The Grand Ancestor has always upheld this principle in the past, and now that his venerable self has gone missing, we can't give up on searching for him. This is the creed of the Skywing clan. Hear, hear. That's right. Never abandon and never give up have always been the rules of the Skywings. Even if we must dig up the earth, we will find the Grand Ancestor. Everyone agreed to Xia Fei's proposal. The strongest of them, Xia Xiang, softly said, we naturally need to find the Grand Ancestor, but the universe is so vast. Where will we start? The domain of gods. Xia Fei's eyes chilled. Since the Grand Ancestor went missing in the domain of gods, we will start there. Xiaoku was stunned, saying in surprise, only law gods are permitted to enter and exit the domain of gods, and the place is heavily guarded. Also, All God Mountain and the Palace of Gods only permit superior law gods. You won't be able to get in. He had barely spoken when Xia Fei firmly said, who said we must go in? We'll just demand that they hand over the Grand Ancestor. If they don't, we'll flip the place upside down. Arrogant. Supremely arrogant. All the law gods present were stunned by Xia Fei's proposal to flip over the Palace of Gods, their blood beginning to seethe. Everyone, I lack talent, so I'm willing to go with Xiaoku to the Palace of Gods to demand that they hand back the Grand Ancestor. If all of you trust me, then you can entrust this task to me, said Xia Fei, his face cool and aloof. The 5 superior law gods communicated with one another through their eyes for a while. Ultimately, Xia Xiang asked, are you confident that you can get the Palace of Gods to hand over the Grand Ancestor? No, replied Xia Fei, hiding nothing. But since the Skywings will have to leave the law realm eventually, if they don't hand him over, we'll just trash the domain of gods and screw them over. Though his words were a little vulgar, his burning desire to get back Xia Guqing and his resolve to achieve his goal was obvious to all. This was truly a crazy and audacious decision. Everyone looked at him with blazing eyes. After a short pause, Xia Fei went on. For many years now, the Skywings have always been under the wing of the Grand Ancestor. Now that the Grand Ancestor is in trouble, we juniors must stand tall and step forward. Remember those words displayed in the Grand Ancestor's study. Wherever the fiendish blade points, gods and demons die. No matter who the enemy is, anyone who dares to touch the members of the Skywing clan will have their ancestral grave ransacked. This is the way of the Skywing clan. The Skywing's reason is to be unreasonable. Although this line about being unreasonable had been added by Xia Fei, it struck a chord in everyone's heart. All of them felt the flames of rage burning in their bellies. the veins on their foreheads bulging. Screw their mothers. Xia Fei's right. No matter how many of them there are, anyone who dares to touch our grand ancestor shall die. The grand ancestor has taken care of us for so many years. It's our turn to step forward and take some of the load. Let's move. Xiaku, I know that the clan also has a shadow division. Mobilize all of our strength to overturn the palace of gods. The 5 superior law gods exploded with killing intent. Their 5 pairs of reddened eyes erupted with sharp lights. Their rage was an unstoppable flood. Even Xiaku could not help but get excited, his hands trembling as he considered how to take out all of the Skywing clan's hidden cards and battle to the death with the Palace of Gods. At this moment, Xia Fei suddenly turned calm and collected as he sternly said, "Everyone, in order to avoid the most complicated situation, we must be polite at first before eventually taking up arms." Polite? You're saying that we need to be polite? Let's just directly screw them over, shouted the irascible Xia Jing. Xia Fei made his characteristic smile, which was most eerie and vicious. The domain of gods, the #1 region of the god race. There was no entry without invitation, and rudeness was not tolerated here. It was not enclosed by walls, only a law of space seal. Unless one used offensive methods, one could only get in through the domain of God's outer hall. It was afternoon, and there were quite a few people gathered in the outer hall. This was normally when most of the superior law gods returned to their clans. Even if they did not go home, they would still come here to pick up intelligence reports from their clans. The vast majority of those who could enter the Palace of Gods were patriarchs of major clans, so getting reports for the clans was still very important. It was also a habit developed over many years, and as communication devices could not be used in the domain of gods, some secret intelligence reports had to be made face-to-face. At this moment, 2 people came in from outside, and they members of the Skywing clan. These 2 were none other than Xia Fei and Xiaku. This was his first time so close to the domain of gods. Xia Fei was very curious and took a few extra looks at this enormous place. There was nothing strange about the expression on his face, and he acted very politely. Xia Helen and the other law gods were all waiting outside and could not come in. After all, they were not present in the registers of the law realm. No one knew that besides Xia Guqing, the Skywings had 5 more superior law gods. As Xiaku and Xia Fei went up to the reception area, a warrior standing inside immediately recognized Xiaku and respectfully bowed. "So it's the chief steward of the Skywing clan. I presume that you wish to meet your patriarch." Xiaku nodded, saying nothing. He was not as good of an actor as Xia Fei. Putting aside his cold demeanor, his eyes brimmed with killing intent, which made the warrior in charge tremble in fear. This was all due to the infamy of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Anyone who encountered a Skywing had to show some respect, for once these madmen went crazy, no one would be having any fun. "Chief Steward, I'm afraid that you will have to be disappointed again. Your patriarch is discussing important matters in the Palace of Gods and doesn't have the time to meet you." The warrior nodded and bowed as he spoke. He even poured tea for Xia Fei and Xiaku. As he poured tea, he kept shooting glances at Xia Fei, wondering why Chief Steward Xiaku had brought over someone so young. He seemed so weak, too, his body devoid of energy pulses, as if he were just an ordinary person. Xiaku was not surprised by these words, and he glanced over at Xia Fei. After all, it was Xia Fei's idea to come to the outer hall of the domain of gods, so Xiaku did not know what the other was planning to do. Xia Fei carefully lit himself a cigarette and asked lightly, "Are these the words of our grand ancestor, or yours?" It mattered not that the warrior did not know who Xia Fei was. The fact that Xia Fei was a Skywing meant that he could not be treated rudely. He hastily smiled and replied, "What are you saying, sir? How would I dare to fabricate the words of those above? This is naturally a message sent from the Palace of Gods." "Then my clan's grand ancestor is in the Palace of Gods right now?" asked Xia Fei, intentionally raising his voice. Yes. He's in the middle of an important discussion with the other god kings." Smack! As he spoke, Xia Fei slapped the warrior so hard that he saw stars. They said that it was hard to strike a smiling face, but Xia Fei had done exactly that. "Nonsense! Who do you think you are? You dared to fabricate my grand ancestor's words. If you say one more lie, I'll crush you." Xia Fei glared as he unleashed all his inner demon into this outer hall, which symbolized the majesty of the domain of gods. In this god race place where it was impossible to throw a tantrum, Xia Fei threw one. Moreover, this tantrum was not one that would ever stop. Xia Fei had come today for the express purpose of causing a ruckus in the domain of gods. Xia Fei's slap was rather vicious, dizzying the warrior and knocking out several of his teeth. Smack! Xia Fei did not let him go, raising him up by the neck and shouting, "Where is the manager of the outer hall? Get that scoundrel out here right now." This was a peak hour for the outer hall, so there were many people around, including patriarchs of various clans. Xia Fei making a scene instantly drew the attention of countless spectators. Xiaoko had not expected Xia Fei to start off so strongly, but he could only stand in confusion next to the other. Everyone actually could not stand Xia Fei's overbearing actions, but the Skywing name made it so that no one dared to speak for fear of provoking these madmen of the law realm. Smack, smack, smack. A small-eyed, middle-aged man hurried over, and when he saw the furious form of Xia Fei, he froze. He then frowned and asked, "Not even the demon-sealing fiendish blade can do whatever they want in the outer hall of the domain of gods. How has my subordinate offended you?" These were rather tough words. Xia Fei guessed that this man had some background and was exactly who he was looking for. Hit him? This person dared to lie about the will of my grand ancestor. It'll even be completely justified if I kill him. Xia Fei glared as he unreasonably shot back. The middle-aged man was about to speak again. Alas, Xia Fei did not give him the chance. Raising his free arm, Xia Fei pointed at the manager and said, "You go and tell this to the Palace of Gods. Something big has happened in the Skywing clan. I need to see the patriarch. It's a matter of utmost importance. If you try and delay my clan's business, I'll kill your entire family." Power, madness, recklessness. In the name of the Skywings, Xia Fei had completely exploded in the outer hall of the domain of gods. His inner demon soared into the air. Xia Fei pointed one arm at the manager of the outer hall and shouted, "If you try to delay my clan's business, I'll kill your entire family." Everyone was startled. Xia Fei's argument actually made some sense. If something happened in the clan, the first to be notified would naturally be the patriarch. For the major clans in the circle, this was a very normal affair. Not only did no one feel that Xia Fei's actions were wrong, many of them blamed the employees of the outer hall for not fulfilling their duty and doing their utmost to convey the message. After all, the outer hall of the domain of gods existed specifically to facilitate communication between the major clans and their law gods. Many clan patriarchs were here, and when they put themselves in the shoes of the Skywing clan and thought about what they would feel if their subordinates reported something to the outer hall, yet its employees did not accurately convey the message, the patriarchs would naturally not feel very pleased. The tables had silently turned. The spectating experts were initially blaming Xia Fei, but now they stood on his side. As for that display of overbearing attitude, they came to understand it as him being anxious and spurred on by his duty to the clan. Hurry up and report. Their clan has encountered a problem and needs to meet their patriarch. Reporting this is your duty. Yes, what are you still standing there for? Go, go. Several righteous-minded patriarchs barked in criticism. That outer hall manager had never imagined that, despite Xia Fei clearly causing a ruckus in the outer hall, these experts would choose to side with him. Instead, human nature was fickle. Xia Fei had, of course, taken into account the various twists and turns of the human mind when he was making his plan. Everything went as he predicted. His act of making a scene was certain to achieve excellent results. After all, the patriarchs of the various clans also feared that a similar situation would happen to them one day. There was no fighting back against the rage of the masses, and the small-eyed hall manager hastily ran out to report the matter to his master. "What's our next step?" whispered Xia Ku into Xia Fei's ear. "They probably won't hand over the grand ancestor just like this." Xia Fei smiled, his lips forming a vicious smile. "Watch my signal for what to do next. If they don't hand him over, we'll fight our way in, and we'll do so openly and with justification." Xia Ku was stunned. He did not know what Xia Fei's plan was, but it appeared that the latter had no intention of sneaking into the domain of gods. Rather, he would openly defy the Palace of Gods. The small-eyed manager soon returned, and his forehead was caked in even more sweat, his eyes unfocused. Your grand ancestor isn't in the palace of gods. He may have gone out on business, said the man, a bitter look on his face. Xia Fei's eyebrows shot upward as he bellowed. Very good. You've got the guts to strike against our Skywing clan's patriarch. Our patriarch has probably already encountered some mishap by now, hasn't he? A wonderful, baseless accusation. Xia Fei had instantly framed the palace of gods of an immense crime. Conspiring against a peak law god was simply unfathomable in the law realm. With Xia Fei pinning a severe crime on the palace of gods, everyone went pale. Don't speak nonsense. How could the palace of gods conspire against the mighty patriarch of the Skywing clan? Are you mistaken, perhaps? That's right. I saw venerable Xia Guqing 2 days ago, and he was brimming with energy then. The patriarchs began to comment, and the outer hall manager was left dumbfounded. What sort of crime was killing a peak law god? It was a crime heavier than the heavens. It must be understood that all of mankind had only 2 peak law gods, and Xia Guqing was one of them. He was the patriarch of the demon-sealing fiendish blade, the Skywing clan. He was a figure of immense prestige. Xia Fei gazed at that warrior who had first received him and coldly said, "Moments ago, the outer hall warrior said that my Skywing grand ancestor is in the palace of gods. How is that he went from discussing matters with the other god kings to no longer being in the palace of gods? How am I supposed to believe anything you say? Is that true?" "It is. I heard with my own ears from this person that the Skywing patriarch is in the palace of gods. Now, they're saying that Xia Guqing is out on business. It's nothing but lies all the way down. I heard it too. This man was the one who said it." The outer hall exploded. It had just been proven that the outer hall of the domain of gods could also lie, and they could even try and lie to the illustrious demon-sealing fiendish blade. This was the trap. Xia Fei's trap-setting skills were well honed. Already having a handle on the outer hall, this was the moment that Xia Fei had been waiting for. The time was ripe. Xia Fei furiously pointed at the small-eyed manager and said, "If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll tear apart the outer hall and fight my way into the palace of gods." Right? The palace of gods needs to give the Skywings an explanation. Subordinates of the mighty palace of gods are colluding with each other to fabricate lies. You've truly forsaken your duties to the great clans. Everyone was standing on the side of the Skywings, and they were exerting even greater pressure on the outer hall. Xia Fei looked around and sternly said, "I now have sufficient reason to suspect the palace of gods of conspiring against my Skywing clan's patriarch. I'll give you 1 hour to hand over my clan's grand ancestor, or else it's war." Whoosh whoosh. War. This word had everyone sweating. This was truly the demon-sealing fiendish blade, even declaring war against the palace of gods. "Are you threatening the domain of gods, the palace of gods?" asked the outer hall manager furiously. "Threat?" Xia Fei sneered. "No, this is no threat." After a pause, Xia Fei gathered his energy and said loudly, "Right now, I represent the Skywings in giving the palace of gods an ultimatum. 1 hour. In 1 hour, if I don't see my clan's patriarch, it's war." Crunch. Xia Fei clenched his right hand, crushing the demonic wing token. Everyone was dumbfounded. No doubt that Xia Fei was serious. The ultimatum issued toward the palace of gods was an action of indescribable madness. In front of all these patriarchs and experts, Xia Fei had made the strongest declaration the demon-sealing fiendish blade could ever make. The Skywings are insane. They even issued an ultimatum against the palace of gods. Immediately report this news back. The Skywing patriarch has gone missing, and the fiendish blade has issued an ultimatum to the domain of gods. The law realm might soon be embroiled in another war. Bad news always spread very quickly. After only a few moments, the entire law realm, including the demon race, knew that the Skywings had issued an ultimatum to the palace of gods. In a flash, half of the universe was in the center of a brewing storm. For one clan to be capable of stirring up a stagnant pool like the law realm, the demon-sealing fiendish blade was truly formidable. This was what it meant to go all out in a single battle, to risk one's life for a single strike. Xia Fei's ultimatum gave the palace of gods no room for maneuvering. The Grand Ancestor would be handed over within the hour, or the Skywings would openly attack the Palace of Gods. It must be said that Xia Fei's plan had put the Skywings in the most favored position, the position of indignant soldiers. The other clans may not stand on their side, but they would never make enemies of the Skywings. After all, Xia Fei had a firm handle on the Palace of Gods. It was the Palace of Gods who lied first, causing Xia Fei to suspect them of plotting against his clan patriarch, so the Skywing series of actions was completely justified. Even this ultimatum issued to the Palace of Gods was very extreme. Everyone knew that the Skywing clan was essentially a madhouse. It had always acted in this unreasonable and crazy way. However, these law gods did not know that this ultimatum was only the start of Xia Fei's insanity. The moment the demonic wing token was shattered, the entire Skywing entered a combat-ready state. Xia Guanghai and Xia Lianing, who had been waiting all this time, immediately arrived along with all the forces stationed at the fiendish wing villa, their faces ashen and their bodies exploding with killing intent. What's happened? Why was the demonic wing token broken? Is the clan in danger? The majority of the Skywing wolf pack did not know what had just happened, so they began to ask questions. Xia Fei and Xia Ku walked out of the outer hall. As he scanned the several hundred Skywing clan members, he sternly said, "Right now, the Palace of Gods has seized our Grand Ancestor and is attempting to hurt him. This is why I activated the demonic wing token." Whoa! The Skywing wolf pack went pale in shock. They dared to touch our Grand Ancestor. I'll kill them. Tear down the Palace of Gods. Fight with them to the death. Furious and frenzied shouts filled the air. The Skywing wolves were verging on madness. One word from Xia Fei would be enough to have these iron-blooded men rushing into the domain of gods. Xia Fei continued, "Chief Steward Xia Ku and I have already issued an ultimatum to the Palace of Gods. In 1 hour, if they don't hand over the Grand Ancestor, we will charge into the domain of gods and turn the Palace of Gods upside down." Whoosh! Xia Fei turned around and began to tap on his spatial compass. A countdown soon appeared. The seconds went by, and in 55 more minutes, it would hit 0. 55 minutes. When this time is up, the Skywings will declare war against the Palace of Gods. A war that will not end. Xia Fei glared as he roared. His voice was like an iron nail, stabbing into their chests. Madness. Absolute madness. Xia Fei had fully exhibited the peerless arrogance of his clan. None of the Skywing's wolves felt the slightest bit uneasy about this declaration of war against the Palace of Gods. In fact, they felt that 1 hour was too long. They should have declared war immediately. They were unwilling to wait for even 1 second. Is this the demon-sealing fiendish blade? You dared to threaten the Palace of Gods. A deep voice came from afar, and a white figure drifted over. The spectating law god backed away when they saw this old man, looks of extreme respect on their faces. Bum! Xia Fei glanced at the white-robed elder. He cared not for who he was, shouting, "Dare? There's nothing that my Skywing clan would not dare to do." Whoosh! Xia Fei leaped into the air, the fiendish blade Nirvana coming out and pulverizing the golden sign of the outer hall. This is only the beginning. In 54 minutes, if I still haven't seen my clan's patriarch, I will dismantle the Palace of Gods. You can see how daring I am then. Xia Fei's face turned savage as he spoke, the aura from his inner demon threatening to envelop the white-robed law god. At the slightest sign of disagreement, Xia Fei had gone and smashed the signboard of the outer hall. This was the stance of the Skywings. This was Xia Fei's stance. In the domain of gods, a squad of warriors rushed in from the streets. They were armed to the teeth and wore somber expressions as they exuded their grim, killing intent. What's going on? Why are these warriors gathering? Has something happened? A pedestrian went up to a roadside stall and curiously asked this. Are you still unaware of what's going on? Several minutes ago, the Skywing clan surrounded the domain of gods. Apparently, it's because the Skywing clan patriarch, Xia Guqing, has inexplicably gone missing. The Skywings believe that this is some plot by the Palace of Gods and have issued an ultimatum to them. They have to either hand over Xia Guqing in 1 hour, or the Skywings will declare war against the Palace of Gods. All of the clans have begun to mobilize their people for fear of the worst-case scenario. Skywing, the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Right, The number one of the 8 blades of the gods, those guys used for sealing demons. How could they dare to issue an ultimatum to the palace of gods? Have they gone crazy? Crazy? They've never been normal. In my view, we can't blame the Skywing clan on this matter. The palace of gods first deceives them, saying that Xia Guqing is in the middle of a discussion in the hall, but later, when the Skywing clan said that it has an urgent business and needed to see Xia Guqing, the palace of gods said that Xia Guqing isn't there. It's very clear that they're hiding something about Xia Guqing. Otherwise, the Skywings wouldn't need to act so recklessly against the palace of gods. The Skywing clan has now gathered its forces and is surrounding the entrance to the domain of gods. I really don't know if this drama is going to end. I'm really getting more and more confused. Isn't the palace of gods a place where the law god experts gather? Why would they lie? It seems like the palace of gods isn't as reliable as we previously thought. Xia Fei's plan was currently having a rather excellent effect. It was no longer just the Skywings who needed an explanation. The entire law realm needed one, too, from the palace of gods. After all, the patriarchs of the various clans all served the palace of gods. If Xia Guqing had encountered some mishap, it was very easy to think that this was the result of a hunting dog being cooked once all the rabbits had been hunted. The others would have to consider whether they should continue serving the palace of gods or not. Of course, this was only part of Xia Fei's plan. If the palace of gods really refused to hand over the Grand Ancestor, this battle would be unavoidable. The Skywing Wolfpack's siege of the outer hall continued, and more people arrived to spectate. Many law gods within the palace of gods had also come out to see what was going on. The white-robed elder was livid upon seeing Xia Fei smash their golden signboard, and he murderously glared at the impudent law sage, but did not strike. Xia Fei had the entire Skywing clan backing him, so the slightest mistake could start the war early. It was clearly unrealistic for the Skywing clan alone to shake the palace of gods, but even if this band of the craziest madmen in the law realm could not destroy the palace of gods, it could still bite off a few chunks of flesh. Be careful. This white-robed elder is a top-class figure of the palace of gods, the patriarch of the Cyclone Blade, Tadaiji. He had never been on good terms with our Grand Ancestor, whispered Xiaku into Xia Fei's ear. Xia Fei smiled and said, "Here I was wondering why he'd act so aggressively to us. So he's one of the 8 blades of God. Unfortunately, we're the Skywings. Since we are bold enough to attack even the palace of gods, why would we care a hoot about him? Kill him if he utters another word." Xiaku was stunned and said nothing else. Xia Fei's killing intent was not fake. Since he had decided to siege the outer hall, he had no plans on giving up easily. The ranks were neat and orderly. The Skywing Wolfpack's ranks had encircled the outer hall, with Xia Fei, Xiaku, Xia Guanghai, and Xia Guanghai standing at the very front. Curiously, the leader of this operation was the youngest and least experienced, and the plan had also been devised by Xia Fei. None of the generals of the clan were unhappy about this. After all, Xia Fei was the strategist appointed by the Grand Ancestor. He was also a member of the White Flamingo Squad, a God Wing, and a Fiend Wing. It was only a matter of time until he inherited the Grand Ancestor's position. Age was not important. What mattered was ability. Xia Fei clearly possessed tactical acumen, and his manner of doing things aligned with Skywing's style perfectly. He was fierce enough, ruthless enough, and cunning enough. As the minutes went by, the Skywing Wolfpack remained determined, their bodies never relaxing, standing like wooden pillars around the outer hall. The small-eyed manager panicked and ran up to Xiaku, saying a pile of words to him, essentially telling him that the Skywings should not be so openly hostile and that there needed to be some room left so they could still work together in the future. Alas, Xia Fei's cold words immediately shut him up. "There are still 37 minutes and 15 seconds left until the war begins," said Xia Fei sternly as he eyed the timer. The manager was stunned, and he continued chattering on about how Xia Fei and the others should go rest inside, and how there was still room to negotiate. Xia Fei was not so polite this time, immediately cursing at him. "Screw your mother. If you say another word, I'll kill you." The manager grimaced. All the people serving the god race had some dignity, and he had never encountered someone as brutish and as unreasonable as Xia Fei. The Skywing warriors behind him made understanding smiles. While the words were vulgar, This was the stance of the Skywings. Being polite to the enemy? Sorry, but that had never been the style of the Skywings. Several minutes passed, and another manager from the Palace of Gods came over to try and persuade them. But Xia Fei simply barked, "Scram." His attitude was so arrogant that it almost made the manager vomit blood. No one said anything. The tension outside the outer hall hit maximum saturation. Even a fool could see that the Skywings were truly about to go crazy. "The last 5 minutes," said Xia Fei grimly, his face dark. Countless eyes were staring at that fate-deciding screen. As the seconds counted down, the war between the Skywings and the Palace of Gods drew closer and closer. A single clan challenging the entire law realm. The most lopsided battle in history was imminent. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a development within the outer hall. The God Palace division had finally lost its patience and arrived at the scene, shining bright armor. These God Palace soldiers were all Law Sage experts, and there were no fewer than 3,000 of them, which was several times the Skywing clan's force. Nonetheless, the Skywings were not at all swayed by the increased vigilance of their adversary. The Wolfpack formation was extremely vicious. When they dealt with one enemy, everyone would charge in together, and when they dealt with 10,000 enemies, they would still charge in together. Moreover, all the elites of the clan were people who had seen rivers of blood. They had fought countless battles while outnumbered. They cared not about how numerous their foe was. The God Palace division had just taken up formation and entered a furious standoff with the Skywing wolves when Xia Fei loudly said, "Last 3 minutes." His voice reverberated through the air, sounding particularly heavy in hearts of the spectators. The Skywings are so formidable. Even with the appearance of the God Palace division, they still don't plan on backing down. I know. One day, if I'm threatened like this and the people of my clan are as determined as the Skywings, putting their lives on the line to try and get me back, then even if I really die, I'll die content. There's simply no comparison, really. Our clans may have 1 or 2 fearless souls, but every Skywing member is a bloodthirsty maniac. A clan like this can't be lightly provoked. The resolve of the Skywings had earned the boundless admiration of the various patriarchs. No matter how carefree and unreasonable the Skywings were normally, at really important times, it was these madmen who had the daring and who were truly reliable. The Palace of Gods had never been pressured like this before, forced into a corner by the Skywings. The Palace of Gods, which had always reigned over the law realm, had yet to hand over a convincing explanation, so more and more people had come to believe that they had really done something to Xia Guqing. The hearts of the people were unstable. The law realm was already under the shadow of war, and now, the highest authority of the land, the Palace of Gods, had lost the trust of the people. The trust the various clans had in the Palace of Gods had dropped to 0. It was now the final minute, and Xia Fei silently took out Nirvana. The several hundred Skywing generals behind him all took out their weapons, too, as they unleashed their fiendish energy and murderous aura. No one spoke, but their aura was akin to 10,000 horses neighing in unison. The battle had yet to begin, but the intimidating presence of the Skywing wolves was enough to make the God Palace division's 3,000 soldiers gasp. The saying was right. Better to kill the king of the underworld than provoke the Skywing wolves. Only someone who had truly experienced the power of these wolves would understand how powerful and crazy these warriors were. 10, 9, 8. The several hundred Skywing warriors began to count down the last seconds in unison. The war seemed to be imminent. At this precarious moment, there was a thunderous bellow. "Halt! Your patriarch has something to say." Xia Fei raised his head and saw that the visitor was none other than Old Man Sai. He had a rather good impression of Sai. After all, this elder had noticed Oro and the secret of the gods of black and white, but had not exposed Xia Fei, leaving him some room for maneuvering. Lightly nodding, Xia Fei ordered the wolves behind him not to stay their hands for now and to listen on what Sai would say first. Phew! The God Palace division soldiers felt like they had been granted a great amnesty. In just a few more moments, the Skywing Wolfpack formation would have been mobilized. Any warrior with some experience would not want to fight with the Skywings. Moreover, this Wolfpack formation consisted of several hundred of the Skywing clan's strongest warriors. Even the weakest was a high-leveled law overlord that boasted of impressive power. You have 1 minute, said Xia Fei sternly to Sai. Sai was taken aback at first, but in the next second, he chuckled. Kid, you're always this intimidating. Your grand ancestor is currently doing very well, and he has something to say to you all. Whoosh. Sai opened his communication device and started a video call. What appeared on the screen really was the Skywing clan's grand ancestor, Xia Guqing. Grand ancestor. Old man. Patriarch. The Skywing wolves were all moved as they called to Xia Guqing. Looking at each person in the crowd, Xia Guqing gave an understanding smile and appeared to be very happy. Only Xia Fei was slightly startled. His gaze then darkened as he dropped his head. Ha! You kids actually had the outer hall of the domain of gods surrounded. Xia Guqing laughed. Good job. That's the style of the Skywing clan. Thump. The surrounding spectators almost fell over. The first thing the Skywing Grand Ancestor said was that Xia Fei's lot had done a good job besieging the outer hall. What was going on? Was this old man going to clap his hands and tell the Skywing wolf pack to attack even harder? After saying this, Xia Guqing suddenly became very solemn. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing looked at the Skywing wolves, which were ready to lunge, and said sternly, I'm very gratified that all of you came to besiege the domain of gods just because you thought that your grand ancestor was in a difficult spot. This means that you've never forgotten the creed of our Skywing clan. Never abandon and never give up. These are the creed of the Skywings, and they're how we differ from all the other clans in the Law Realm. As the grand ancestor spoke, the surrounding patriarchs felt their faces grow hot. No other clan protected its members like the Skywings did. Nor was any clan capable of matching the Skywings in their willingness to go to war against anyone for the sake of keeping their promise. Wherever the fiendish blade pointed, gods and demons would be slaughtered. The sharpness of the Skywing clan and its sense of duty were things that no other clan possessed. To stand firm in the Law Realm and reap the maximum benefit, the other clans would even use their members as bargaining chips, but the Skywings had never done such a thing. After a pause, the Grand Ancestor continued. Still, this time, you've truly made a mistake. No one has ever been able to entrap your Grand Ancestor. I was just chatting with a few old friends. Relax. There's still no one in the Palace of Gods who dares to raise their voice to me. Xia Guqing heartily laughed. When the Skywing wolves heard that they had misunderstood and that the Grand Ancestor was completely fine, they relaxed, feeling a great burden lifted from their hearts. The tense God Palace Division soldiers nearly cried tears of joy, and they had to do everything in their power to keep themselves from prostrating and kowtowing in thanks to the Grand Ancestor. If the Grand Ancestor had been late by a few seconds, the Skywing wolf pack would have truly gone to war against the Palace of Gods. These God Palace Division soldiers understood the power of the Skywings. While there were 3,000 of them, they would ever be able to stop the frenzied assault of the demon-sealing fiendish blade. The Grand Ancestor's appearance and explanation had dispelled the disaster. So how could the God Palace Division not feel grateful? Of course, quite a few people in the crowd felt disappointed that they would be unable to see the Skywings make fools of themselves. The mood became relaxed, and the carefree nature of the Skywings began to manifest itself. Xia Guanghai laughed and asked, Old man, which old friends are you talking about? Is it your old lover? Is your old body able to keep up? Ha! Everyone laughed. The Grand Ancestor's face turned stiff, and he loudly replied, My old body can keep up just fine. It's just as good as any teenager's. Kid, you don't need to worry about me. But if you don't get married soon and give me a few grandkids, take care that I don't castrate you. Not just Xia Guanghai. Even the other members of the clan began to tease the Grand Ancestor. But Xia Guqing did not put on any airs, acting like a child as he chatted with his descendants. The outer hall of the Palace of Gods had always been a solemn and dignified place, but it was now like a playground, awash with the carefree laughter of the Skywings. The spectators were all dumbfounded. Just moments prior, the most insane madman of the Law Realm had been radiating killing intent and had been ready to paint the streets red with blood, but in the blink of an eye, the battlefield had become a playground. The Skywings had completely disregarded the outer hall and were now joking around, the carefreeness in their bones coming out. No other clan was capable of producing a scene like this. Xia Lianing asked suddenly, Grand Ancestor, we have the outer hall surrounded. If we retreat now, The outer hall's people may very well come after us. They wouldn't dare. Xia Guqing glared, his body exploding with killing intent as he looked around and loudly spoke. We're the demon-sealing fiendish blade, let alone besieging the outer hall. Even if we actually attack it, so what? This matter ends here. Anyone who tries to cause further trouble over this incident will become my enemy. He appeared to be speaking to the surrounding patriarchs, his attitude extremely unreasonable. The various patriarchs either pretended not to hear or smiled at Xia Guqing. No one dared to say a word, for even a fool knew that the sky wings were not to be provoked. The Cyclone Blade Patriarch, Tadachi, softly sighed. He then very mechanically turned his head away. Although he wanted nothing more than for the outer hall to punish the Skywings, he knew that no one would have the guts to do so now. The imminent war had dissipated into smoke. The Grand Ancestor exchanged a few more words with the Skywings, and then moved to end the call. But before he did, he reiterated that he was fine and that Xia should go back with the men. His gaze flitted over Xia Fei, who had said nothing this entire time, and maintained an unblinking eye contact without saying a word. Xia Fei gave a light nod as if he was bidding farewell to the Grand Ancestor. There was a brief flash of cold light in his eyes that no one noticed. Are we really retreating? Whispered Xia Ku to Xia Fei. Retreat. But the White Flamingo squad should gather at the assembly point, and I want Xia Geng to head there too, answered Xia Fei calmly. Xia Ku was stunned. He had sensed a strange tone in Xia Fei's words, as if this matter was far from over to the latter. After the Skywings retreated, Xia Ku, Xia Geng, and Xia Fei rushed to convene with Xia Xiang and the others at the assembly point by the lake. Xia Geng was dumbfounded, completely unaware that the clan was hiding 5 law gods. There's something off. Xia Fei's first words had everyone feeling stunned. Xia Ku asked, we all saw the situation earlier. I didn't notice anything fishy then. Xia Fei, are you being too paranoid? The Grand Ancestor was the same as before, so why do you think that there's something odd? Xia Fei explained calmly. You forgot. The Grand Ancestor has the super communication device, the White Flamingo. He could have used that to contact us. There's no need for that extra step of going through Psi. Zing. Everyone grimaced. This was a simple problem, yet one that was easily overlooked. Everyone felt like the Grand Ancestor had acted very natural, so not one had noticed that the Grand Ancestor's method of communication was very abnormal. Everyone silently and solemnly stared at Xia Fei. Reality proved how wise of a decision it had been for the Grand Ancestor to place Xia Fei, who was not a law god yet, into the White Flamingo squad. His sharp and observant eyes had not missed a single detail. If not for him, everyone would have truly been fooled. What in the world happened? What message did the Grand Ancestor relay in that video? Asked Xia Xiang sternly. Xia Fei shook his head. You're wrong. The Grand Ancestor didn't reveal any information in the video. Rather, it's the messenger, Psi, who used an ancient code to pass a message on to me. If my guess is correct, the Grand Ancestor was forced to come out and comfort us so that we wouldn't attack the Palace of Gods, but he's under strict surveillance, so he naturally couldn't say much. Psi? The secret messenger was Psi? Heavens! We were only focused on the Grand Ancestor's words, so we completely ignored Psi. As the messenger, Psi probably has a direct connection to this matter. Everyone was once more rendered speechless, and they looked at Xia Fei with admiration. Xia Fei had used his outstanding observation and analytical abilities to prove that he belonged to the White Flamingo squad. Wait a moment. I need to read the code in my memories. Xia Fei shot to a large tree and began to recall the code that Psi had given him, decrypting it. Pursing his lips, Xia Xiang looked at Xia Ku and asked, so this is Xia Fei. Has he always been like this? After all, the most Xia Xiang and Xia Fei had done together was exchange a few words. He had only heard tales of Xia Fei's feats. As the saying went, seeing was believing, and it was only today that great law god Xia Xiang had truly seen Xia Fei's strength. Naturally feeling surprised, he asked this question. Xia Ku replied solemnly, he's a monster. Ever since he returned to the Skywings, Xia Fei has displayed a monstrous ability, time and again. Trust me when I say that his observation and analysis aren't the extent of his abilities. The more time you spend with him, the more you'll understand what I mean. Truthfully, while Xia Fei has the lowest cultivation in the White Flamingo squad, and is also the youngest. I can feel that he's the ideal candidate to serve as its leader. Xiaogang commented, I agree as well. The first time I saw Xia Fei was by the edge of the Law Realm, in turbulence, and already he displayed the Skywing's might as he led that battle. There's also that battle at the Night Banquet Inn, where Xia Fei calculated everything down to the smallest detail. At present, he's the best strategist, the best observer, and the best beast tamer in our clan. He has Holy Beast Shatterstar, a strange golden demon chrysalis, that incredible cross-shaped fiendish blade, and also 5 plant-type immemorial mystical armaments. There's also the law power he possesses that no one has ever seen before. Frankly, while Xia Fei is only at the Law Sage level, his combat power is definitely at the Law God level. These words made the 5 Skywing Great Law Gods gasp, and they turned to Xia Fei with eyes ablaze in passion. A Law God that's not a Law God? The most monstrous strategist? No wonder the Grand Ancestor placed him in the White Flamingo Squad. Xia Fei's this powerful. Xia Xiang concluded sternly. With Radix at his side, this expert who once had access to the secret databanks of the God race, Xia Fei did not take long to finish decrypting Psi's code. Xia Fei returned with a cold face and announced solemnly, just as I predicted, the Grand Ancestor has been confined. Zing! Killing energy soared into the air as everyone exploded with rage. Who was it? Who dared to confine our Grand Ancestor? I'll peel off their skin, raged the ever-impulsive Xia Jing. While the others did not say anything, the murderous energy radiating from them showed just how furious they actually were. Only a very powerful enemy could forcibly confine the Grand Ancestor, replied Xia Fei sternly. There's no time. Wait for me here. I need to head somewhere. Xia Fei left Xia Ku and the others in confusion as he took out his unregistered spatial compass and departed. What is Xia Fei doing? How could he go off alone at a time like this? Said Xiajing frantically. Having a very violent temper, he wanted no more to charge over and fight against those guys who had placed the Grand Ancestor under confinement. Alas, Xia Fei was not present, so nobody knew what information Psi had conveyed, but from the grim look on his face when he left, it was easy to guess that this was no simple matter. Don't be hasty. We have to trust Xia Fei. After all, he's our clan's best strategist, assuaged Xia Ku. How could they not be hasty? Xia Ku was just trying to calm everyone down, but he himself was about to go crazy. Each passing second was a living torment, everyone eagerly rubbing their hands and clenching their fists as they waited and waited. 3 hours later, Xia Fei descended from the sky. His body was brimming with murderous energy. He was not alone. Behind him were 2 great law gods. Wearing black armor and white armor, it was none other than the 2 traitors of the law realm, the gods of black and white. It turned out that Xia Fei had personally requested reinforcements from them. In this entire universe, only 3 people could use the law of primal chaos. Today, all 3 of them had gathered. The sudden arrival of the gods of black and white drew the looks of Xia Xiang and the others. Xia Fei waved his hand and said, Hua Hei Hua Bai. Today, the 2 of them will be working with us. Everyone should try to accommodate them. Hua Hei and Hua Bai had rather resounding reputations within the circle. The father of the brothers even had some significant relationship to the Skywings. Thus, once everyone was introduced, they were not strangers with each other anymore. All of them stared at Xia Fei as they waited to hear what he planned to do next. Xia Fei looked at Xia Ku and said sternly, It's fine if all of us go. You stay behind and protect Fiendish Wing Villa. Once we save the Grand Ancestor, all the Skywings will probably have to withdraw from the Law Realm. After all, I don't know who we may run into and who should kill. Xia Ku was startled, but he nodded and said, I understand what you mean. You can be at ease. The Skywing clan already has a withdrawal plan. I'll give you the location in a little while. I can handle the clan's affairs. If you can save the Grand Ancestor, you'll have done a great service. Turning his head, Xia Fei told Xia Xiang and the others, Let's not delay, and immediately set out. To where? Asked Xia Jing. Red Brow Sword Mountain. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and declared, Red Brow Sword Mountain, was everyone's stunned reaction. Hua Hei shook his head and asked, Your Grand Ancestor was captured and taken to Red Brow Sword Mountain? Is this intel reliable? It should be. Old Man Sai told me that personally. I reckon that he wouldn't take such an enormous risk just to convey a false message. Hua Hei nodded. We, brothers, are very familiar with Sai. He is considered a very loyal senior in the circle and also has a good relationship with your grand ancestor. He's a character that we can trust. Still, Redbrow Sword Mountain isn't a simple place. That's a special training base, a legendary and unfathomable place for the Palace of God's experts. Oh, how's it unfathomable? Xia Fei asked. Rumors are that the 13 founders select law gods from the Palace of Gods every now and then to be their direct subordinates and send them to Redbrow Sword Mountain for additional training. The exact details of their training are a complete mystery, but all the participants experience massive boosts in power after undergoing such. In my opinion, this so-called training is just a smokescreen. The true goal of those old undyings is to see if these experts can become loyal subordinates who will offer up their lives for them. In short, Redbrow Sword Mountain isn't an ordinary place. Putting aside the numerous experts, we may even run into the 13 founders themselves. Hua Hei stroked his chin and said. At this time, Xia Ke commented, our Skywing clan has also investigated Redbrow Sword Mountain before. The reports mostly say the same thing as yours, but from what we know, the 13 founders aren't actually involved with Redbrow Sword Mountain. Rather, it's Fig Corporation. The people from that company control this mysterious base, though it's impossible to get the specifics. Fig. It's Fig Corporation that controls Redbrow Sword Mountain? That's absurd. I know that many experts in the circle will head there at set intervals. Turns out that they're working for Fig Corporation, exclaimed Hua Hei in shock. Hua Bai also felt amazed, asking, Fig is recruiting so many law gods and has also put your grand ancestor Xia Guqing under confinement? Why are they doing all this? The matter had become confusing. The grand ancestor's confinement was now linked to Fig Corporation, which they simply could not fathom. The one in charge of Redbrow Sword Mountain is Fei Quan, the boss behind Fig, a peak law god, reported Xia Ke. Everyone was stunned. There were far too many legends circulating through the law realm about Fei Quan. That he could raise the #1 technology group Fig by his own hand was enough to prove his business acumen, and his status as a peak law god proved that he was extremely powerful, too. Xia Fei sternly said, No wonder old man Sai had told me to call all the strongest people I could. It's because we will have to face Fei Quan, the peak law god who managed to fight to a draw with the grand ancestor all those years back. The Skywing clan had a heaven-defying advantage in speed, and grand ancestor Xia Guqing, in particular, could move at the speed of light. He was utterly unstoppable, cutting down all opposition in his path. Fei Quan, who was able to fight to a draw with Xia Guqing, would be an unprecedentedly strong foe. Moreover, since he could imprison the grand ancestor at Redbrow Sword Mountain, he presumably had a backup plan. Xia Fei and the White Flamingo squad were bound to be facing a difficult trial. Even if it's Fei Quan, I'll still send him to his grafts. Let's not waste time and go already. If you have anything else to say, we can talk about it on the way over. Turning his head, Xia Fei said to Xia Ke, As for the clan, I entrust it to you. Xia Ke nodded. You can relax with me here, but please, everyone, you must bring back the grand ancestor. Our Skywing clan can't be without him. Xia Ke's solemn request tugged at everyone's heartstrings. The gods of black and white saluted and firmly said, The grand ancestor saved our father's life, showing great kindness to our Hua clan. We have no objections. We, brothers, will risk our lives on this mission. Xia Jing said, We have 7 law gods on our end, with 3 of them being superior law gods. With search specialist Xia Geng and the monster Xia Fei, this sort of party should be capable of knocking down a peak law god. Xia Fei called over Xia Ke and whispered a few words to him. Xia Ke was startled, and then his eyes flashed with killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several white beams of light flashed over, and a squad of 9 people appeared next to a strange planet. In the distance was a snow-capped mountain. A band of red clouds gathered around its midline, creating a rather bizarre sight. This is Redbrow Sword Mountain. The red clouds remain throughout the year and seem like eyebrows, while the mountain itself is extremely precipitous and thrust straight into the clouds like a heaven-piercing sword. This is where Redbrow Sword Mountain gets its name. Hua Hei pointed and said. Hua Bai added, The entrance should be enclosed by the red clouds. I heard this from someone else, and the reliability of this information is more than 90%. Xia Fei nodded as his mind began to work. First, we should split into smaller teams. The white flamingo communication device can penetrate through any type of interference, so once we split up, we will rely on this device to keep in touch. We only have 6 white flamingos at hand, so we can't give one to everyone. As such, we will need to split up for this operation, Xia Fei suggested solemnly. Everyone agreed with his plan. Once they were on Redbrow Sword Mountain, they would be in a dragon's den. It was very important that everyone kept in touch and cooperated with one another. Hua Hei, Hua Bai, you two are responsible for protecting Xia Gong, our eyes. He's a search specialist and a warning device. Any harm that comes to him will be a major blow to the team. In addition, you're responsible for holding the rear. The backs of the squad will for you to protect, ordered Xia Fei. Hua Hei was startled, saying unhappily, the rear is important, but we brothers can do more. Let's just have Hua Bai remain as the rear guard, while I charge ahead with you. Xia Fei waved his hand. Hua Bai is naturally good enough to hold the rear, but all of us are high-speed warriors. You may be unable to keep up with our tempo. Hua Hei's face turned red as he fell silent. The Skywing clan had inherited the law of speed. Though Hua Hei was a superior law god, he found it very hard to keep up with Xia Fei and the others' movements. If things went poorly, the Skywings might even have to divide their attention to look after Hua Hei. Xia Fei's plan not only accounted for tactical necessity, but also for the attributes of each person. Xia Helen, Xia Jing, Xia Hong. The 3 of you are in the second team. You're responsible for holding the center. If the vanguard encounters difficulty, you must give them support, and if the rear guard is in trouble, you have to go and help them out. It's a very important role, said Xia Fei. After Xia Helen and the others nodded, he continued speaking. Lastly, the vanguard will be you two, Xia Xiang and Xia Ya. You're both the fastest out of everyone, so you'll have to take on the duty of charging into the enemy ranks. Of all the martial arts out there, only speed is invincible. Today, we're going to display its might to the maximum. No matter who we encounter, the vanguard will kill them. If the vanguard can't kill someone, ask the support team for help. If you still can't kill them, have the rear guard join you. Leave no one alive. Kill everyone you can. If there's nothing to kill, steal everything. If there's nothing to steal, destroy everything. Kill, steal, destroy. Xia Fei's plan was the 3-alls policy. It was to destroy utterly Redbrow Sword Mountain, the life's work of peak law god Fei Quan. After pausing, Xia Fei clenched his teeth and said, the Skywings will fight to the end with those who dared to confine our grand ancestor. Our blades will show no mercy. Not only will we save our grand ancestor, after today, Redbrow Sword Mountain will cease to exist from this side of the universe. The gods of Black and White got very confused, asking, everyone has their respective mission, so what will you yourself be doing? Xia Fei eerily smiled as he whispered, I'm the Skywing clan's lone wolf, so I'll naturally be supporting all of you. Just you. That's too dangerous. Relax. I've never worked alone, reassured Xia Fei with a cold laugh. Everyone instantly understood. Xia Fei had countless cards. Furball and Peacock Blue were both powerful allies to him. If it was really no good, Xia Fei could even summon Little Goldie from out of dark space. Xia Fei's plan was not complicated. It was all about speed. They would take Redbrow Sword Mountain before anyone could react. Whoosh! Xia Xiang and Xia Ya led the way, their speed per second exceeding 20 million. They were like comets. Look, that's the entrance. Xia Ya pointed at a flashing alloy gate under the red clouds. Destroy it. Rumble. Xia Ya and Xia Xiang used their fastest speed to blast straight through the doors. Behind them were the support team and rear guard. Guards, kill them all. Weapons flashed so quickly that they seemed like illusions. The Skywings killed faster than they moved. Wherever they went, bodies covered the ground and blood flowed like river. This powerful team swept through the unprepared Redbrow Sword Mountain as if no one was there, easily slaughtering all opposition, stealing everything of value, and destroying what was left. Xia Fei's 3-alls policy was executed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, they had ransacked their way through all of Redbrow Sword Mountain. All of the secret mechanisms within the mountain were laid bare. As Xia Xiang and the others were slaughtering their way through the mountain, Xia Fei stood in a secret chamber, staring at a familiar symbol on the wall. Fig. Red Brow Sword Mountain really is a secret organization under Fig Corporation. In other words, the ones who want to harm your grand ancestor is really Fig. Radix told Xia Fei. With his eyes turning vicious, Xia Fei raised the white flamingo and got in contact with Xia Ku in the distant fiendish winged city. It's confirmed. It's Fig Corporation. Do it, said Xia Fei grimly. Red Brow Sword Mountain. Whoosh. Xia Fei appeared in front of the gods of black and white like a ghost. Hua Hei gasped and then asked seriously, Xia Fei, why are you like a cat, moving around without a sound? I don't even know how you managed to emerge from the side path. Xia Fei smiled. Breath control, crafty approach, and the law of speed had always been treasures that he relied to keep himself hidden. It was very normal for Hua Hei not to realize how he had gotten so close. How's it? Were you able to locate the grand ancestor? Asked Xia Fei. Xia Geng's face was caked in sweat. For the sake of finding Xia Guqing, he was going all out. The black and white gods were even carrying him right now as they moved forward so that he could focus entirely on the search. Xia Geng needed not only to search for the grand ancestor, but also to provide support for the vanguard and the center team. As such, he was consuming immense amounts of energy. Xia Geng had no complaints, though, and just threw himself into the endeavor wholeheartedly, searching constantly for any clues. Still nothing, said Xia Geng grimly as he opened his eyes. By now, his eyes were completely bloodshot. Xia Fei patted Xia Geng on the shoulder, took a grade 8 origin crystal from his spatial ring, and gave it to him. You don't need to rush, just continue your hard work. Xia Geng nodded. Being told that he did not need to rush was clearly just talk. Everyone in the clan was ablaze with panic over the fact that the grand ancestor had gone missing. As for Xia Geng, who knew the truth, his eyes were almost popping out of his sockets. This was a reflection of just how anxious and worried he felt. You guys can continue while I go look around, said Xia Fei as he pointed at a side passage. Hua Hei was slightly taken aback. I think that I finally get why you let us be the main force to draw enemy attention. It's so that you'll have the time and space to move around freely. Xia Fei did not deny it. The plan had always been like this. With 3 superior law gods opening the way, the enemy's main force would be drawn to this powerful adversary, allowing Xia Fei to sneak in. After all, with breath control, he could truly move around like a ghost and was the best infiltration expert in the squad. The vanguard, Xia Xiang and Xia Yi, kept pressing forward, dismantling any door in their path, killing anyone they saw, and stealing everything of value. This was truly a pleasant slaughter, and they encountered no major obstacles at all. After a few minutes, this team had completely flipped Red Brow Sword Mountain over, killing countless people and essentially destroying the base. Alas, there was still no sign of the grand ancestor, leaving everyone extremely worried. Whoosh! Xia Xiang and Xia Yi made a turn and found a giant alloy door. This door was different from the others. It was not just thick and heavy but also bore a mysterious X. Destroy it. Rumble. Xia Xiang and Xia Yi rushed over, their sabers flashing as they moved to obliterate the door. However, after only a few attacks, the door began to open on its own. It seemed to be under someone's control. Xia Xiang and Xia Yi were both startled at first, but then they charged in. The plan to save the grand ancestor did not permit any delay. Even if it was a den of dragons, they would still need to charge in. Sure enough, it's you guys from the Skywing clan. I didn't think that they'd come looking at Red Brow Sword Mountain. A voice suddenly spoke these words. Xia Xiang and Xia Yi looked around. They were in an enormous room packed with electronic equipment. This appeared to be Red Brow Sword Mountain's command center. 3 old men confidently stood within, exuding heroic aura and wearing robes adorned with red clouds. They coldly stared at Xia Xiang and Xia Yi. Xia Yi was young and brimming with vigor. He kept close to his mind Xia Fei's policy of kill all, steal all, destroy all. As such, he charged up at the 3 experts without a word, but Xia Xiang pulled him back. Don't act recklessly. These are 3 peak law gods, said Xia Xiang sternly. Peak law gods were experts only second to the 13 founders of the law realm in terms of strength. In all of mankind, there were only 2 people who had reached this apex, and one of them was Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing. Now, they had encountered 3 of them at Redbrow, Sword Mountain. You've got sharp eyes. The 3 of us were even able to capture your Grand Ancestor. As for you lot, you'll probably die without even knowing how you die, said the expert on the left coldly. Don't underestimate them. The Skywings are truly powerful. They even managed to hide 2 law gods. If we hadn't captured that old man Xia Guqing, we might have been unable to expose the true strength of the Skywings. The 3 peak law gods talked as if no one else were around, treating Xia Xiang and Xia Ye like air. At this moment, Xia Helen, Xia Jing, and Xia Hong charged in. All 5 Skywing law gods had gathered, and the 3 peak law gods on the other side were stunned. 5 law gods. The Skywings were hiding 5 law gods? Exclaimed one of the old men in shock. In normal circumstances, a clan with 2 law gods was considered first class, and 3 law gods was superclass. However, the Skywings, a small clan with only a population somewhere around 50,000 or so, had managed to produce 5 law gods. This was simply absurd. It must be understood that, besides these 5, the Skywings had the heaven-defying old wretch, Xia Guqing, who was a supreme peak law god expert. The Skywings were not just superclass, but also double superclass. They had besieged the palace of gods precisely because they had confidence in their strength. As the 3 peak law gods marveled on the fact that the Skywings were hiding 5 law gods, the third team comprising the black and white gods arrived, too. Who told you that it's only 5 law gods? Did you forget about us, brothers? Hua He glared as he loudly spoke. With the addition of the black and white gods, the 3 peak law gods were now facing the Skywing clan's 3 superior law gods and 4 law god experts. Equally matched, the 3 peak law gods, who had looked down on Xia Xiang and Xia Ye, could not help but get serious at this moment, for they were facing 7 law gods in total. Fei Quan, Huang Jinyuan, Agabansi. Old He called the names of the 3 peak law gods. The Skywing law gods had been hiding in the shadows all this time, so they were not familiar with the members of the Palace of Gods, but the Hua siblings knew who these experts were. I didn't think that the 3 of you would be colluding. I'm guessing that you're also involved in Fig Corporation and the cases of experts going missing from their clans, right? Hua He pointed at the 3 peak law gods and asked, Little He, Little Bai, you 2 are deserters who betrayed the law realm. You don't have the right to criticize us. Agabansi coldly snorted in disdain. Fei Quan casually said, Even if we are involved, so what? Plus, all our deeds were done to maintain the balance of the law realm. You'll never be able to understand it. The violent-tempered Xia Jing strode forward and said coldly, Understand? We don't need to understand. I only know that you've forcibly confined our grand ancestor, making you enemies of the Skywing clan, and all our enemies must die, without exception. Ha ha ha. The 3 peak law gods erupted in laughter. Their leader, Fei Quan, coldly said, Don't think that just because you found Little He and Little Bai, it'd mean that you could fight against the 3 of us. You should first ask about how they fled with their tails between their legs back then. Hua He and Hua Bai paled. It appeared that there was a very deep grudge existing between the 2 siblings and Fei Quan's group. Suddenly, Xia Ye reeled back in shock and pointed at an image on a screen. Look, it's the Grand Ancestor. Everyone looked over and saw that it was really Xia Guqing on the screen. He was fixed to an alloy operating chair, various tubes attached to his body, seemingly sucking something out of him. There was a very strange aura around Xia Guqing, which constantly shifted to red and green. The Grand Ancestor appeared to be mentally out of it. He was still breathing and had a pulse, but he did not seem to be conscious. Grand Ancestor, Old Master Xia, cried Xia Xiang and the black and white gods. It was clear to all that the Grand Ancestor was in dire straits. Law gods had seeds of life, which made them essentially immortal, but Fei Quan's group was using some never-before-seen method on Xia Guqing. This method seemed very similar to Xia Fei's nirvana, as it could extract energy from experts. There was not much time. If they did not quickly save him, the Grand Ancestor would probably end up being killed by this strange contraption. Alas, you're too late. In a few more minutes, Xia Guqing will cease to exist from this universe, but there'll be another wandering ghost, said Fei Quan sinisterly. There's a road to the heavens, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barged right in. If you're worried that your grand ancestor will embark alone on his journey down to the netherworld, the three of us will relieve you of this worry. We'll let you die with him. Awu, Xia Xiang and the others could no longer restrain themselves after hearing this, and even the black and white gods were enraged. Charge in there. Kill them. Hua Hei waved his arm and shouted. Rumble. The 7 law gods used their various attacks to barrage the 3 peak law gods. Meanwhile, Xia Geng used all his power to try and find Xia Guqing's location. Time was money, and Xia Geng was frantic. He tightly closed his eyes as he sent out all his energy. What was coming out of his eyes was not tears, but blood. Even if he destroyed his eyes, he would find the Grand Ancestor's location. Even if he died, he would save the Grand Ancestor. It was an extremely desperate situation. Xia Geng began to consume his life force, his skin wrinkling, and after a few seconds, his hair began to turn white. The 5 Skywing Law Gods used the Wolfpack formation to battle desperately against Huang Jinyuan. The black and white gods did not understand the Wolfpack formation, but they had their own moves. The brothers were in sync as they fought against the other peak law god, Agabansi. However, in this way, no one was there to fend off Fei Quan. Fei Quan smiled, and his arm began to expand explosively as he rushed for Xia Geng. Rumble. Fei Quan's fingers were right up at Xia Geng's face, and he was milliseconds away from obliterating the latter when, suddenly, a shadow shot out, raising a cross-shaped blade and unleashing a vicious attack. No, it was not just one person. It was a person, a grass, a ball, and a soul. The Skywing's law god that was not a law god, the lone wolf Xia Fei, had arrived at the scene. With a raise of the hand, a blade fell. Nirvana was like a bolt of lightning as it savagely slashed down. Fei Quan had not expected Xia Fei to attack so abruptly and silently. He hastily withdrew his arm in shock. Rumble. The fiendish blade smashed onto the ground, creating a large crater. The edge of the blade brushed past Fei Quan's arm, only 5 centimeters away at the closest point. Bang bang bang. Furball's energy attacks swiftly followed the fiend blade, and Peacock Blue also unfurled. Xia Fei used a series of attacks to throw Fei Quan back. Plush. In the corner, Xia Geng vomited blood, his complexion extremely haggard. It seemed that he had aged several decades, his eyes dim and his hair entirely white. How are you? Inquired Xia Fei urgently as he stood in front of Xia Geng. There are obstructions everywhere. I don't have the mental energy to dig any deeper. I can't find the Grand Ancestor. His voice was brimming with sorrow and rage. Xia Geng had not mentioned his condition at all. All he cared about was the Grand Ancestor's safety. On the screen, Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing was withering away. Every second of delay decreased the chances of saving the Grand Ancestor. I'm going all out against you lot today. Fei Quan. Today, none of you will survive. Unleashing his inner demon completely, Xia Fei placed a hand on the white flamingo as he shouted this. His eyebrows shot up. At this moment, Xia Fei was on the precipice of madness. The Law Realm, God Race territory. Xia Fei's enraged roar was fully transmitted into Xia Ke's ears. Xia Fei had placed a hand on the white flamingo as he spoke to send this information to Xia Ke, to inform him that things at Redbrow Sword Mountain were not looking good, and that Xia Ke needed to work harder on his end. If he had any backup plans, he should be playing them now. After Xia Ke finished listening, he felt like his head was swelling, and he barely stopped himself from falling to the ground. What's going on? Bad news on Xia Fei's end. Xia Guanghai held up Xia Ke as he asked urgently. It really was Fei Quan. Those people who kidnapped our Grand Ancestor are in the middle of an intense fight with Xia Fei's team. The situation isn't looking good. Xia Ke focused and gave this reply. Whoosh. Killing intent soared into the air as all the Skywing warriors went pale in shock, their killing intent exploding. All out assault. All out assault. Flatten Fig Corporation for me, cried Xia Guanghai as he exploded in rage. Right? Flatten Fig, snarled Xia Ke, standing up and issuing the order for an all-out assault. Xia Fei felt that destroying Redbrow Sword Mountain would be letting off Fei Quan too lightly, so he dispatched Xia Ke's men to teach Fig Corporation a lesson. Xia Ke was not as bold as Xia Fei. Although he had received the order from the latter, he had only harassed Fig's perimeter and had not made a true lethal assault. Now that Xia Fei had sent word, Xiaku understood that the situation was grim and had gotten rid of his last bit of hesitation. He was now determined to annihilate the Law Realm's #1 technology company. Rumble. The speed of the Skywings was the speed of light. A force rushed out, forming into a line and madly charging forward. All the buildings they passed collapsed to the ground, torn apart. The vast Fig Corporation, the #1 technology group in the universe, was flattened in minutes by the Skywing wolf pack. Rumble. A massive explosion tore through the firmament. With a massive explosion, Redbrow Sword Mountain had its upper half shorn off. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures charged out of the ruins of the mountain, gathering into two parties. On one end were three peak law gods led by Fei Quan, and on another was Xia Fei's group. Just by looking at the state everyone was in, one could see how grueling this battle was. Almost every person was wounded in some way. Redbrow Sword Mountain was covered in holes and on the verge of collapse. This sort of gruesome result could only be achieved by people fighting against one another with their lives on the line. There's no time. The three of us need to work together to use the reversal force. Xia Fei frowned as he spoke to the Hua brothers. Hua Hei and Hua Bai were both startled, and then they nodded solemnly. Clearly, Xia Fei wanted to join hands with the black and white gods in using the law of primal chaos. The only three people in the universe with the power of primal chaos would write history and release the strongest attack since the creation of the universe. Primal chaos could turn black into white, right into wrong. It was the most unreasonable and most absurd power. The calamitous power achieved by combining their power was difficult to fathom, but it was certain to shock the universe. No one had ever combined the power of the law of primal chaos. Not in the past, and probably not in the future. All right, we'll do as you say. Hua Hei hardened his heart and spoke solemnly. On another end, the three peak law gods had never expected the counterattack of the Sky Wings to be so vicious. They initially believed that they could rely on their apex cultivation to individually break down their foes and ultimately wipe out Xia Fei's squad. Alas, when they truly began fighting with them, they realized that none of these people was so easily broken. Not only did they fail to break their enemies, they had gotten rather badly injured and were in rather poor states themselves. Don't think any of you will be getting away with it after destroying my Redbrow Sword Mountain, said Fei Quan savagely. You think that we're only destroying your Redbrow Sword Mountain? Xia Fei coldly sneered in response. The three peak law gods were all startled, and Fei Quan asked suspiciously, What do you mean? What do I mean? I mean to destroy everything you own. Xia Fei shouted back unreasonably, and the two sides started fighting again, explosions resounding throughout the planet as a suffocating mood descended. In the middle of the battle, Xia Fei and the Hua brothers began to build up primal chaos force. Xia Fei naturally used his Dark Crescent Ruin Blade, the strongest primal chaos combat technique he knew. In the case of the black and white gods, they had a somewhat stranger fighting style. Each of them took up a side, constructing a black lotus flower. The lethal flower soon rose in the air, carrying a brutality that could obliterate the sea of stars. The three peak law gods were also about to use their strongest attacks. The protracted battle had failed to reach an outcome. Xia Fei's group had even managed to destroy Redbrow Sword Mountain. The three peak law gods felt humiliated, so they decided to use their strongest techniques to obliterate Xia Fei's crew. No doubt that the full might of the law of primal chaos would have a destructive effect. The power of three peak law gods also could not be underestimated. Both sides were putting everything on the line. One side must die. Suddenly, at this moment, a thunderclap came from beneath Redbrow Sword Mountain. All of you stop. This old man will take care of his enemies himself. Grand Ancestor. Everyone was startled. This voice clearly belonged to their Skywing patriarch, Xia Guqing. It turned out that he was not dead. 1 second later, an overwhelming pressure swept out, and Xia Fei's team and the three peak law gods all could not help but shiver at its power. Even Redbrow Sword Mountain shook to its foundations. It used to be an extremely tall and steep mountain, with its summit covered in snow. After the rampage of Xia Fei's team, Redbrow Sword Mountain had been cut down at the waist, and what was left was covered in holes. However, when Skywing Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing emerged, The entire mountain went flying. This was a rare and wondrous sight. Imagine seeing all of the Himalayas getting uprooted. Xia Guqing had just pulled off an even greater feat. Rumble. The earth quaked as the mountain, which had just been deeply buried in the soil, flew up faster and faster. In the end, Xia Guqing tossed it into the sea of stars, as if it were a shot put. A figure floated in the air, a savage look on his face, and various tubes still attached to his body. This was the Skywing clan's patriarch, peak law god Xia Guqing. Whoosh! Xia Guqing pulled off all the tubes attached to his body with one hand and pointed at the 3 peak law gods. You 3 are my prey. No one else is allowed to touch you. As he spoke, 7 dragons soared. These 7 silver dragons proudly laughed above the 9 heavens. They leaped out from Xia Guqing's body and pierced into the clouds. Their aura was utterly blinding. Fei Quan's group was stunned, saying in disbelief, Xia Guqing, you broke the taboo? Xia Fei did not understand what they were talking about, but he guessed that it had to do with the supreme aura the Grand Ancestor exuded. For some reason, Xia Guqing had much more energy compared to before. At least, it was several times more. Your Grand Ancestor has promoted, said Radix into Xia Fei's mind, his eyes flashing. Promoted? Xia Fei was stunned. The Grand Ancestor is a peak law god. If he rose another level, then he would be, correct, a founder. Xia Guqing has become a founder. From here on, there's another godlike figure in the universe who has reached the level of a founder, said Radix solemnly. Xia Fei did not dare to believe his ears. A founder? It turned out that law god was not the apex of strength. Xia Guqing had broken through that limit. He had reached the highest heights of the universe, standing on par with the 13 founders. I must thank you 3, Xia Guqing said as he stared at Fei Quan's group and smiled. Legends say that breaking the limit requires placing oneself in grave danger, but I was a law god, a peak law god. There's little in this universe that can threaten me. It's actually quite difficult to find a situation where my life would be at risk. Thankfully, you 3 went to such great lengths to place me in dire straits, helping me break the taboo. Don't you think that I should be thanking you? Fei Quan's face was green as he grimly spoke. Very good, Xia Guqing. No wonder the 3 of us captured you so easily. Turns out that you never planned to resist. You planned to find a breakthrough method through us. Xia Guqing laughed. Correct. If I wasn't willing, you really think that the 3 of you could catch me? What an absolute joke. Fei Quan gnashed his teeth. Old man, don't celebrate too soon. The 13 founders won't let you be for breaking the law realm's greatest taboo. With his aura increasing once more, Xia Guqing glared and said, Humph. This old man doesn't live so that others can let me be or not let me be. Today I'll kill you 3. Tomorrow, I'll kill those 13 pieces of scum. Xia Guqing suddenly disappeared. A moment later, Xia Guqing's hands had gripped peak law god Huang Jinyuan by his head. His arms pulled, and peak law god Huang Jinyuan was torn in half. The Skywings were insane, which of course made the Skywings' Grand Ancestor the craziest Grand Ancestor as well. What a decisive will to fight to the end when retreat is no longer an option. Xia Guqing's vicious, all right. In order to make a breakthrough to the founder tier, he actually placed himself in an extreme precarious situation, lacking any possible support. No one in the entire Skywing clan even knows about this. The courage and breadth of spirit he has just shown isn't something anyone can demonstrate, exclaimed Radix into Xia Fei's mind. The Skywings and the black and white gods watching all this transpire could feel the passion in their blood boil just from witnessing Xia Guqing split peak, law god, Huang Jinyuan in 2, killing the BSDRD in just one move, while challenging 3 illustrious peak law gods, all by himself. Xia Guqing was already a malevolent tyrant who had killed countless individuals. Now that he had taken a step into the founder domain, he had essentially become a god of slaughter. A peak law god was now no more than a handy plaything in Xia Guqing's hands. I can't let him go to waste. Xia Fei ignored Radix and accelerated over. The fiendish blade Nirvana plunged into law god Huang Jinyuan's corpse, absorbing all the latter's energy, which had not yet dissipated from the body, into his 7th brain region. Radix was speechless. Clearly, it was Xia Guqing who killed Huang Jinyuan. Yet Xia Fei had followed up in order to gain a huge profit. Just how shameless could he get? Fertilized water did not flow to outsiders' fields. The grand ancestor, Xia Guqing, was of course not about to complain regarding Xia Fei's opportunistic action. Conversely, he was very fond of Xia Fei's keen eye for exploitation and his distaste toward taking losses. At this day and age, anyone who did not take whatever advantage they could find was no different from a fool. Only people with Xia Fei's character could survive long in this perilous universe. Whoosh. The energy reserves of a peak law god are nothing to be scoffed at, being really pure. Xia Fei exhaled in his exhilaration as the rainbow energy ball in his seventh brain region filled itself to the brim. All this while, Xia Guqing had not stopped his assault after taking down Huang Jinyuan and made a beeline for Fei Quan and Orzabins. What was speed? The Grand Ancestor's speed was a testament to the true limits of speed. Light speed? Xia Guqing's speed was twice that. The Godwing potential could achieve such a miraculous form when cultivated to the maximum. A single human of flesh and blood could actually reach a top speed 2 times light speed. His pair of wings reached up to 10 meters when fully extended. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing's fiendish wings were not just wider than Xia Fei's. They were also overflowing with killing intent. It was hard to describe, since words had already lost their meaning at this extent. Nonetheless, aside from thrill, no other word could be used by Xia Fei to describe the feeling engulfing him as the Grand Ancestor began his massacre. Peak law of speed. Maximum fiend wing. Moreover, his law of space was at the founder tier. He was proudly standing above the peak. It was hard to imagine anyone being able to stop Xia Guqing when he was this mighty. The Xia Guqing of today was a role model to Xia Fei. This was a god of slaughter, who could slay demons with a raise of his hand and a flourish of his sword. This was what the statement, "Where the fiendish blade points, gods and demons die," meant. Fei Quan and Orzabins knew that there was no way they could even phase Xia Guqing with their own strength. Thus, they decided to work together and take on Xia Guqing, thereby creating a 2-against-1 battle. Though they had merged the strength of 2 peak law gods, they were still far from being a match to Xia Guqing with his founder-tier cultivation. Boom boom boom. Fei Quan and Orzabins were heavily suppressed, with blood splotching everywhere after receiving a series of violent blows from Xia Guqing. Orzabins' left eye had even gone blind after Xia Guqing clawed at it. Xia Fei gulped as he used ocular cognition to observe the fight carefully. He did not dare to let even the tiniest detail escape his eyes, for it was simply too riveting to watch his grand ancestor fight. Xia Guqing's physical agility. That speed. Fighting to a point of madness that ignored everything else. Furthermore, the grand ancestor even played tricks. Who said that the Skywings were just madmen with 1 brain cell? The grand ancestor would even play crafty tricks when fighting. Fei Quan and Orzabins were a tragic sight to behold. A slap to the left, a punch to the ears. The 2 men were beaten black and blue by Xia Guqing, with neither of them being able to retaliate. A profound fear manifested inside both. Fei Quan and Orzabins had lost their will to fight at this point, and the only thought they had left in their minds was to escape from Xia Guqing. The moment a warrior lost the courage to fight until the end, it was no different from breaking their own 2 arms. The more frightened Fei Quan and Orzabins got, the harder the fight became, practically devolving to a point where both men could no longer sustain the fight. Finally, Orzabins faltered first, and then he chose to flee. Swoosh. An instant movement channel opened up, and Orzabins darted right in. "You fool. Xia Guqing is a speed warrior. You're practically seeking death," bellowed Fei Quan. At first, with the 2 of them joining forces, though they had no hope of winning against Xia Guqing, they could at least hold their own for a few moves. Since Orzabins had chosen to abandon Fei Quan and flee, it was no more than shooting himself in the foot. Speed warriors cultivated the more overpowered law in the law realm. Escape was simply not an option when facing off against a speed warrior, and the anxiety Orzabins felt must have confused him so much that he chose to do this. Xia Guqing smirked as he forcibly thrust a palm, which instantly shattered this temporary channel that Orzabins had created. Poor Orzabins had already gotten half his body through the channel when it collapsed with his other half still inside, tearing him in 2. The battlefield was immediately soaked in blood. This was a tragedy for Orzabans, yet another good opportunity for Xia Fei to absorb more energy, which he was naturally not about to waste. Xia Fei did the same thing again and drained what remained of Orzaban's energy to store in his seventh brain region. Xia Guqing had killed 2 out of the 3 illustrious peak law gods in the matter of seconds. Logically speaking, a law god was immortal, and they just had to be reborn using their life seed to return to life. Unfortunately, Xia Fei's existence nullified this, as Nirvana completely annihilated its targets, not giving them any chance to be reborn. No one knew if these 2 law gods would be able to get a new leash of life after this. Only Fei Quan remained. He gritted his teeth and instantly made a rash decision: escape with his instant movement technique. Since death was all that awaited him if he stayed, he figured that he would take advantage of the moment when Xia Guqing was attacking Orzabans, and maybe he would succeed in his escape. Since death would happen if he chose to stay, he figured that he might as well take the gamble and risk his life running away. Swoosh. A second temporary channel opened. Fei Quan steeled himself and dashed right in. Alas, it was too bad. Why would Xia Guqing ever allow his opponent to go? A single bolt of lightning was all that could be seen, and peak law god Fei Quan was no more. Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing had experienced a metamorphic change when he emerged from his cocoon, reaching founder tier in one fell swoop. Of course, the Skywings and the black and white gods were all extremely elated over this. Everyone gathered and chattered happily, while Xia Guqing demonstrated that style of the most enlightened patriarch like before, joking and teasing around with his juniors, not mentioning a word about his harrowing experience during his promotion. Only Xia Fei did not say much among them all, seemingly mulling over something. Xia Guqing patted Xia Fei on the shoulder and chuckled. "What innovative idea are you thinking of there, you rascal? Aren't you happy that your grand ancestor has reached the founder tier?" Xia Fei smiled. "Of course, I'm delighted. Your successful entry to the founder celestial threshold is great news for the entire Skywing clan. I was only stumped over how you could have slain Fei Quan, but, instead, only grievously wounded him and let him escape thereafter." Everyone was stunned. If Xia Fei did not mention it, everyone would really assume that Xia Guqing had already eliminated Fei Quan. No one had expected that all Xia Guqing did was deal the opponent a heavy blow. "You've got quite the eye there." Xia Guqing's eyes glowed as he mused in pleasant shock. "To think you'd have seen it too?" Seeing how everyone was eyeing him in confusion, Xia Guqing paused before he explained. "I know that, going by the rules of the Skywing clan, an enemy must die. This is an exception, though. I let Fei Quan go so that he can bring word to the 13 founders, letting them know that yours truly has already broken the greatest limit here in the law realm. I've stagnated at peak law god level for countless years, and it's all because I was being suppressed by those founders. All those years back, I thought that those guys were showing great favor by imparting me with several techniques. I've only realized at this point that they're actually afraid that I would advance to the founder tier one day and become an existence of equal might too. It's been a trap all along. I'll surely settle this account to them, and also be collecting on the debt for their murder of the Skywing clan's godwings as well. I want them to know that yours truly is now as strong as them. Let them lose their appetite and suffer through sleepless nights, for I can make a move on them, and end their lives any time." Everyone was startled upon hearing their grand ancestor's response. Reality had proven that the bold and unrestrained Xia Guqing was not a senile old man, that he was enacting the strategy of wearing out the enemies by letting Fei Quan off. Xia Fei was excited. "That's a marvelous tactical move, Grand Ancestor. You said that you're going to make your way to the mountain and vanquish the 13 founders." Fei Quan heard that declaration of yours. "Given your fiery temperament, you're certainly someone who walks the walk when you talk the talk. So those 13 founders will have no choice but to be on guard even more. Your strength is clear for all to see, and with the max level law of speed under your belt, even they don't dare to underestimate you. Now that you've startled those founders, I'm sure they won't dare to move about on their own anymore. So all the venerable elder has to do at this point is get into a war of attrition, forcing them to take precautions daily without making a move, and as time goes by, even the strongest among them will have trouble withstanding this mental torture. The time they get lax will then be the perfect moment for you to strike. What a marvelous enactment of this strategy." Xia Guqing burst out laughing. He looked at Xia Fei with a gratified gaze. You lived up to the name as the most fearsome strategist of the Skywing clan. Seeing through this plan that your grand ancestor has spent several years concocting in just a moment. How amazing was that? Sometimes, I really want to crack open your head open to see just what exactly is fitted inside that grants you such a quick and analytical mind. Everyone understood Xia Guqing's plan and praised it effusively. They were, of course, more impressed by Xia Fei, him having seen through the steps to the strategy their grand ancestor had set up. Changing the topic, Xia Guqing addressed the black and white gods. With you two standing on the same side as us, the Skywings, I, Xia Guqing, feel deep gratitude. On top of the good relationship I share with your father, if not for you two being here, I'm afraid that Xia Fei and the rest would hardly be able to take on Fei Quan's lot and would likely incur heavy losses from the clash. On that note, I am truly very grateful. Please don't. Hua Hei waved off hastily. It's the venerable elder who saved our father, so we are of course more than happy to risk our lives and lend you and your clan a hand whenever the two of us can. No ifs or buts. Even the usually reticent Hua Bai bowed. It's our pleasure. Let's not talk about this matter with the elder anymore, or else my brother and I'll have to find a crevice in the ground and bury ourselves in it. This was when Xia Fei called his grand ancestor's attention with his eyes. Xia Guqing was no fool and was in fact much smarter than most people. He immediately understood Xia Fei's meaning and said with a straight face, Blackie and Whitey, may I ask what the two of you are planning to do from here onward? I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.